calls the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen, Book 3. Written by J.M. Kearl. Narrated by Bridget and Jake Bordeaux.
Chapter 1. Hell. Hell stared into the face of the goddess he once loved more than all of creation. Stunning wide blue eyes, the color of the celestial waters in Runevale, pierced him with fury, but not the anger of a scorned wife or the kind of loathing only a love once as deep as the darkest part of the night sky could harness. No, not that. Every part of this beautiful being from his past beckoned to his soul. The waves of midnight hair he longed to grasp, the seductive curve of her waist to hips, and a face to bring even the gods to their knees. Her very presence tempted and enchanted his senses, called upon memories long since buried. She smelled of jasmine and battlefields and ruin. How he hated her. Well, as lovely as it's been seeing you both again, I have things to do. He shoved Valine into the waiting arms of her lover. Neither of them moved to attack as he stalked past them. Keep her safe for me, cousin. I'll be seeing you both. Soon. Taking hold of his General Mathicus's arm, they disappeared through darkness, time, and space tugging at them. Then they appeared on solid ground at the old Mage's Tower in Dunafell. It looked much the same as it did 400 years before. Craggy grey rock, overgrown with untamed vegetation creeping up the walls and at its base. As the pair walked the path, Hell thought back to the day he first met Valine all those centuries ago when they were gods, untouchable, and of the belief that nothing could ever destroy them. How wrong they'd been. The past. Bright stars winked in the dark sky. Of the 3 moons of Runevale, Nuna, with her golden rings, Luna, with shades of soft pink in her crimson center, and Fennel, silver and bright. Only the 2 sisters were visible. Fennel hid behind the clouds. The darkness of night enticed with mysteries. In the veil of shadow, the treachery, the secrets, the wicked was expected. It was the day in the sunlight, bright and beautiful, that fooled even the wisest. It harbored a false sense of security that those hiding in the shadows waited to seize on. The wind rustled in the treetops and brought with it the scent of the wild lavender growing along the stone walls surrounding the palace, and the smell of an intruder. The hair on the back of Hell's neck prickled when the sizzling of the torches vanished, and the smoke from doused fire drifted his way. He didn't have to turn to recognize the light gate moving down the path. With his forearms resting on the stone railing of the bridge, he watched a fish breach the surface of the pond below, swallowing a water skipper whole. Hell flicked the ash off the end of the finely rolled burning herbs between his fingers, and the fish jumped up to eat that, too. Without looking away from the moon's reflections off the shimmering blue water below, he said, "Why are you bothering me, War?" He brought the cigar to his lips and took a pull. He closed his eyes for a moment, embracing the buzz of energy, even if it only lasted seconds. The sweet smoke filled his lungs, and he blew a cloud into the dark atmosphere. His cousin slid in next to him, leaning his backside against the railing of the bridge. He folded his thick muscular arms, and with narrowed bright green eyes he scowled. "Is that any way to greet your favorite god?" Hell smirked and stood straight, tugging at the hem of his sleeve, careful to avoid singeing his clothing. "I could name several others I'd put on the list above you. I know a liar when I hear one. Only because I schooled you in how to detect them." He brought the cigar to his lips again. War shrugged and dropped his hands to his sides. "Why do you smoke cigars? They're for mortals." He looked at the orange embers at the end. It made him feel something even for a fleeting moment. Why not? It's not as if it will kill me. The party started an hour ago. I'm deliberating with the stars on which of the guests invited will take advantage of our family's graciousness and try to steal the rather rare and coveted soul ender on display tonight. War's dark brow shot up and he glanced back at the looming white castle. Of its many peaks, the center rose highest, though not by much. It was uniform and perfect the way most things the gods touched were. Lush greenery and bright blooms grew off the balconies. Silver Keeper owls and his uncle's spying ravens watched from their perches, and lovers caressed in the shadows, whispering promises they didn't intend to keep. And that's why my mother insisted I leave Rivengard to attend tonight. War cocked his head to the side. What are you planning? Hel smiled, dropped the civar onto the stone, and stamped it out with his heavy black boot. He placed his hands behind his back and turned to face the palace. Left here as a baby by a young mother who couldn't raise him on her own, this home held a piece of his heart while also reminding him of all that he never had. An uncle instead of a father, a caring aunt in place of a loving mother. Who do you think it will be? You. Hel laughed. War, you know if I were going to steal the soul ender, I'd have done it before now. But you do have something planned, don't you? You thrive in battle, I flourish in mischief. We are what we are. And what fun would it be if he gave away his plans for the evening? The two of them, more like brothers than cousins, walked side by side toward the party. Music whisked on the humid air, delicate strings and deep, slow drums. A melody that invited seduction and terrible decisions. With a flick of his fingers, a goblet of wine appeared in his hand. He smiled as he took a sip. Terrible decisions indeed. War raked his fingers through his long, dark brown hair. Sweat shined on his brow and his heart beat faster than it normally did. Hel clicked his tongue. There are only two things that make you react this way: battle and bad news. Actually, make that three, a divine set of tits. So which is it? I hope the latter. I think I've seen about every pair in Runevale, covered or not, and although they are delicious, nothing has roused you this much since Lorna flashed you at the Summer Gods Festival. War chuckled again and licked his lower lip, but he declined to answer. So it is a maiden. Color me intrigued. Hel took another drink of his red berry wine. It was bitter and strong. Not much affected him, but it dulled the inner desire to ruin lives. Immortality could be a bore, and although Hel was quite young amongst the gods, he was far superior at their games. The stairs to the back entrance of the palace were made of pearl-colored stone that shined like crushed diamonds at night. Their boots hit the first step, and a snowy white owl hooted from its wooden perch at the palace's base. Its big yellow eyes followed him with suspicion. Hel smiled and winked at it. The bird ruffled its feathers in return and hissed. Fighting with the birds again? War drawled. How mature. I have no quarrel with them. They, however, seem to take issue with me. To show off his fellowship with the birds, War stroked the top of the owl's head, and it cooed. Hel rolled his eyes and quickened his pace up the sparkling stairs. Once he reached the apex, he downed his wine and tossed it into the night air, where it promptly vanished into the ether. Mortal guards dressed in white and gold-trimmed uniforms pulled the tall arched doors open to allow them entry. Both dropped their gazes to the ground as he approached and stayed firmly there. Hel smiled to himself and strutted inside. where his boots clacked quietly on the glossy floor. That music he'd heard before changed to an even slower, more melancholy tune. His gaze shifted to the bright orbs floating above, giving off too much light for the setting. It wasn't but a moment later they dimmed. Better. As was customary for the parties at Aelfor, the combined territory of his aunt and uncle, the attendees wore black and white. The gowns on the maidens varied in shades of pearl to snow. Thank the Maker for the perpetually warm weather to make certain the scant fabric to display luscious feminine skin he so enjoyed. The bodies of goddesses were unlike any other, curvy in all the right places. Hel looked the goddess of fury over from bare feet, up long bronzed legs, and to her half-exposed breasts. Hel slid behind her and grazed her back with his fingertips. You can take your fury out on me later, Eliza.
Drop dead, Hel.
Her bright orange eyes burned with her namesake. Her husband, the god of serenity of all things, touched her shoulder and the fire in her eyes dimmed. Midnight, then, he said with a smirk and moved along the left side of the room toward the study, where the only weapon left in all the realms that could truly kill a god waited, guarded by wards, hundreds of guards on the property, and magic that would melt even a god's hand off if they tried to touch it. The only one who had true access to it was his aunt, the goddess of love, the only one trusted not to use it. He stopped beside the entry, where 2 sentries waited off to the sides. They moved away upon seeing him. To his utter disappointment, no one had tried to steal it. What fun it would be to see the guard take out a thief. At least then something interesting would happen. Although the room had passing admirers filing in and out, and the night was young. But Hel had something else in mind. War appeared next to him, took an obvious look inside the study, and turned back. I haven't seen it since I was a child. Me either, Hel lied. Looks rather plain, doesn't it? You'd think one of the only weapons that can kill a god would be more impressive. Hel stopped to scan the crowd. Gods and dragon shifters and even a few elves were in attendance. The elves were a favored race of many gods. They were ageless, attractive. Many possessed their own magic, and unless provoked, held an innate, boring, peaceful nature. A handful of human mortal servants carried trays of wine through the crowd. Amongst the most beautiful beings in the realms, the unsightly humans may as well have been invisible, an important defense mechanism. The last thing a fragile mortal wanted was the attention of a god. It never ended well, and it always ended. She's never been seen outside before, whispered Lord Venel, a bureaucratic dragon shifter that Hel particularly despised, to the male next to him, a big-nosed, slight-chinned servant who was never far from his master. The servant whose name Hel never cared to remember rubbed his yellowed nails over his weak jaw and pretended to care. Hel wanted to punch him just for the way he looked, a sniveling little rat. But much more interesting than the two of them was the topic of discussion. On the other side of the room, a female stepped in through the tall glass balcony doorway, a stranger in a red dress among a sea of white. Long black tresses cascaded down her back to the apex of her round hips. Her golden skin glowed with a hue only a goddess had. Well, I'll be damned, Hel said. It worked. What? War asked, following Hel's gaze across the room. The goddess of night turned as if she knew they ogled her. Hel had never seen bluer eyes or a face so divine it made something deep inside him ache. She gave a coy smile, one that held secrets and mysteries he wanted to unfold. Then she turned back to the golden-haired male beside her. War's throat bobbed and that heart of his pounded. The god of war was as enamored as he. "What did you do?" "Well, the illustrious goddess of night has declined invitations from every single house in Runevale and allows no one in her land. No one knows why, so I had to do something. I convinced your mother to display Solander tonight as a gift to allow everyone to see it, though I'd call it more of a snare." "Why would she want Solander?" "She's Drivar, War. I gambled that the weapon might be the only thing to draw her out, and well, I was correct. Many millennia ago, the gods split into two. The Drivar, who praise the All-Mother as the highest deity, and Primevar, who worship the Maker. Hell didn't worship anyone. The sides were more symbolic, but one both would die for. There are 100 other Drivar here tonight. A peace agreement between the two sides of gods had lasted a millennium, but there was always someone itching to start the conflict up again. Hell leaned back against the wall, wondering what she might smell like. He didn't care what enemy she'd want to use the dagger on. He'd let her have it, and help her use it if that's what she desired. He wanted to know what her lips tasted like. She's the ultimate conquest. War smiled and shook his head. I think she'd be the one to bring you to your knees, not the other way around. I don't fall in love, War. Love is for fools. I want bragging rights. War rolled his eyes. You're such an ass sometimes. Their uncle Cynic, not related by blood, but belonging to the same house as War and Hell's mentor, slid up behind them and placed a firm hand on each of their shoulders. Stay away from that one, boys. She's not stable. Hell glanced back. What do you know about her? If any of the gods knew, it would be Cynic. He was a primordial god, one of the 7 original gods of Runevale, like her. She's a shut-in, and won't allow her people out of that prison. She's paranoid and powerful, that's why. What happened? War asked. No one talked to her, and it was rare for the history books to mention her. She'd hidden away since long before Hell was born. From the sounds of it, she'd turned Cynic down ages before, and now he held a grudge against her. She was the only primordial who did not have children. The others had hundreds. After her sister died, she lost her mind. He shrugged. From across the room, she leveled Cynic with a stare and didn't look away until he did. He licked his lips and turned on his heel. Remember what I said. Stay away from her. He disappeared into the crowd. Cynic's warning only made him keener to be as close to her as he could. Black shadow seeped out from the study and Hell shoved off the wall. She was no longer standing across the room. In a blink, he appeared at the back of the study where the golden dagger still waited on the desk. She looked at it for a moment as if bored, and then stepped out through the double doors onto the terrace. Unable to help himself, Hell followed to find her alone under the cool night sky. He admired her hourglass shape and strode to the railing where she stood overlooking the grounds. A light touch on his lower back, and his hand flashed out, but too late. Wearing a mischievous grin, Valine, oh yes, he knew her name, stood with the golden dagger in her hand. The true Solander, he'd hidden it in his waist. Clever. She inspected the sharp edge, gliding her fingers along it.
It is said Solander was created from the heart of Luna and why she bleeds, forged by the All-Mother's hand herself.
She slid her hand along the length of it and it disappeared.
Naturally, it belongs to me.
Hell slowly walked around her, inspecting her further. I agree. That is why I retrieved it for you. Think of it as a gift. She looked him up and down, a predator assessing another. There was no fear, no wariness, or trepidation that many had in his presence. Either she didn't know about his reputation or she didn't care. Both intrigued him.
What do you want?
She asked. Nothing. She smiled.
Don't lie to me. I hate liars. They belong in the underrealm with the thieves and traitors.
You? Her dark brow lifted, and the very corner of her red lip curved in the slightest way. To meet you, he added. She smiled demurely.
And was it worth the trouble?
I don't know yet. He took a step closer and whispered, But it is said the goddess of night was formed from a fallen star, and the most beautiful blooms in all the realms, only to be seen again if she allows it. He slid his finger along the back of her arm, and the hairs raised. I'll show you mine, if you show me yours. Flames danced at the center of his palm. She pulled her stare away from his first and then scanned his neck, his wrists, any exposed skin.
Rune marks on your skin, dark hair, eyes blue-green like oceans.
She stepped back and trailed her gaze down his form, inspecting him.
Hell, I presume?
Yes. And I'm War. It's a pleasure, goddess. War joined them and leaned a shoulder against the dark wood doorframe. Verline's eyes lit with curiosity. And it was most definitely worth his trouble to see you in the flesh.
Chapter 2. Leala. The normally beautiful elven forest smelled of death. Ebony clouds brought the kind of darkness that could be felt almost like a coating in the air. Tree bark bit into Leala's back, and she took in a deep breath, steadying the sword in her hand. Not Lightbringer. Her father's sword still lay broken in pieces in the Black Mage's tower, where 2 months before she'd awakened him with every intention to end the curse. He'd taken complete control of the situation, claimed she was his long-lost wife, and then disappeared with the promise to return. Seeing a dark lump on the forest floor, Leala studied it. Not a downed tree, but... She held up her hand, signaling Piper, her personal bodyguard and friend, and Leif, the flirtatious red-haired raven warrior, to stop. With slow, careful steps, she moved and crouched. She could just make out hair and the outline of a body. The pit in her stomach grew as she drew closer. Leif crept to her side, silent as birds at night.
Don't touch it,
He murmured in his rolling accent, as if he had to tell her. The female's mutilated body was missing an arm. Bits of entrail hung out of her torso, face covered in gouges and copious amounts of blood. Whoever she was would never be recognizable. Leala couldn't help but wonder who might be missing her. Was she a mother? She wished she could find her family and at least let them bury her, but jewelry or anything personal other than bloodied, soiled clothes was gone. Maker, please carry this poor soul safely home where she might find peace. I don't think a pale one did this, Piper said, crouching down on the other side of the dead maiden. They're brutal. They don't usually tear people apart unless they intend to eat them. She's not eaten. The sound of a predator sniffing the air made Leala still and turn her head. She and the others rubbed pine oil on their wrists and hair to cover their scent, blend in with the forest.
Think I smelled she-elf,
A gravelly voice hissed.
Probably the dead one over there.
Another grumbled. Leif huffed.
Not pale ones, eh, Piper?
She scowled at him. Leala rubbed her fingertip over a sharp point of the 5-tipped throwing star in her hand and peeked out from the side of the tree trunk. The source of the rotten scent in the air sat in a circle around a dying fire. How they could smell anything beyond themselves was incredible. White stringy hair hung down 6 different armored chests. Their black eyes were shocking against a face of snow-colored skin.
We're close to the village,
another said, picking his pointed teeth with a thin bloody bone.
Maybe we can get one of the little ones.
Vile creatures. Leala's teeth clenched together until they began to ache.
We're not even supposed to be killing the big ones. It wasn't me.
The other one said in a slow, deep voice.
Found her like that.
Perhaps Piper was correct after all. What could cause that sort of mutilation? A bear? They only roamed the deep forests. The creatures in the unnamed forest she'd battled previously couldn't escape its boundaries, and they weren't near there.
Master is awake now. We need to build our army for his plans.
Leif met Leala's gaze, and Piper shifted. The hairs on the back of Leala's neck rose. Yes, reveal his plans, Leala thought. She wasn't waiting around, twiddling her thumbs for the black mage to find them. If she could bring his location to Thane, then they could plan an assault and take the offensive. In the past week, she'd read everything she could about the black mage, which only affirmed what she already knew. He was the deadliest, most powerful mage to ever exist in Adelon. Their only chance of beating him was a surprise attack. The goddess of knowledge within the scepter and stone spoke of the key to ending the curse and defeating him, and that was his heart. All they needed was to get a weapon through his heart, an arrow most likely. A branch snapped somewhere among the dark wood to the south. The largest pale one stood and sniffed again, pulling out his jagged-edged sword.
Someone is here.
Leala groaned internally. What clumsy imbecile was out here about to get themselves killed? Everyone knew it wasn't safe to be out in the woods anymore, day or night. Leala nodded. Piper tucked her sword free and Leif stood, pulling an arrow from his quiver. She stepped out from behind the tree, and the throwing star in her left hand whistled through the air, embedding itself between the big one's eyes.
Assassins!
The teeth picker shrieked. Leif's arrow speared through his neck and dropped the beast. Piper's sword slashed across the third pale one's throat, spewing black blood in an arc. Leala moved swiftly for another. She ducked under a heavy starred mace that whooshed through the air. With a quick thrust, the tip of her blade shoved into her attacker's chest. She pushed harder, through armor and bones until she twisted her blade. She wanted him to feel his death. He squealed a horrible, high-pitched sound until she kicked him free of her sword, and he hit the ground with a heavy thud. 4 down. Block, sidestep, hack. 5 down. She swiped the back of her sleeve across her cheek to clear away the splatters of warm blood. The last pale one squared up with her, showing his pointed teeth in a grimace mixed between fear and rage.
You.
He growled and slowly backed away.
Dark mage.
Leala and her little crew were growing a reputation among the enemy now. Oh, it's most certainly me. She threw out a magical ebony vine until it wrapped around his neck. His boots dug into the soft dirt and foliage as she slowly dragged him closer. Where is he? Where is the black mage? The pale one clawed at the vine, squealed and bucked like a wild mustang, trying to pull free of a rope. Answer me.
Don't know.
He wailed, falling to the ground and writhing like a worm.
Don't know!
That was what they all said. But someone knew. Someone must have seen the black mage. The pale ones wandered in packs throughout all of Palinor now, no longer drawn to the void as they had been before. Rumors were they roamed in the human lands and in Caladira unchecked. Even if Thane and the soldiers killed any they saw, small numbers of pale ones seemed to be everywhere. The enemy didn't gather in masses trying to take entire cities as they once did. They attacked here and there, barging into homes in the middle of the night, stealing elves. The ravens could take down a legion on a battlefield, but when the pale ones hid, when they separated, they became weeds. Kill one group and 2 more appeared somewhere else. It was a kind of warfare Thane admitted to Leala he'd never dealt with before. So far, the black mage and his forces were getting the best of them. If you don't know, then you're useless to me. Wait, Piper said. You said you're building an army. For what?
For my master.
He said through gurgled speech.
It's no use.
Leif slid his bow over his head and across his chest.
They're not smart enough to answer. Just like big stupid trolls. We're wasting our time out here.
The Pale One hissed, baring black blood-stained teeth. Where is your master? Leala demanded.
Hey, we'll find you.
The Pale One said with a creepy smile.
When he's ready for his queen.
Heat crept up Leala's neck and she gritted her teeth. The vine snapped his neck, turning his head at an odd angle, and disappeared. Leif and Piper averted their eyes as soon as she looked at them. With a heavy sigh, she looked up. A part in the heavy clouds revealed a glimpse of the stars. They twinkled brightly in the gap. It didn't make her feel any different. The darkness that blanketed the land didn't infuse her with power or make her feel like the goddess that supposedly lived in her. Her mind flashed back to what happened in that tower. The black mage held her at his mercy, his grip on her throat relentless. Even now she shivered in disgust, thinking about his tongue grazing her ear and the way he called her his wife. And his final words, the most haunting of all.
I'll be seeing you soon.
He shoved her between the shoulder blades, sending her stumbling into Thane's arms, and vanished, along with Mathicus, into nothing. And for 2 months, not a whisper, no dreams of him haunting her, not his voice in her head. They tried to keep his awakening quiet among the people, but rumors abounded. The elves could feel the shift in the air. Leala dropped into a squat beside the largest Pale One and pulled her throwing star out of his skull. The wet, sticky sound it elicited when it dislodged made her stomach turn.
Where did a pretty elf like you learn to do that?
A chill ran down Leala's spine at that voice, those words. He'd said that once before. She bit down on her lower lip to keep herself from smiling. She wiped the black blood off on the moss of a fallen log before she turned around. Thane, her beautiful elf king, stood casually against the tree she'd previously hidden behind, arms folded, ankles crossed, as if he didn't have a care in the world. He hadn't cut his hair in the last few months, and it now grew down past his chest to his upper ribcage. He kept it tied back tonight and wore plain clothes, not appearing as the king he was.
Thane,
Leif said, startled and nearly tripped over his own feet, dropping into a bow. What are you doing out here? Piper shoved her sword back into the sheath on her back and pushed stray red hair off her fair-skinned, freckled face. It's dangerous for the High King.
It's dangerous for all of you. Why are you three going behind my back, sneaking out at night? You think I wouldn't notice?
Leala stood, stepping in front of her companions, shielding them from his wrath. She figured this day would come sooner or later. They'd been out here looking for Pale Ones for 6 weeks at least. She was sure he noticed prior to this night, but why he came now instead of another day made her nervous. I told them to come with me. Don't be angry with them.
Of that, I'm certain.
He was quiet for a moment, bright emerald eyes searching the trees above, as if they held the answers he needed. He finally leveled her with a hard stare.
You can't keep doing this. If any of you are bitten...
We won't be. How is this any different than fighting in battles near the void? This was the only thing that gave her purpose at the moment. The more she heard reports on death counts and burning homes, the more it drove her.
It's not different.
He snapped.
Which is exactly why I don't want you out here, especially in the dark. All it takes is one single mistake. You're not invincible, Leala, and you're putting their lives at risk.
So what if it's dangerous? Everywhere in Palanor's dangerous now. She didn't even trust more than half the people in the castle walls. He pushed off the tree and sauntered toward her. Leif and Piper shrunk back under his intimidating presence, but Leala stood her ground even if her heart beat faster. Thane had rarely been truly angry with her, and tonight that fire in him flared.
Your obsession with finding him has to stop. When the Black Mage wants to make demands, he will.
If we can find out where he is, we can plan a sneak attack, take the upper hand. He glanced down at the black blood pooling near his boot.
They aren't going to tell you where he is. I wouldn't be surprised if magic kept them silent, making them unable to speak of his whereabouts. And the dead don't talk, Leala.
Neither do the living. That's why they're dead. Thane blew out a heavy breath and his nostrils flared. He shot a glare at Piper and Leif that would make lesser soldiers wither.
Get back to the castle.
They moved like fire licked at their heels. Leala and Thane hadn't talked about the shift between them since the day Tenebris died and she'd nearly killed Talon. The very same day the claim about them being gods reincarnated put a chasm of uncertainty between them. He looked at her differently now, like she was someone else. Like she wasn't the elf maiden he fell in love with, but someone he was uncertain of. His unease wasn't simply that he held a grudge against her for the selfish move she made to save her aunt. The throwing star that nearly killed his sister seemed to still be lodged figuratively, even if he claimed he'd forgiven her. Talon still wouldn't look at her. "Don't be angry with them," Leala whispered.
I'm angry with you.
It took effort to meet his brilliant green eyes. "Be angry with me then, but leave them out of it." A moment later, he turned and yelled over his shoulder.
Come back!
"Thane, don't punish Piper and Leif." Leala grabbed his hand and gave a gentle squeeze. She didn't want to use her feminine wiles to charm him, but she smiled and batted her eyes. His scowl only deepened.
Who else have you dragged into your nightly crusades?
Just them. They want to fight, to make a difference.
They have other jobs to do.
He lowered his voice and said,
I have spies all over Adelon looking for him and no one has seen him. He doesn't want to be found. And even if we did, I don't know if we're strong enough to take him out right now. I fear the day he shows himself. And so should you.
Leala blinked and opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. Thane hadn't admitted he was afraid of the Black Mage ever before. She didn't think he feared anyone. "You don't understand. I must do something, Thane. I can't just wait around doing nothing." He pulled his hand out of her grasp.
There are 1,000 other things you could do other than trudging through the dark woods looking for trouble.
His voice was sharp, edgy, but not frightening.
You could practice your magic. Hell, you could even collect plants with your aunt again, as long as you stay close to the valley and in the daylight.
He paused.
You could research the old gods, something to spark your memory.
"I don't want to remember. That life has long passed," she snapped. He shook his head, and a small smile cracked his anger.
You're as stubborn as a mule. Worse, even.
"You don't even remember, do you?" He wouldn't talk to her about it. She looked at his softening expression and wondered if maybe he did and he hadn't told her. This claim of them being gods from another realm was strange. Did his memory have something to do with not wanting to find the Black Mage? He mentioned Thane and him being related. Were they close once? "Do you?" she prodded. Piper and Leif approached tentatively. Thane spared them a quick glance.
You three will join me for drinks.
Drinks?
Leif questioned and grinned.
I thought I'd get a swift kick in the arse, not a pint of ale.
The arse-kicking is coming, trust me.
Thane said with a sort of satisfaction that made Leala nervous for them.
But for now, we could all use a little downtime. And since I've chased you three half the night, I'm starving.
The group started walking back toward the city. "How did you find us anyway?" Leala asked.
You know I'm good at just about everything I do, including tracking.
Piper and Leala looked at each other and rolled their eyes. "Your arrogance is a bit off-putting, you know," Leala drawled.
You seem to like it.
Leif laughed.
If I looked like him, and fought like him, ruled like him, and had a gorgeous maiden who might actually be a goddess at my side, I'd be a cocky bastard too.
He smirked and winked at Leala.
But if you get tired of him, my bedroom door's always open, Fightbringer.
Thane growled.
Your ass-kicking just got a little more intense, Leif.
Leif laughed even harder. "You think Thane's arrogant? You'd be much, much worse," Piper said, shoving Leif's shoulder. Just becoming a raven alone made you almost unbearable to be around. You wouldn't shut up about it for a month. He slipped his arm around her shoulder and gave her a squeeze.
Pipe, if I had you at my side, I'd never shut up about it.
Careful, Leif, Leala teased. Dragon's fire is hot and their talons sharp. The dragon prince who fancied Piper had been gone for the last 2 months, but they still wrote letters regularly.
And so is Fennen's blade.
Thane added. Fennin, Thane's best friend and another admirer of Piper. Piper shoved him off and smirked at all 3 of them. Last one to the pub has to drink a shot of troll piss liquor. All 4 of them took off in a sprint. Drink it! Piper called, pushing the short glass of yellow liquid closer to Leif. The pub was nearly empty at this hour. A pair of soldiers, probably getting off from their night patrol, sat in the corner booth, and the barman cleaned glasses behind the bar top. Leala was surprised it was even open at 4 a.m, although when the High King knocked, doors opened. Leif scrunched his face, wrinkling up his soft brown skin and pressed his lips together.
But it's so bad.
You lost.
Thane said.
Drink it.
He pointed a finger at Thane over the round wooden table.
You tripped me, you cheated.
No one set any rules, and I didn't trip you. My boot simply got in your way.
Thane said, leaning back in his chair with a smirk. It creaked under his muscular frame. Leif blew out a breath, picked up the shot between 2 fingers and tossed it back. He grimaced and swallowed it down.
I hate you all,
he said with watery blue eyes. All 3 of them laughed at poor Leif. Leala picked up her mug of ale and took a sip. It wasn't the worst, but not the best. Thane leaned forward on the table, in his plain dark blue tunic and hair loosely tied back, and a light smudge of dirt on his cheek. He was as beautiful as when he wore fine High King's attire and styled his hair in braids.
So, while you have directly disobeyed me, did you find anything worthwhile?
Leif, Piper, and Leala went quiet. Leala stared at the foam in her metal mug. They hadn't learned anything new. No news of the Black Mage. They might have saved people by killing Pale Ones when they could find them. Actually, yes, Piper said. We found an elf with a very gruesome death. It wasn't by a Pale One. We don't know what it was, and she wasn't the first.
It might have been the pack of Pale Ones we killed,
Leif said. She wasn't eaten, just torn apart. And they even admitted it wasn't them. Thane tapped his fingers on the tabletop.
I've had reports of soldiers saying something similar. Only a few, but enough it's not an isolated incident.
What could it be? Leala asked, remembering the she-elf's mutilated body. It made the ale suddenly sour.
It could be a diseased animal. I hope it is so we can take care of the problem easily.
Leala watched Thane, trying to decipher his thoughts. If only she could feel his emotions like she once had. But you don't think so?
I don't know. But my gut tells me something terrible is coming. You must stay close to the castle.
His eyes seemed to darken as if he lied. Leala didn't question him further, but she had a feeling he knew more than he let on. And not just about this, but about the Black Mage. Chapter 3. Leala. A quick knock on Leala's bedchamber door startled her from sleep. If it were Thane, he'd knock, then enter. Anyone else would wait for her. Sunlight shined brightly through the windows, practically blinding. With one eye open, she waited. The Elf King didn't barge in, so it was indeed someone else. An annoyed groan bubbled in her throat. She got up and patted down her mess of black hair, took a breath, and opened the door. 2 notes fluttered to the floor as if they'd been shoved in the crack. Not again. She sighed and swallowed to wet her dry throat. Both were folded in half, but with different colors of paper. One was off-white and the other more yellow. She must enjoy torture because she pulled the first open to read it. No one wants you here. The writing was masculine and a little sloppy. She crumpled it up and threw it back inside her room, where it landed in the dark corner along with a pile of others. With a shaky hand, she opened the second. Too bad High King Tenebris didn't kill you the day he killed your parents. We know what you've done. A pang hit her chest, and instead of crumpling that one, she stepped over to the candle on the dresser top and set the edge of it in the flames. She watched the edges curling and blackening as the fire licked up. Thane could only hold off the suspicion that the Black Mage was alive for so long. Rumors spread, and they started from soldiers who fought on the field and saw Leala go into the void. Whispers of his name spread in the gossip parlors and in the pubs. The Black Mage hadn't been seen by anyone outside that tower, but the people talked. They suspected Leala had brought him back. "Oh, dear me!" Two little brown boots with holes poked out from the perch inside the green vine canopy above the bed. "Oh, dear plump pixie berries!" Leala slammed the door and whirled around. The little gnome in her ancient-looking floral print dress with mismatched patches held the Palinor scroll in her hands, and Leala's heart clenched. "What?" "Nothing! Nothing at all but good news!" Tiffapine scooted further into the dark hole of her hiding spot. Leala stomped over to her and held out her hand. Was there another story about the attacks? Reports on who'd been stolen right out of their homes? "Let me see it." Tiff stuck the news scroll out and Leala snatched it. The first thing she saw in huge, bold letters was, "Is Leala Lightbringer's true mate the Black Mage?" This wasn't just some gossip in the ladies' lounge. It was the front page of the Palinor scroll.
An anonymous but trusted source informed me last evening that High King Thane's betrothed Leala Lightbringer is mate-bonded to the Black Mage and was able to bring him back to life. Yes, I gasped in horror as well. Just last week, one of the soldiers present at the battle for the High King spoke of how he saw Leala Lightbringer taken into the void by a dragon. Ever since that day, the Pale Ones roam freely, no longer pulled to the void, and they seem to have a greater purpose than to simply kill and maim. Is there proof the Black Mage is alive? Not yet. But is there proof they are mates? Many have long wondered about the Lily's mark on Lightbringer's flesh the day she was born. The very midwife present at her birth attests she suspected immediately the child was cursed. Many of us there on the day of her testing knew she was destined for disaster in Adelon. We all saw the dark display of magic. You may be wondering if it's a mark of destiny for the Black Mage. A mate bond? Why wouldn't the lily look like a common mate rune? Well, because it isn't. We don't understand it entirely, but another source alive during the Lost War confirmed the Black Mage has that exact mark as well, among the many runes on his skin. If he is awake and she is his mate, one can only imagine what lies in store for us when he steps into the light to claim her, a powerful mage in her own right. Where is he, you may ask? Perhaps he is not strong enough yet, or he's gathering armies to take control of Palinor, or to recapture Lightbringer. Some say he is hunting down those who opposed him before intaking their heads. Many in Palinor deny his return, but us believers know the truth will prevail. Lastly, I want to give our condolences to the High King of Palinor, Thane Athael. He must be heartbroken over this bitter and shocking news. He may be the only hope left for Palinor and all of Adelon, but is our warrior king strong enough to best the most powerful mage in history? Only time will tell. For now, stay safe. Lock your doors. Don't go outside after dark. And whatever you do, don't try to fight a Pale One. Hide. Tovian Botsbury, Chief Editor at the Palinor Scroll.
With her cheeks burning, Leala dropped the paper to her side. This was bad. Horrific might be a better word. Who was this anonymous source? Only her trusted friends, the Black Mage himself, Mathicus and Varlet, knew what happened in that tower. But which would tell? Obviously, the Black Mage couldn't be the source, and no elf would trust Mathicus or Varlet, would they? Had someone else seen? Did Fennin or Leif slip the truth while lying in some maiden's arms, half drunk? Had Prince Ronan said something to someone? Has Thane seen this? Leala asked, wishing she could find every one of these and burn them. But no doubt there were several nailed to poles and doors all over the city and being passed out in the pubs and down the main street of shops. Tiff pressed her lips together and twirled a brown curl around her finger. I found it on his bed, so... Leala tore the paper until it was in a pile of shreds on the ground. These people turned on her like vipers after she endured months of starvation and torture by Tenebris, lost friends, fought sirens and a bloody dragon to figure out how to save them all. Let that disgusting Lord Brunard put his lips and hands on her. She went into the void, a place none of them would dare to go to end the curse. And now she was going to be called a disaster for Adelon. She wanted to scream, to show them all what a nightmare she could truly be. I should have kept my mouth shut. She slipped down the green vines draping over the bed, acting as a canopy. Tiffapine still wore the same red hat every day, although Leala wondered if she had several of the same ones stashed somewhere. I think we started our day off in a bad note reading that newspaper, so let's start over. She hopped onto the bed and pulled a cupcake from behind her back. The base of it was larger than her palm with a dollop of chocolate frosting. I made you a treat earlier and should have started with this. It's a special gnome recipe from what I'll one day call Tiffapine's Bakery. I guarantee it's the best one you've ever had. Leala took hold of it between two fingers, careful not to crush the gnome-sized cupcake in her grip. The chocolate frosting was whipped into a tall center and the white cupcake smelled like vanilla. The gnome's big brown eyes widened as she eagerly awaited Leala to taste. Thanks, Tiff. She tried to keep the edge out of her voice, but after reading that article, she was on the verge of tears. After peeling off the protective wrapper, she popped the cupcake into her mouth and the sweetness was perfect, the cake thick and warm. It was heavenly. This is wonderful. It's definitely the best cupcake I've ever had. Why, thank you. Now it's a fine day, isn't it? The sun is shining and no sign of the creepy Black Mage to come steal you away. Although I will say that something feels a bit odd. The birds are squawking about shadows and a cloaked figure. But did the cupcake make you feel better? Leala nearly choked. The birds are saying what? You don't think... I mean, it's probably nothing. She chewed on her fingernail and with furrowed brows looked toward the window. The Black Mage won't be stealing me or anyone here, she reassured, not wanting Tiff to go into a panic over bird gossip. But this was the first real clue she'd heard in months. I sure hope not. You don't think he'd want me, do you? I'm afraid if he heard my yodeling, he'd want me as some sort of court jester to entertain him while he's having people tortured and maimed. And I simply cannot yodel while such things are happening. If you see him, make sure to tell him I'm not useful at all and dreadfully annoying, both of which are obvious lies, but he don't need to know that. She smiled and patted her rosy cheeks. Her yodeling would be almost worse than the sound of people being tortured. I don't think that's anything you have to worry about. Did the birds mention where this cloaked figure might be? Leala got up and stood at the wide windows with her arms crossed. The guards patrolled as usual, the sun shined bright, and not even a cloud marred the blue sky. The lack of songbirds was a little disturbing, but then an owl caught her eye. It was camouflaged in the shadows of Luminor's star-shaped leaves and thick branches. Big amber eyes blinked as it watched her with unnerving awareness. Whew! That's a relief, Tiff said. Anyway, what's on the schedule today? Oh, can we watch the new recruits train? It's hilarious watching Piper smack the boys in the back of the head. I peek sometimes. Tiff, where did the bird say the cloaked figure was? She tapped her chubby fingers together nervously.
Oh, they didn't say. Just that a cloaked figure was seen in the woods somewhere, and it was dark there even in the day.
Her gaze swept across the land one more time. The waterfall roared white, flowing with more water than ever with the spring rains. Horses trotted in the field near the stables with servants leading others, and the vast green landscape that stretched into the golden city was as bright and beautiful as ever. Dark, even in the day, could mean the unnamed forest, which wasn't even half a day's ride from there. The information wasn't much to go on, but she needed to inform Thane. Although they did just have an argument about her looking for the Black Mage, he wanted her to stop, to leave it be. Maybe she was better off not bringing him up. Leala crawled back into bed, buzzing with anxiousness even though her body craved rest after so many sleepless nights. She rolled onto her side and pulled up her lavender silk blanket. "Wake me up if you hear anything else."
Are you in a melancholy? Mama says when people sleep during the day, they're in a melancholy, and you've been sleeping during the day for a long time. Months. I could yodel to make you happy.
"I'm fine, Tiff. Just tired." She closed her eyes, and even if it took hours, with a little hand patting her shoulder, she fell asleep.
Wake up. Wake up, you're in danger.
Leala's eyes fluttered.
Get up now, Valine. Get up.
The deep voice urged. Leala's eyes flew open and she shot upright in bed. The sound of a door closing prickled the hairs on the back of her neck. Blinking away the blurriness in her vision, she turned to see who entered her room, but there wasn't anyone there. Slowly, she pushed herself upright and swept her gaze around the room. The fertility fern that hung on the shelf looked dull, and brown leaves settled on the floor below it. The two miniature statues, one of Leala, the other of Thane, reaching toward one another, needed polishing. Clothes hung out of her dresser drawers, and she noted the pile of dirty laundry had gotten rather tall. Pearl had taken 2 weeks off, and Leala hadn't chosen another lady's maid. She didn't trust anyone else to come into her rooms for any reason, and she couldn't talk herself into cleaning. It was in desperate need of it, but it was easy to ignore when the effort was more than she could muster. She dragged her fingers across her scalp and through her tangled black hair. Had she dreamed the voice warning her? Or was it? No. She hadn't heard his voice since before he woke up. Maker above. She hated always being on edge and feeling nervous and jumpy in her own home. "Tiff?" Leala called. Perhaps it was her who'd gone out of the room. No answer. "Piper?" Did she forget to lock the door? One leg slipped out from under the blanket, then the other, and bare feet hit the cold stone floor. She reached under her pillow, pulled out a dagger, and slid it from its sheath. The coiling in her gut grew tighter as she stepped silently toward the bathroom. She barely let her breath loose. With her dagger poised to strike, she paused outside the doorway and listened. Afternoon birds sang merrily outside the windows, and the sound of water dripping into the tub, plop, 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 came from inside. In one leap, she hopped inside and glanced around to find it empty. "I'm losing it." She turned around, saw a tall, muscular figure, and jumped with a scream, plunging the dagger through the air before she could register who it was. Thane snatched her wrist before the blade impaled him.
Whoa, it's me, relax.
Her heart beat wildly in her chest, and her hands trembled from the rush. "Do you think it's funny sneaking up on me like that?"
I wasn't trying to, I just walked in.
Completely unfazed by how close she'd come to driving a dagger into his chest, Thane put a finger to her lips.
And keep your voice down or the guard will be in here.
Leala slapped his hand away from her mouth and shoved him in the chest. "Ugh, I could have stabbed you!" She pushed him again. Her body still had the surge of energy from her fight reaction. "You could be dead right now. Give me some warning next time." He almost looked offended when he said,
It would take more than that to kill me.
"I'm not in the mood for your antics." She stalked past him and snatched the dagger sheath off her bed, shoved her dagger inside, and placed them both under her pillow. You know I'm on edge as it is. What if he comes here? Here they were arguing about him again. The asshole called to her, haunted her dreams for too long, then popped up for one brief moment, hadn't been around for months, and he still drove a wedge between them. Thane's eyes darkened at the mention of him.
I'm not going to let him take you from me. I don't care what he says about who you used to be.
You don't? Leala gritted her teeth and balled her hands into fists. This fight was long overdue. They'd both avoided it while avoiding each other. Because it feels like you do. You haven't touched me in weeks. You won't even sleep in the same bed as me, which is how I could so easily sneak out. You look at me like I'm someone else entirely.
Because you are.
Leala's jaw dropped. It's still me. I'm still Leala. Even if you used to know me as someone else too, I'm still the elf you met in Briar Hollow.
And you're still mine.
Don't pull the possessive male horse shit if you're not going to step up and do something about it. The look in his green eyes was practically feral. He grabbed her by the back of the thighs, lifted her, and pinned her against the wall. If all it took for him to stop being estranged was a little goading, then so be it. She squeezed her thighs against his hips and twirled a piece of his long hair around her finger. Too much time had passed since he'd even kissed her, let alone took her to his bed.
You don't understand.
He practically growled. Then make me understand. Whistling in small footfalls made Leala groan and Thane pulled back. Tiff came through her miniature door with an envelope in her hand, oblivious. Her polka-dot sock-covered toes protruded from her boots, and Leala contemplated insisting she get a new pair. How could that even be comfortable?
There you two are! I've been looking everywhere!
Her brows raised, taking in Leala and Thane's position against the wall.
Oh my, did I interrupt something?
Her brows bounced up and down with a small, mischievous smile.
Yes.
Thane snapped and backed up, running a hand through his hair. At least she'd gotten him flustered. Maybe tonight he'd seek her out rather than avoid the bedroom altogether. Tiff lifted a shoulder.
Anyway, I came all the way from the kitchens for this. You know how long it takes me and my little legs to get around this castle? And the stairs? Oi! I could lose my extra fluff, and I can't have that. I'll need extra dessert tonight.
She patted her round belly, stopped beside Leala, and raised the envelope.
I was wandering around thinking about what I'd like for a snack, but sticking to the shadows to avoid the jumbos, you know, like I do. And I smelled delicious cinnamon rolls. But Mage Veston snuck up on me just as I was about to take one off the plate and tapped my shoulder and told me to give this to you. He said that if I got it sticky or lost it, he'd turn me into a toad, so thought I'd better wait on the rose. Anyway, can he really do that?
Leala took the envelope and shrugged. She wasn't sure what Veston was capable of, though from his feeble appearance, not much. He'd stayed at the castle for the last few weeks. Thane didn't want him at the cottage alone with the number of pale ones running rampant.
He most certainly can.
Thane said with a sly smile.
I should have had him turn you into one at his cottage when you ignored my rules.
Her big brown eyes widened, and then she stamped her foot.
I listened plenty good. You were just a grumpy old turd.
You do realize I'm the High Elf King.
I'm not a dum-dum.
Thane looked at Leala and raised his eyebrows.
Will you get your lady's maid under control before I toss her out a window?
He glared down at her.
From the top floor?
Tiff gasped and slapped his stubby little hand against her chest.
How could you use my worst fear against me? I knew there was something rotten about you.
Oh, did you?
Thane asked mockingly. He lifted his foot a few inches off the ground.
I could just crush you under my boot, but then I'd get it dirty.
She twirled around, turned her back to him, and folded her arms with a big pouty lip.
I'm not speaking to you anymore, and I certainly will not be yodeling at the ball as entertainment.
Thank the Maker.
Thane said, kissing the inside of his fingers and raising them up as a sign of praise.
There's one good thing about this day.
She turned back to glare at him and even hissed like a cat. That was new. Stop it, both of you, Leala said, shaking her head and trying not to laugh. Even in the worst of times, that gnome could brighten her day. Leala smiled and pulled the note out of the envelope, and it read,
Meet me at the Stone Circle for mage training just before sunset. I'll be waiting. Veston.
Since when does he want to train me?
Since I asked him to. It's time you learn to control your magic rather than hide it.
Thane said.
This will be good for you, Leia. I think you're capable of much more than we've seen.
You think? Or you know? He smiled.
I know. Meet me in the Hall of Kings when you're ready. The new Lord of Caladira is hoping for an alliance. Bringing the elves together might finally happen.
Leala set the note on the dresser and walked over to the window. She had a feeling the new Lord of Caladira wouldn't be the only person making an appearance soon.
Chapter 4. Thane. Thane closed the door gently behind him and then leaned against it, slamming his eyes shut and heaving a breath. It was torture resisting her when he wanted nothing more than to give into those blue eyes begging him to touch her, to love her. Seeing her half-dressed, all that exposed skin and maker above, he wanted to grab her and show her how much he loved her still. The thought of it set his pulse racing. But he wasn't the same elf he'd been months ago, and neither was she. His vivid dreams kept him tossing and turning half the night since that day in the tower. Maybe it was Hell's awakening that triggered the memories, maybe something else. Awake, asleep, Hell kept flashing in his mind, of times of them together as children fighting against each other in a small dirt floor arena. Someone he couldn't quite see clearly forced them to spar. Many nights of running through woods laughing, catching critters, or sitting on a mountaintop counting the stars, a different sky than the one he looked at nowadays, surmising if they'd ever fall in love. Hell said he wouldn't. He hoped he would. There was something broken about that young Hell, something that made him a little more ruthless, jaded. It prompted War to want to protect him, to make sure no one hurt him. But it made Thane wary. He remembered how ruthless he could be to someone who stood against him, and they weren't on the same side anymore. Then there was Valine's infectious presence, her sheer power, a primordial goddess. She was like Leala in appearance, but so sure of herself, so strong, unbreakable. Flashes of him fighting beside her in a place with dragons where he was someone the shifters looked up to. It wasn't the same architectural landscape he'd been to up north in Adelon, so he couldn't say it was just him dreaming of Prince Ronan's dragon kingdom. It was another realm with a landscape vastly different, a sky with 2 moons, rolling fields of amber and sparse trees. And although he knew he had feelings for her in these dreams, she wasn't his lover there. Other times she was with Hell. He saw her in excruciating detail dancing with him, his hands all over her near a bonfire and half-shifted dragons partying around them. It made him insanely jealous, and he woke up from that dream covered in sweat. But the absolute worst memory was the one that kept him awake at night, the one that made him pull away, the one that made him question everything. A week after they'd arrived home to Castle Dreadwich from the void, his mind slipped into a vision while he was still awake. It was midnight, and neither he nor Leala were able to sleep. She'd paced the room, her feet quietly clapping on the stone floor. Her anxiousness put him on edge too. Let's go for a walk, Leia. It will help you relax. She'd been like a penned-up wildcat since they returned home, anxious to escape, but to where? They made their way outside along the prim path around the side of the castle.
It's a warm night,
Leala said conversationally. They'd done their arguing and fighting over what happened with Talon. She'd cried about it and asked for forgiveness for what she did to hurt him, and he gave it. They were past it, but their problems with the Black Mage.
Hell had only begun. Thane didn't respond to a comment on the weather. He was thinking about what Hell had said. She's my wife, my mate, Queen of Vilhara. He couldn't remember exactly what Vilhara was yet. Leala pointed to a bushel of jasmine.
Do you like the smell of jasmine? Aunt Evelyn always said it's too strong, but I love it. It's my favorite.
It was Valine's favorite too. His gaze fell to the white blossoms. Their scent infiltrated his senses, and the wedding flashed across his mind as vividly as if he'd stood in that garden of jasmine at midnight surrounded only by a few friends. Soft music played, strings and chimes from an invisible source. She was radiant, in a deep purple dress with stars and moons on the bodice, and a smile that wouldn't fade. They held hands, cut their skin, bound their union by blood. He'd promised her eternity, and she him. It wasn't coercion or forced or even arranged. There was no denying they loved each other. Hell never took his eyes off her. She kissed him hard on the mouth, pulled him in like she couldn't get close enough. It gutted him to know their happiness, to have witnessed it, and to be so in love with her himself at that very moment, and to feel guilty for it. He even felt the guilt now in this life. He couldn't make sense of it. Why should he feel guilty? Why should he care about something so long ago? Another life that felt like him, but not.
Thane, what's wrong?
Leala had asked. Nothing. But I think I'm with Evelyn on this one. Jasmine is too strong. It was then he backed off her. Then he decided he couldn't touch her even if every part of him wanted to. Not until they both knew more. There was a war inside him between what he knew about how evil the Black Mage was and the fact that as High King, he should do something about it. And the other side of him that wanted to call him Hell, call him cousin because of memories that danced at the dark edges of his mind. He was certain Hell would show up sooner or later. Leala didn't need to go looking for him. The thought of her out in the woods searching for him bothered him for more reasons than he'd ever admit. Her safety, certainly, but Hell claimed to be her husband still, her eternally bound mate, and she was looking for him. To find his location for an attack. But what if it was more than that? What if she was drawn to him for another reason? What if Valine wanted her husband back? He finally stilled to read the notes he'd taken from Leala's room in hand. You're starting to look fat. You should stop eating. With brows tugging down, he turned it over. The other side was blank. He opened another and read, My mother and sister are dead because of you. Do Palinor a favor and drive a dagger through your heart. Thane's stomach dropped and anger flushed his cheeks. Why hadn't she told him she was receiving threats and torment like this? How long had it been going on? There was a pile of at least 50 of these in that room. When he spotted it, he assumed she'd been writing things down and tossing them aside. He looked at the first one again. It was without a doubt Talon's handwriting, but he guessed the other to be a male scribble. This wasn't just Talon being petty and mean, this was beyond that. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the nearest guard by the sleeve and jerked him close. But he spoke to all 4 of them standing around. The guard stiffened and his eyes blew wide. He waved the threatening note in all 4 of their faces. If I find out that any of you have anything to do with this, I'll cut off your heads myself. He shoved his finger toward her room up the steps. I want a guard watching her door at all times, so I know who's leaving these. He crumpled the notes in his palm and started off on a jog toward Talon's usual spot. The golden archway to the tea room sparkled in the sunlight. The thick velvet tapestries were pulled across the entry. Giggling and snide remarks gave them away before he even stepped inside. He shoved aside the tapestries and found his sister Talon with her golden brown hair perfectly styled and painted pink lips to match her gown, and 3 of her friends with teacups in their hands. Well, her friends had teacups. Talon had a long-stemmed glass full of white wine. Of course. Thane threw the note and it nailed her right in the forehead before it fell onto her lap.
Ugh, what was that for?
She set her glass on the table beside her and picked up the note. Then she glanced down at the paper and her skin paled.
I can explain.
I don't think you can. You will be confined to your rooms and not allowed to see any of your friends for 2 weeks, and no wine. He glared at the others, knowing they were in on it too. Vira set her white teacup on the center table and brushed her hands over the folds of a yellow dress.
May I be excused, sire?
Not until I'm finished. You, Vira, are not allowed on castle grounds any longer. I've put up with your shit long enough. Talon stood, dropping the note to the floor. Then she kicked it aside, sending it rolling under the sofa, as if that would make him forget about it.
You can't do that.
Bet me on it.
Mother won't allow it. You're not my father.
Get out! He snarled at the others. They scrambled out into the hall like their lives depended on it. He strutted into the room, shoving one of the high-backed chairs aside, and towered over Talon. She stiffened but didn't dare retreat. I am the High King, and what I say goes. You will be confined to your rooms for 2 weeks, and no friends for a month now. If I see you outside, you will be sent to clean in the kitchens rather than sit in your rooms. Talon frowned but stared up at him defiantly.
The notes don't mean anything. We were just having a little fun.
Do you see me laughing?
Thane, she nearly killed me, and you're treating me worse than you ever have treated her. Did you even consider leaving her for what she did? You had to kill our father for her. She threw a metal star into my neck. Did you confine her to her room, threaten kitchen duty? Did you even lecture her?
He'd been lenient on her because what else could he do? She wasn't someone he could control. She was Leala. Even so, her actions still left a bad taste in his mouth. Talon was a brat, but she didn't deserve what happened that day. He almost lost his little sister because of Leala's selfish move. I've dealt with the issue. She won't ever touch you again.
And Vira is the one who wrote that no one wanted her here. It wasn't even me.
Hence why she was banished.
Thane?
Talon whined.
She's my best friend.
He turned and headed out of the room. Get new friends. As if he didn't have enough to deal with, he had to handle petty drama within his home. Alone in the Hall of Kings, leaning back on his throne, Thane closed his eyes and rubbed between his eyebrows. A pit grew heavier in his stomach, a feeling of impending darkness he couldn't shake. It had plagued him for weeks now, starting with the mutilated bodies his scouts found. He saw them himself, and couldn't get the images out of his mind. There was more to it all, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was a beautiful day. The sun shone brightly through the tall windows. The smell of lavender and incense drifted through the open doors. Somewhere a flute played a soft melody that should soothe his nerves. Even this morning's reports told of no attacks. And yet he felt sick to his stomach. The alone time and silence gave him time to ponder. And with his fingers drumming on the armrest, something flashed in his mind. Drums beat, and battle cries went up all over a vast field where thousands of soldiers stood opposite of each other. Not elves, but dragon shifters. Hundreds soared above. The great whooshing of wings beat the air. Thane glanced over and Hell stood beside him. You love this, don't you? Hell said. He looked different than he had in the tower, lighter, younger, even though the male he'd encountered in the void didn't look a day over 30. The anticipation of the fight. It's going to be a bloodbath. You should join in. Stop it before it starts. I'm here to oversee the battle, not pick a side. That's my role here. Thanks for coming today, by the way. You're my brother. I'll always come when you ask. But you promised fun, War, and I'm craving a good fight. If the battle gets close, we'll have to defend ourselves. And it will get close. You know she's mine, right? Hell smirked at the change in subject. I'm going to have her, so don't get in my way. If you truly care for her, I won't. Muffled chatter brought him out of the memory. It felt real, as if he stood beside him now. His eyes flashed wide, then the doors clicked and opened. Thane rubbed his chest at the ache beginning there. How was he supposed to fight someone who called him brother? Someone he felt a bond with at this very moment, more than even with Fennin. Piper and Leif walked in side by side, filthy. Leif grinned with delight, and Piper looked like she wanted to kill him for it.
Sire,
Leif boomed, strutting like a gnome who'd just found a stash of his favorite treats.
guess whose team won the day?
How could I ever guess? Piper rolled her eyes and stroked the long red braid bouncing against the front of her shoulder. She was in full raven armor, although her winged helmet was tucked under her arm. The metal clanked quietly off the high-domed ceiling with each step.
Barely.
You know the winning factor, Red?
Leif said, looking over at her as they stopped at the bottom of the steps that led up to Thane's throne. The dirt on his cheek, in his hair, and all over his armor made Thane question if Piper had tackled him for winning. She was almost as disheveled and filthy as he.
It's morale. You're too mean. I'm fun.
Piper tapped her boot on the ground.
Considering my team won the last 3 days, I won't be changing my methods. My team's morale is plenty high. You're also a male, and they see you as a leader without any effort. I have to earn it. I don't have the luxury of being their friend.
That heaviness in Thane's gut lifted some. His friends were a much-needed distraction. And where is Fennin? How did his team do?
My team crushed them,
Leif said.
Easy. And he's making his team train extra because of it. He's a better loser than Piper, though.
Shut up, or I'll throw you into the mud pit again.
I liked it. It's not a threat, Red. Especially the part where you fell on top of me.
Thane slowly shook his head but smiled. All of them need to be ready by next week. Will they be? These boys were 17 and 18. The typical minimum age was 19, and he hated that he even needed to bring them into this so young. But desperate times. They'd lost many soldiers in the Civil War against his father and through the attacks the past several months. Thankfully, a common enemy brought the Ravens and General Palinor soldiers back together and brought more volunteers than ever. Piper frowned.
I won't feel comfortable sending them out by next week.
We have a new batch of recruits coming and cities need protection. They need to be ready. You have 3 days to get them there. Thane glanced at the double entry doors. He expected the new Lord of Caladira to show up at any moment. He was informed the Lord and his group were close to the city. He hadn't heard the name of the new ruler yet. It felt like they were deliberately keeping it secret, and Thane had too many other things to deal with to worry about it sooner. But Thane's spies said they were struggling with the attacks just the same. Perhaps a common enemy would bring the woodland and high elves together, or it would give Thane one more adversary to worry about. The doors were opened by the guards and Leala strode through. The snug bodice of her strapless midnight blue dress shimmered like stars, and the bunches of her silk skirt flowed around her ankles. Her hair was half pulled back with sprays of tiny white flowers tucked in, and her lips painted a soft berry. His heart beat faster, the way it often did in her presence. And then it sank. She'd been dealing with constant harassment, and he didn't even know it. Not just from the public eye, which he thought she was sheltered from within these walls. He hated that things were different between them, and that she didn't feel comfortable telling him everything. But ever since the tower, he had a difficult time adjusting to the elf maiden he fell in love with, and the mystery that hid somewhere deep down inside her. He'd seen glimpses of the Valine in his memories and the present, like in the arena against the Dragon Prince. On the battlefield when she threw a throwing star at Talon. That was something Valine would do. Then when she demanded he stay his hand rather than save his sister. When he thought back on it, there were other times too. When she was drawn to Hell's chair in the Mage's Tower, when she tore apart the woodland elves to save him from the cage. One day the goddess would break free of the webs of darkness clouding her memory, and he didn't know what to expect. Would she still love him? Were the gossips correct, and she would go with Hel? Was that where her heart would belong? He couldn't love her the way he wanted until she remembered. Until they both did.
Well, if it isn't Fightbringer, gracing us with her presence in the light today,
Leif said, folding his arms.
Where have you been? We're coming up on the final days of training and you missed most of it.
She put on a smile, waved a dismissive hand, and quickened her pace across the glossy grey stone.
I've had things to do. Where is Svenin and Siegfried?
The way the sunlight shone down on her through the high windows made her golden skin glow in a way that made him shift slightly. In public, they pretended everything was fine between them, though he knew they weren't fooling his friends.
Fen is training still.
Piper answered.
And Siegfried is in the south with his family. He was worried about their safety with his father's injury.
Leif tugged a small stick out of his unruly fire-orange hair.
Fightbringer, tell me you'll at least be at the ceremony and the ball afterward. It's a masked ball this time, celestial-themed. Queen Orlandia and Princess Talon wanted to change things up a bit.
I wouldn't miss it.
Lealis said.
Is it still this weekend?
You have been keeping track,
Leif said.
Do you have time to come for a sparring lesson tomorrow? They'd be thrilled to see Lady Fightbringer.
I might.
She strode up the steps, sat on the armrest next to Thane, and crossed her legs. He noticed her hands folded neatly on her lap, and the way she was slightly turned away from him. Without thinking, he lifted his arm to touch her back, but then he caught sight of the lily mark on her shoulder, and reached up to tuck his hair behind his ear instead. Maker, it killed him. He'd forgiven her for Talon, for everything she ever did. But he couldn't shake the feeling that their union was doomed, that he could be her end, that fate destroyed them once, and it would do it again. Can you give Leal and me a moment, please? Piper and Leif gave each other a quick glance and left without protest. I want to continue our conversation from earlier. She turned to face him with an eager smile.
All right.
I have memories flooding in my head with you and him. It's driving me mad.
But that isn't now. You need to realize that.
I feel like I'm going insane as flashes of another place, of people I can't really remember hit me like a punch. It knocks the wind out of me sometimes. He slipped his hand into hers and rubbed his thumb across the knuckles. When he looked at those bright blue eyes, the sea of dark hair, he couldn't stop himself from wanting to call her Valine, to want to associate her with Hel and Runevale. In his mind, she wasn't the young elf maiden he'd met nearly a year ago, driven to end their mate bond, then giving all of herself to him. She was someone he'd known for years, most of which was spent in another male's arms while he watched longingly from afar. I haven't been sleeping with you because I can't sleep. And when I do, it's full of dreams that make no sense to me. Or worse, nightmares of Hel and Valine together.
You can talk to me, Thane.
He lifted his head. But you don't want to hear it. You clam up and try to change the subject every time I bring up the past.
Because it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. He shoved up off his throne, fisting his hands at his sides. Don't you remember anything? I think you're keeping things from me. Leala stood, narrowing her eyes at him.
No. And you know why? I don't want to remember being his wife, all right? I don't want to feel conflicted like you. I don't want to think I ever cared for the Black Mage. I only want you. I'm more than happy to listen and hear about the places you remember, but not him.
So the real reason you're off looking for the Black Mage every night isn't because Valine wants to find him because she misses him? Because you want him? Leala's face shifted from understanding to pure venom.
How dare you say that to me?
With a boom, the doors flung open and crashed into the wall. A cool wind swept inside, pushing Thane's loose dark locks away from his face. The hairs on the back of his neck stood, and instinctually his magic flared up, pulsing under his skin with an intense heat. The two guards dropped to the ground, sprawled out unconscious. On the floor, a shadow appeared in the doorway, followed by footsteps. Thane's body tingled and tensed, sensing a powerful magic, and the threat of it shot his heart rate up. No power, not even the force Leala conjured against the Dragon Prince in the north, rivaled this. With his arms swaying at his sides and not a weapon in sight on the fine-tailored black suit with red whirls down his chest, a cloak flowing out behind him, Hell stepped into the entryway with a smirk. Thane gulped, and the memory of his standing beside him in battle flashed across his mind's eye again. "You're my brother. I'll always come when you ask. She's mine, so stay out of my way." A small part of him wanted to walk forward and grip his hand and jerk him into a hug, but the more dominant emotion made his hand twitch to reach for his sword. This was not his brother, not anymore. This was the male who wanted to take Leala from him, the black mage who created the curse on the elves, destroying countless lives, and the reason Thane had to kill his own father. As if oblivious of them, Hell looked around, first at the high stone arches above, then the stained glass windows filtering warm light. He inspected the navy blue tapestries and the red carpet that ran to Thane's throne. Then his gaze fell directly on Leala. "Hello, love. I heard you've been searching for me."
Chapter 5. Leala.
"Oh, did I intrude on a lover's quarrel? You wouldn't be fighting about me, would you?"
The black mage smiled as if it brought him great pleasure, and Leala was certain he'd heard every word of the argument she and Thane just had. About him. Maker above. She swallowed hard, watching him move with the grace and lethality of a cougar. In the cover of darkness, under the guise that she might be able to find his location and they'd make a plan with the advantage of a surprise, she felt confident. But there was no catching him off guard now. She felt like a rabbit locked in a cage and the hunter came to collect. The time in the tower came flooding back. He'd taken full control over her, and she couldn't even move unless he allowed it. It was like the air was pulled from the room, making it hard to breathe, to think until the black mage set his garnet eyes on her, inspecting every inch, from her loose ebony curls to the glittering slippers on her feet, and then their stares met, and it felt like her heart stopped and started all over again. For a moment, she wasn't afraid. It was like seeing the sunrise after only witnessing the dark, or the nostalgia of coming home after years of being away. He smiled at her as if he too might be feeling the same thing. Her body temperature warmed, creeping up her neck and spilling into her cheeks. He was the kind of beautiful one didn't see every day, not even in Pelennor amongst the elves. And the way he inspected her made her feel stripped bare. And his power, like a weight pressed against every inch of her flesh. Thane stared as if he saw a ghost. Casually, he sauntered down the red carpet and stopped in the center of the Hall of Kings, folding his hands behind his back.
"You know, it's been a long time, Val. Maybe you should let your obsession with me go, although I know I'm difficult to get over. There is no one quite like me."
Any sort of friendliness she felt vanished. Her own magic's cool sensation ran down her arms at his threatening presence, but it would be foolish to make a move now. That must be why Thane sat back on his throne. One foot rested over his knee. He leaned on the left armrest as if the intruder bored him, as if the black mage, the most feared mage ever to exist, didn't just walk into their castle, into this very room. Leala felt as if her throat closed up, like she couldn't speak. She wanted to fire back with a witty retort, at least a denial of his words, but it was like an invisible hand reached inside her chest and she couldn't breathe. Clenching her jaw, she slid her hand behind her back where a throwing star was hidden in the folds of her dress.
I can say with certainty she's over you,
Thane said. The black mage smiled at that, bringing out the single dimple on his cheek.
It's Thane now, correct? You've done well for yourself as an elf. The title of High King, a beautiful castle, armies at your behest.
He gestured toward Leala.
My wife?
He smirked, as if there was a joke only he knew of.
You always seem to be dealt the best cards in every life.
What cards had Hell been dealt? Who was the elf before he was the black mage?
You keep calling her that as if it is supposed to matter. If she was ever your wife, it was another life. And even if she's bound to you in any way, she's free to do what she wishes.
Leala wanted that to be true more than anything. But there was a time when she and Thane had no choice, when magic compelled them, and the consequences were dire. But the lily mark on her arm that matched the black mage's chest mark didn't resemble a mate rune. The black mage looked at Leala and said,
You're awfully quiet today, Miss Lightbringer. Are you going to tell him why you were looking for me? Or should I? Although, I think he already figured it out.
His voice whispered in her mind.
Because you missed me. You're drawn to me even if everything in you wants to fight it. You can't help it. So don't fret, love. I'm here now.
Leala clenched her hands into fists, digging her nails into her palms. The audacity of this arrogant male. Missed him? Missed him? I know what you're implying, and it's pathetic that you still call me wife, when it's certainly not you in my bed.
I hear he's not in your bed either.
Leala quietly growled. How could he know that? I want to end the chaos and hurt and fear you've caused everyone, by any means necessary. And to get back to the way things were with Thane. It was the person standing opposite them that caused all the problems she had in her life right now. Every single one of them. He let out a deep midnight laugh.
Any means necessary. We could get creative with that. Sounds like a good time to me.
Her heart quickened, but she kept going as if compelled. Have you seen what you've done? Have you seen what your creatures do? You're destroying this world. Some small part of him had to care. He wasn't a pale one or cursed to lose his conscience. She knew better than most that judging someone based on rumors could be a mistake. But then again, if he was the one to create the Pale Ones, he might be as much beast as they. These rumors about the Black Mage were well documented and told by people who knew him, not from humans and their prejudiced suspicions as it was in Thane's case. The Black Mage held out his arms, an open invitation.
Then kill me. I'm standing right here. Give it your best.
Was this a test? There wasn't an ounce of fear in his strong posture, and the arrogance set to his jaw. Without waiting further, her throwing star flew from her fingertips, whistling through the hall. It stopped inches from between his eyes. He plucked it out of the air and toyed with it between his fingers.
That wasn't your best shot. Not even close, goddess. I know what you're capable of. In more ways than one, love.
He taunted in her mind. Stay out of my head, she silently shouted. Thane stood and tilted his head from side to side, cracking his neck.
That's enough. Get out of my castle. At the risk of sounding childish, make me. I don't want to fight you, so if you have demands, make them or leave. Always with the negotiations. But I want to see your temper. We all know it's a doozy. He's one of those we called berserkers in Runevale. Those who lose themselves in battle and only see red.
He placed his hands behind his back.
Is it truly you, War? You look like war, sound like war, but I don't know if I believe it.
Before this came to blows that might leave Thane dead, Leala grabbed his hand and gripped it tight. He turned to look down at her. The fury building on his face was evident, the clouds of battle darkening his eyes. She'd seen that look before. This was the edge of giving in to the god whose namesake he might very well be. If you've come for me, rest assured I won't be going anywhere. If this is about you or him, then I choose him.
You heard her,
Thane said.
Now leave. Is that so?
His scarred brow raised.
I think you'll be singing a different tune soon enough, wife. Mate. Unlike the bond you shared with him, ours is real, not artificially bound by magic. You know what that means, don't you?
Nothing to me anymore.
Don't be like that. I am your destiny, love. He was a stand-in.
His glare cut to Thane.
A want to be me.
Thane, wait! Leala reached to grab him, but her fingertips only brushed his top and he was gone. With his sword in hand, he flew at the black mage, the coat of his magic leaving a tang in the air. Leala's heart lurched. Thane's sword sliced through the air. The light glinted off the blade as it came down at the black mage, and moments before he was about to strike, Thane was flung back, like an invisible wave smashed into him and sent him flying through the air onto his back.
And here I thought you were the god of war.
The black mage said and tisked his tongue. A second later, he was up, charging again. The black mage moved to the side, dodged left, right, ducked under his blade. Thane roared and swung harder, his movements a blur.
I trained with you your entire life.
The black mage threw out his hand, another wave of power knocking Thane backward.
I know every move you're going to make. You certainly haven't learned anything new.
His fist cracked into Thane's jaw, and his head snapped to the side. He snarled, taking the punch like it didn't hurt, and jabbed his blade straight at the intruder's gut. The black mage vanished and appeared behind him. He was toying with Thane. With a snap of his fingers, Thane froze. Sweat glistened on his brow, slid down the side of his face. His entire body was stiff, unmovable. She knew what he was going through all too well.
Let's play a game,
The black mage said.
If you don't get out of that in 10 seconds, I snap your neck. If you do, I still snap your neck.
Leala tensed, mind reeling. If she didn't do something, Thane was going to get hurt, possibly killed. It was nearly impossible to get out of the black mage's hold once he had it. With her pulse pounding, her magic soaring, she strode ahead. Darkness traveled with her, trailing in her wake. She knew it would take an immense amount of his power to hold Thane in place, and she must take advantage of that.
Here we go.
The black mage eagerly awaited her. Her vine shot out and hammered into the black mage's chest, pushing him back several feet, wrapping around him like a vice. He smiled, and with a wave of his hand, her vine snapped and popped, broke and twisted away, until the black mage stood free. He adjusted his cloak, plucking a thorn from it, and flicked it away.
You can do better. Where are your shadows, your moon power? Where is the goddess who captured legions by their hearts and brought even me to my knees?
She's not here,
But I want her.
he teased.
Bring her out. Don't you hurt her!
Thane barked, still struggling to break free.
Why would I hurt my wife, especially one with such a beautiful face? I wouldn't want to mess with it.
She's mine now. Leave her alone.
You two are acting like children. But I am not a toy to be fought over. I am not something to be possessed. So back off. She faced Thane. Enough of this. The two males glared at one another while she stood between them. She readied for the black mage to strike. Her magic fought to break free. Why are you here?
I like it when you're bossy. Gives me the tingles.
It took everything to restrain herself from attacking him, but that wouldn't get them anywhere. Deep down, she knew even she and Thane together weren't ready to take on the black mage. So she met his stare and held it. Even if it was false bravado, she wouldn't cower. Why are you here? She repeated. If you wanted to kill us, you would, but instead you're playing games. So, what is it? Name your price. A slow smile grew, and his eyes flicked down her form.
You have something I need. And no, I'm not talking about your ass. I've already had it.
Leala struck him across the face with her open palm, and a bead of blood welled up at the corner of his mouth. A red welt developed on his smooth, fair skin. That statement shouldn't have bothered her, but a beast deep down in her wanted to roar at his disrespect. Prick.
I suppose I deserved that.
He licked the corner of his mouth.
But I do like it a bit rough. And the name-calling, ooh.
He shuddered like it was pleasurable. Letting her anger get the best of her, Leala took advantage of surprise and kicked at his kneecap. He dodged. She plucked another throwing star and tried to jam it into his heart. He sucked in a sharp breath and caught her wrist. Her arms shook with effort as she fought against him, but inch by inch he pushed her away.
This is foreplay for me, love. You're only making me want you more.
Shit, shit, shit. She pushed harder, but it was like fighting against a gale-force wind.
You're not strong enough,
He silently said.
but it is adorable you think you are.
Leala spat in his face. His hand wrapped around her throat and squeezed, not hard enough to hurt, but enough to hold her with magic. He forced her backward until he shoved her into the wall.
Ah, there's my feisty girl.
He shoved his knee between her thighs and leaned down to her ear.
Come with me, and I won't hurt him. Come with me, and I'll make you remember all the ways you craved me.
Let go of me! With a scream of rage, a blast of power radiated from her like a gust of wind and drove them apart several feet. But it wasn't far enough. She'd hoped to send him through the wall.
That was the first interesting thing you've done since I woke up.
By his straight posture and easy breathing, her attack did nothing. Thane broke free of the magical hold and dashed in front of her like a protective wall.
Touch her again and I will end you, family or not. Touch her and die, huh? Original. Too bad you couldn't, even if every single life in this castle depended on it.
He flicked his fingers, and one of the unconscious guards lifted into the air. The first one's head snapped to the side with a pop, and he fell to the ground.
Oops. Don't.
Thane bit out as the second guard rose. A dagger formed by magic appeared above his palm, bright blue, iridescent, and the tip pointed at the second guard.
This is just to prove that I am a god, and you are still a pathetic mortal.
The dagger flew at the guard and struck him right in the heart. His body convulsed for a moment, then he plummeted to the floor. A pool of crimson grew wider with each passing moment. Leala peeked out from behind Thane's wide frame and gripped his bicep, watching helplessly as the god bled out. "I hate you," she said quietly. He chuckled.
The feeling is mutual. Nevertheless, I think I'll stay for a while. It will be like old times with the three of us together again. Don't worry. I can find a room on my own.
He winked and vanished in a puff of grey smoke. Chapter 6. Leala. Leala hurried to the god closest to her. Even if he stared up at the ceiling endlessly, she dropped to his side and leaned down over his mouth to listen for a breath. Maybe there was a bit of hope she could save him. No sound. She touched his neck to feel for a pulse, just in case. There was no familiar beating against her fingers. Damn it. The other was gone too. She didn't have to feel for a pulse to know. Thane knelt beside her and wrapped his hand around her upper arm.
Are you all right?
He asked.
Did he hurt you?
No, I'm fine. Leala stood and stared at the spot the black mage disappeared from. The puff of cloud dissipated, but his dark presence still lingered here. What are we going to do? He said he's going to find a room? A room. Here. Looking like he was about to go on a murderous rampage, Thane marched into the corridor. Leala hurried to keep up with his long strides.
I don't know yet.
We're not going to allow this, are we? We can't.
I'm trying to figure out a plan. I expected him to show up, but not to stay.
Thane. Leala nibbled on her lower lip. You called him family. That is not the hell you grew up with. He's the Black Mage.
How would you know?
Thane snapped.
I thought you didn't remember anything. Or are you trying to cover up how you truly feel about everything he said in there?
Leala blinked in shock and halted. Your pride is wounded, and I understand how you feel, but...
But what? I mean, it's true, isn't it? Our mate bond was placed by magic, but you and him?
Screw mate bonds, Thane. And if you keep walking away, you'll ruin what we have. Thane stopped and turned on his heel, shoving a hand into his hair. His jaw muscles twitched.
I'm sorry.
His chest dropped with a heavy sigh.
We need to find him. Now. He could be doing anything, hurting anyone.
He lowered his voice.
We need Catechus serum to weaken him.
Will that work? He shrugged.
I don't know. It's that, or we don't go after him now, but wait and get him to let his guard down.
We can use me as bait. I'm what he's after. Thane let out a low growl, the look in his eyes pure rage.
No, and it's not simply you or he would have taken you. As much as I hate to admit, he could have taken you 2 times, once in the tower, and now in the throne room when he had you in his grip. But he didn't. I can't figure out why that is yet.
I'll get the Catechus serum while you try to find out what he wants. It's a game for him, and this is chess. He took out our pawns, but it's only just begun. We need to make a move.
What did you mean to use you as bait?
He said slowly. I'll let him catch me alone and use the serum. You come in once he's vulnerable.
Leala.
Thane shook his head. Remember, I am Leala Lightbringer. I was always supposed to be the one to end him. Our mistake in that tower was not rendering his magic useless. I can do this.
If you think I'll leave you to face him alone a second time, you don't know me at all. I should have been there in the tower.
His brows shot up.
Piper. Leif.
Thane said, in surprise, quieting Leala. Piper looked back and forth between them suspiciously, and then hooked her thumb over her shoulder. I think I just saw... She shook her head. No, never mind, it can't be. Are you two done having a word? Isn't the Lord of Caladera supposed to be here at any time?
Shit.
Thane peeked back down the hallway.
Leif, grab Fennon and get the mess cleaned up in the throne room. You'll see it when you get there. then stole the woodland elves. Piper, you go with Leala.
I'm on it, but where are you going?
Leif said.
What am I supposed to tell Fennin?
I have a problem to take care of.
Thane didn't stick around to explain and took off. Leala silently counted. 1, 2, 3, 7, 10. Then she grabbed Piper's arm and dragged her along beside her.
Thanks for just leaving me to clean up a mess alone,
Leif called. What is happening? Piper whispered. Leala only pressed her finger to her lips. They needed to stay far enough back he wouldn't see or hear them following. But to let him face the black mage alone wasn't happening. She'd grabbed the Katagas serum after she found out what he wanted. Peeking around the corner, she watched Thane disappear down a hall, and then another, and down a set of stairs. Over the last few months, she'd become quite familiar with this part of the castle. It was quiet, with paintings of old elven scholars lining the walls and tapestries of breathtaking landscapes. Often quills scratching over parchment and the flipping of pages were heard. The sign above the double-entry doors read, "Knowledge is power." She didn't even want to know how Thane knew this was where the Black Mage would go. Maybe the library was somewhere they used to meet before. They paused outside the double doors. "The library?" Piper hissed. "Do not make a sound." Leala mouthed silently. The librarian's desk sat empty with stacks of papers, books, and an open bottle of ink with a quill left in it. Thane must have sent her away. Poised in the double-door entry, Leala listened for voices, footsteps, anything to figure out which way they went. The two of them swiftly and silently made their way down the rows of bone-white shelves under the cover of books, until Leala heard voices and paused, holding up her hand to Piper. Peering between the cracks in the shelves, the Black Mage sat at a round table, and Thane's back was to them. "Holy Maker," Piper breathed. The intruder sat with his boots propped up on the table, crossed at the ankles and a lit cigarette between his lips. A black cloak lay across the wood surface, leaving him in a raven-colored tunic with crimson whorls down the chest and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He took the cigarette between his fingers and blew out a cloud of sweet smoke. Something about the smell was familiar. It wasn't a typical cigarette or pipe tobacco with a harsh scent. A cigar, she thought, though she didn't know how she knew that.
Why are you here, Hel?
Thane asked. The Black Mage smiled and flicked the ashes off the end of the smoke.
I mean, we were practically brothers, and you're the proper age to remember. You should know why I'm here.
Leala's brows tugged down in confusion. Practically brothers. There is a lot Thane hasn't told me.
You want Leala?
Thane shook his head and ran his hand over his hair.
I think that ship sailed when she took me to her bed, over and over.
Hel chuckled and took another pull of smoke and said on his exhale,
You always had a mouth in you for great banter. You can have her for now, but I think we both know it won't be for long.
He smiled in a taunting sort of way.
And as I said earlier, Valine has something I need.
A warmth washed over Leala as the tang of Thane's magic sprang.
You're not going to use her.
Hel's eyebrow ticked up, and he brought his cigar to his lips. The wisps of smoke lifted in a stream that formed a hand holding up the middle finger before it slowly dissipated.
Don't bother trying to attack me again. You'll only embarrass yourself. Or do. I enjoyed seeing the look of utter shock on your face. You're not the biggest and strongest in Adelon anymore, and you're certainly not what you once were. It's a pity, really.
Thane's anger rumbled through the room. Books all over the library fell to the ground with thuds. Lit candles wobbled back and forth. Several books in front of Leala toppled, leaving her way too exposed. The Black Mage's garnet eyes swept directly to where she was. Heart caught in her throat. She dropped into a crouch. Shit. Did he see me? From her crouch, she peered through the crack of books, but couldn't see his face from there. Thane stood in the way.
You know, I keep asking myself why you two were reborn so much later than I was. Why it's so much different this time.
This time. And he was so unbothered by Thane's power, as if it were nothing but a passing breeze. Thane's boot shifted.
You know I can't allow you to stay here. You don't have a choice. This is my home. I think yours is a little further south, the black shithole you created. It's not very brotherly of you to kick me out. I don't feel like I'm wanted. You're not.
Hal let out a dark chuckle.
It's amazing what pair of tits can do to break a friendship bond like ours. I mean, to think of how many times I had your back, and you betrayed me over and over. Nonetheless, I'm not leaving until I get what I want. If you play nice, I'll play nice. I won't even expose you for allowing the Black Mage into your castle if you keep it under wraps. I'll just be a guest of the king. Your far more attractive and charming cousin. Hell, you're an arsehole. You know the ladies always preferred my charm over yours. Except for one.
Thane let out a low growl. He was growing impatient, but far more patient than Leala would be. But he was trying to get answers, and Thane was tactical.
I'm assuming you want to be an immortal again.
He flicked his savar into the air and it vanished into nothing.
And they say you're the smart one. Not sure how we can help you there. Not a magic immortal potion in sight. That's for me to know, and you to figure out.
Hel said.
Do you remember how we were exiled? No. And what does Leala have to do with this? Leala doesn't. Valine does. Did she know anything? She looked clueless to me. She remembers nothing. Interesting. Well, it looks like I'll be here a while.
Her cheeks warmed, and sweat dampened the back of her top. He was going to stay until she remembered her entire past. A past she wanted nothing to do with. Nausea churned in her gut, and she rocked back on her heels. Chair legs scraped against the stone floor, and he stood up. Damn it. Leala lightly pushed Piper toward the exit. Staying low, they quietly moved down the aisle toward the exit.
I think you have company to deal with,
The Black Mage said.
If my senses are correct, and they always are, your guests from Calidira have just arrived. Better go do your kingly duties. I'll wait here for you, catch up on a bit of light reading, smoke a few cigars. I'll be a good boy, all by myself. Promise.
Leala and Piper dashed out of the library before either of them could find them eavesdropping. When they got far enough away, Piper shoved Leala into a broom closet, leaving the door cracked for light. What the hell is going on? Holy Maker above, that was him! And Thane was just talking to him! I'm beyond confused. Piper, we need Catagas serum. I'll explain on the way. Leala patted the leather pouch hooked on her weapons belt and felt the 3 barbs laced with Catagas serum bounce around in there. There was a small stash in the storeroom left over from when Tenebris had his lackey use the serum on her every day for a month during her captivity. Thane said he'll be out here in a few minutes. Leala said more to herself than Piper. With her thumb, she rubbed the smooth steel on the hilt of her sword. Both of them were nervous to be out here with their arch-nemesis on castle grounds. I heard, and he is going to drop a hint about where you are with the black mage in earshot, she said, reiterating the plan, and glanced over her shoulder. It's too bad he has to tell Caladira the meeting is cancelled. I know. Leala wanted to insist he take the meeting, but she knew he wouldn't now. Negotiations could be hours. He'd have to wine and dine them as was proper. He's worked for months to arrange these meetings too. It's horrible timing. Their boots tapped lightly over the cobblestone path leading to the stone circle where the scheduled training was to take place. The old elf Feston stared into a pond with green lily pads, toads croaking, and colorful fish swimming beneath the cool, clear water. Forest green robes with off-white trim made the old mage look like part of the woods. His long white beard reached the top of his thighs, and the staff in his hand matched its color. His shoulders were slightly hunched, and the wrinkles and age spots on his skin were such a contrast to his elven ears. Piper took a seat on the stone bench near the water with a good view of the castle and path, while Leala took up the spot next to Mage Veston. I hope I'm not late. With his eyes closed, he stayed silent. After 10 minutes of standing quietly with the old mage, she looked at Piper for answers. Her friend shrugged and went back to keeping a watchful eye. He hadn't so much as acknowledged her presence. The sun warmed his skin, but it wouldn't be long before it dipped behind the distant horizon. They had maybe an hour of daylight left, and they wasted it by standing here doing nothing. She could be inside planning while Thane dealt with the woodland elves, rather than wasting time. Should we get started? She finally asked, glancing back at the castle. Veston made no acknowledgement, but stood as still as the statue of an ancient elf queen at the center of the pond. I guess not. Leala folded her hands in front of herself, then separated them and gripped the daggers on her hips. She tapped her foot and inspected the stone pillars forming a perfect circle off to the right of the pond. Elvish scrawl was etched into each one, symbols of elements. Fire, water, flora, lightning, wind, a crescent moon, a sun. They stood at the base of the rocky cliff on the far side of the castle grounds where nature ruled more than elf. No voices from guards or the neighing of horses existed in this part. It was quiet, almost eerily so.
You typically conjure your magic out of rage or fear.
Leala startled and turned to face Veston. He leaned heavily on his white oak staff and stared into the water. Leala lightly bit down on her lower lip, wondering where he was going with this. Did it matter how her magic was conjured? I only need it if I'm in danger.
That is not true.
It's destructive in nature. I can't use it for anything else.
That is also not true.
She forced herself not to roll her eyes, as if he knew more about her magic than she did. He'd never even seen her use it. Enlighten me, then.
Yes, enlightenment is needed.
He paused and closed his eyes.
What do you see? What do you hear?
Leala dragged a hand over the back of her neck. Water, trees, stone pillars.
Look in the water. What do you see?
Clearing her throat, Leala leaned forward. A toad leapt from a lily pad and created tiny rippling waves. Once the water became placid, her reflection formed. I see me.
And who are you?
I'm Leala.
That is your name. Who are you?
She stared at herself for a long time. She was reckless and full of anger and uncertainty. Powerful when she must be, but that confidence wavered, and at times was overshadowed by insecurity and harsh words. She touched her cheek. She didn't want the petty, harassing notes, no doubt from Talon and her friends, to get to her, but they were like tiny paper cuts, small, but they still stung. And she couldn't do anything about it because she promised Thane she'd never hurt or threaten Talon again. Worse were those accusing her of being the reason their loved ones were gone forever.
What do you hear?
He asked, interrupting her thoughts. Leala stilled her breath and listened to nature around them for a moment. I hear birds singing, ribbits from toads, the wind in the treetops, your heartbeat and mine. He touched a temple.
What do you hear in here?
Tears suddenly burned her eyes, and a wave of anger and sadness washed over her. She hadn't cried in months, but all the pent-up rage hit her. I hear... She didn't even want to voice her insecurities, but as the frustrated tears slipped down her cheeks, she said, Thane does not want me anymore. I never fit in anywhere I go. Everyone hates me because I woke the Black Mage. She swiped the angry tears spilling down her cheeks. I was supposed to be their savior. She lifted her chin and blinked the last of her tears away. But I am no savior at all. She was the elf who could stop dragons and bring them to their knees. But she was also the elf who shattered the day she failed all of Adelon. Veston placed a gentle, warm hand on her shoulder.
When I was your age, I thought I knew everything there was to know about magic. I was arrogant and foolish. I'd studied it since I was a child under the tutelage of Atara, and she was a wonderful mentor. Until the day she took me onto a battlefield. The Pale Ones charged, slamming into our ranks, screeching and hollering. You know the sound. Weapons clashed. There was much blood, and the smell.
He brought his veiny, wrinkled hand to his nose and mouth, as if the scent infiltrated him now.
I froze. Fear paralyzed me. See, Atara taught me to find serenity, to feel nature and its calm and bring forth my power. At that moment, I couldn't find it. I watched as a soldier 20 feet from me was torn in two and murdered. I could have stopped it. I had the power, but I failed. I could have saved him. I could have been his savior, but I wasn't. And I cried too. But I learned from that failure. I learned I never wanted to feel that way again.
Leala nodded, but he couldn't feel the enormous pressure she did.
You have a fighting spirit, Leala, and you won't let this break you. Everyone fails. It's whether or not we get back up and fight again that matters more.
He stroked his long white beard.
Thane told me you've been restless, jumpy, and paranoid.
Leala balked. If he was in my situation, he would be too.
It's not a slight, but we must forge peace and calm into you. You've never trained with your magic, and a restless soul and racing mind is detrimental to a warrior mage. You need a control that only someone with confidence in herself can have. A sense of knowing who you truly are.
But what if I don't know who I am? He smiled, further wrinkling the skin around his eyes.
You will.
Thane must have told him about his suspicions of her being a goddess reborn. That's what he wanted to bring out. It was true she never trained her magic before, only with weapons. Her power was reckless, and even if she was as stubborn as a mule, as Thane so delicately put it, she knew on this she was a novice. He hobbled over to a grey stone bench on the outside of the circle and sat beside Piper, resting the staff across his thighs.
Welcome.
His movements were stronger than the last time she'd seen him, as if he found a new source of energy.
Now, I want you to stand at the center, close your eyes, and find stillness.
With a sigh, Leala moved to where a smaller circle was carved into the stone and closed her eyes. All her fears and worries seemed to come crashing in. She worried about her upcoming confrontation with the Black Mage. She fought him once and failed. What if it happened a second time?
I'm sensing anxiousness.
Veston said in a soothing voice.
I can feel your energy.
Was that part of his magical power? I don't know how to stop it.
Clear your mind.
Because that's so easy. How do I stop my thoughts?
You are in control of your mind. It doesn't control you. Silence it.
Leala forced herself to think of a black wall, of nothing, an eternal emptiness where nothing existed. And that lasted for about 3 seconds before she began to worry if Veston could still feel her bad energy, and she opened one eye.
Leala,
He murmured.
I want you to feel each of these statements as I say them, and repeat them aloud, but keep your eyes closed. Take a deep breath before each statement. I am powerful.
I am powerful. This is stupid, she thought.
I am worthy.
I am worthy.
I am light in a world of darkness.
I am light in a world of darkness. That struck a chord. She sat with those words, repeating them silently in her mind. I am light in a world of darkness. Could she be that? Her parents believed so. They named her Lightbringer. For a moment she felt hope. They had hope when they gave her that name. Then a rogue thought came. How can the goddess of night be a Lightbringer? She furrowed her brows. But maybe I am both. The sun disappeared from the sky, bringing about the cool evening air, and the crickets chirped in the tall grass before she opened her eyes again. Her tears were dry and sticky on her face, and the deep breaths filling her lungs calmed her nerves. For a while, she'd forgotten about her strained, uncertain relationship with Thane, all the notes, and the Palinor scroll. Veston sat completely straight, shoulders pushed back, and without opening his eyes, he said,
You can go inside now. Come back at the same time tomorrow.
She was far from feeling at peace, but there was hope. May I walk you in?
I'll stay here a while longer. It's been years since I sat out under the stars at Castle Dreadwich.
She glanced at the castle, and a feeling of dread filled her gut. Far more than a few minutes had gone by since she and Piper saw Thane in the throne room. Why wasn't he here yet?
Chapter 7. Thane. Thane left Hell in the library smoking a cigar. The sweet smell of it still lingered on his clothes and in his hair. Seeing him take Leala by the throat, press her into the wall, it made him lose it. He'd wanted to keep his cool, to be able to outwit Hell, but the bastard knew exactly what buttons to push. A bloody stand-in for his prick of a cousin, huh? Oh, he was much more than that. He paced back and forth, boots tapping lightly, anxiousness burning through him, worrying about Leala and Piper headed out to train with Veston. Even armed with Catagus serum, it felt like when she went into the void alone. And this was the hard part, the part he almost didn't agree to. He had to wait. Leaving her alone even for a few minutes set his nerves on fire, but he had to trust her. Thane had to give Hell a few minutes to do exactly what he knew he would do, follow Leala. He couldn't spot Thane there waiting. He had to catch her appearing vulnerable, and then if she could get him with the serum, Thane would be ready. Leala's magic would hold him long enough to tie him up, and they would hold him in a prison cell in the dungeons. How long would it take to break Hell and convince him to end the Pale One curse? He needed to question him on why he did it in the first place, and the problem he mentioned. Something was coming. Or someone. Leala wanted him dead, but Thane couldn't do it. Even knowing every evil, horrible thing he was, knowing he wanted to take Leala. He couldn't imagine killing him. Once Leala remembered being Valine, she wouldn't either. The double doors flung open, causing him to pause his pacing, and Leif and Fennin strutted in like a pair on a mission.
"Tell me why we just cleaned up 2 dead bodies,"
Fennin said, in a fresh, crisp dark blue tunic and clean black pants. He brushed a stray short curl off his forehead. Leif didn't bother changing and still had spots of blood on his clothes. Typical.
"Who killed the guards? I knew one of them. He grew up next door to my nana's. And where are the Caladirans? We hurried to hide the bodies because they were supposed to be here early this afternoon."
"They could have been attacked on the road," Fennin added.
"I'll send scouts to search for the party."
Hell, here we go. Thane lifted his chin and rested his hands on his hips. He finally came, and he killed the guards. Fennin looked appalled and at a loss for words. Leif was horrified. The fear in his features was palpable in the dying sunlight, filling the throne room.
"The Black Mage? Here? Now?"
Leif stuttered. Ravens rarely showed fear, even in the face of demons like Pale Ones.
"Where is he?"
Fennin went for his sword and jerked it free.
"Should I sound the alarm? We must evacuate your family and the servants at once."
"There's no need for all that," crooned Hell's mischievous, deep voice. The sweet smoke curled around him like a caress. There was no way he'd been there long. He pushed off the wall and sauntered toward them, taking a puff of smoke. "You two certainly have your feathers all ruffled." Fennin half-stepped in front of Thane. Leif pulled a dagger from his hip and his sword from his back. "Settle down, girls. I'm not going to hurt your king."
"Thane,"
Fennin prompted, tensing for an attack. They'd both be dead before they ever got close enough to strike. "Stand down." Thane stepped around Fennin and put himself between his friends and Hell. Even if he knew Hell hated him for stealing his wife, he wasn't here for revenge on him, or things would have gone much differently upon his arrival. He would, however, kill anyone Thane cared for without hesitation. "It's rude not to introduce a guest, High King. I'm Hell, or better known around these parts as the Black Mage, War's cousin, former best friend." He stopped a few feet away and flicked his gaze over Fennin. "I suppose that's you now." He smirked at Leif. "And the reckless Ginger." He took a deep inhale. "The quality of your company has certainly gone downhill, War. The quality of their hearts is better than yours in every way. I've heard about the Ravens. You're the best warriors Palinor has to offer. Want to put that to the test?" "Not a chance," Thane said. "If you're going to fight anyone, it's me." "I've put our past behind me for now. Greater ambitions, you see. So I won't snap your neck and pull out your heart for good measure. Though it's what you deserve, cousin."
"Don't threaten my king,"
Fennin barked. Thane threw up his fist to silence him. "What is it going to take for you to remove the Pale One curse and go back to Runevale? You must back off the attacks on my people. Whatever friendship you and I once had is long past. We can negotiate what it is you need from Leala for something else." He smirked and looked at Thane like he was a naive puppy. "You're thinking small, War. When's dinner? I'm starving." Maker above, he was infuriating. "I have things to do. I don't have the patience for your games, certainly not dinner. And I don't have time to babysit you either. Your creatures need to stop, and you need to face the fact that Leala is with me now. Do you want gold, silver, a magical relic?" Hell let out a chuckle full of shadows and threats. Even after it all, I did sort of miss this. But you're talking to me like that friendship is still intact. An invisible force suddenly clamped around Thane's throat, making it impossible to breathe. He stiffened, forcing his hands to stay at his sides, though he wanted to reach for his neck. His magic tingled and fought back, but it was like pushing against a brick wall. Like I won't destroy you and take pleasure in seeing you fall. I could take her away from you in a heartbeat, take your throne from mine, and leave you shattered with nothing. And I might do just that if you piss me off enough. He shoved the burning end of his cigar into Thane's cheek. The smell of his cooking flesh overpowered the sweet smoke. You were correct. We're not friends. I am not one of your subjects, and most definitely not your brother anymore. Don't make the mistake of speaking to me like I am any one of those again. Trust me when I say I can't be bought. He tossed the butt of the cigar to the floor. Thane couldn't focus on the burn when his body fought for air, but he didn't move, did not beg for mercy or reach out. He pursed his lips, knowing Hell was correct about it all. But even if he couldn't breathe, his fist cracked Hell in the jaw. His head snapped to the side, and he turned back with a growl. Do that again. I dare you. Hell shoved him in the chest and released his magic. Thane sucked in air and fought against the urge to pull his weapons, to release his magic that fought to break free and tear apart this room, this castle, to prove who was the dominant male. It wouldn't end well, and his loyal friends would go down with him. Sire! Leif's voice came out as almost a plea. He wanted the command to attack even if he was terrified. Tell them I'll be staying, and I better not find any guards following me around, or they'll end up like the other two. He rammed his shoulder into Thane's and marched for the exit. When he reached it, he stopped and shoved his hands into his pockets. Don't you find it strange your woodland elf friends haven't arrived yet? Then he was gone. Sire, what's the plan? Leif was ready to charge after him. Fen unsheathed his weapon. Where are Leala and Piper? Training with Veston. Thane marched for the double doors. You left them alone knowing he's here. We have a plan. Let's move. Thane suddenly ran smack into what felt like a wall. What in Maker's name? He stood just inside the archway, unable to pass. He placed his palm against an invisible force, and it slowly dawned on him. Hell! There are no woodland elves coming, are there? His fist crashed into the magical barrier. Hell! His dark chuckle traveled down the corridor, echoing around him like a taunt.
Leala. Leala and Piper slowly traipsed over the cobblestone path back to the castle. She'd expected the black mage to come looking for her already, and for Thane to be here. The lesson went well, Piper said conversationally. Veston's methods are a little different, but finding calm within is something you've needed for a long time. Thanks, Leala drawled. Piper peeked over her shoulder. But I feel like the black mage is going to pop up at any moment and yell boo. When he does, we'll be ready. Maybe we shouldn't have left Veston out here alone. He's better off away from the castle and away from you-know-who. True. So, what's going on with you and Fennin? You haven't talked about him much on our nightly runs? It's not going. The bushy trees lining the path cast long shadows from the milky light of the moon. Leala's elf eyes saw well in the night, but even she couldn't see what lurked in the edges of darkness. She suddenly wished she could conjure a light orb of fire, something to brighten the area to give her comfort. She glanced back and watched Vesting grow smaller the further she moved away. Turning around the bend made him and the stone circle disappear entirely. But she still didn't feel like she and Piper were alone. Every sound seemed to grow louder. A rustle in the trees made the skin along her spine prickle. She slid one of her daggers from the holster on her hips, and her breath grew shallower. Why not? Are you still writing letters with Prince Ronan, then? Yes. He says he'll come visit soon, but the dragons are paranoid with the black mage back, and the pale one's even more uncontrolled than before. I understand why you're upset with Fennin, but he does love you, and your parents would be thrilled with a match like him. He's captain of the Ravens. My mother is all about status, as you know, but it took another male going after me for him to recognize that, so I don't think he truly does love me. It feels more like he doesn't want anyone else to have me. Leala couldn't argue with her there, even if she wanted to make excuses for Fennin because they were friends too. Wings flapped, and a brown owl burst from the tree to her right with a "Hoo!" Leala's heart lurched, and she threw up her arms to shield her head as it swooped toward her, then veered off. Damn bird, she muttered, shaking her head as it flew into the night sky. I don't know why Tiff likes them so much. They're creepy. Piper burst out laughing. I thought you were going to jump out of your boots. Shut up. It scared you too. They were quiet for a moment. Leia, I want you to know that not everyone hates you. Thane, Evelyn, and your friends are here for you. Don't let the outside world get to your head. The pathway forked ahead, and they stopped at its center. A torch cast orange-yellow light over the area, and it made the gnawing in her stomach settle some.
As riveting as it was to watch you cry with the old mage, love, I'll be taking the lead on your training from here on.
Leala's heart crashed wildly in her chest, and she slowly looked over her shoulder. Piper jerked out her sword and stupidly half-stepped in front of Leala. The shadowy figure of the black mage stood in the center of the pathway, just out of the light of the torch. Her eyes darted down the walkway to the left. It was at least 300 yards to the castle, and if she started running, she'd only feed into his predator-prey mentality. Because of one thing she was absolutely certain. He saw her as prey. Swallowing down the nervous lump in her throat, she slowly turned and brought her hand up to the bag of Katagas-laced barbs in the leather pouch. You want to train me? How had neither she, Piper, or Vestin noticed he was watching them from somewhere close by? Her cheeks suddenly burned with shame. Maker. He'd seen her crying, knew how broken she was inside, even though she tried to hide it from everyone, and that was fuel for him. He stepped into the orange firelight, and her heart beat even faster. Everything about him was power, from his prowl to the curve of his strong jaw, the fierceness in his garnet eyes. His magic slithered out of him, whispering against her skin, making her want to run and draw closer at once.
Who better than the god of magic to teach you about magic? And start calling me Hell. If you call me the Black Mage one more time, I might seal both of your mouths shut.
He gave Piper a once-over.
The Dragon Prince is the obvious choice.
Why do you want to train me? She asked, getting his attention back on her. She didn't want him assessing Piper as a threat and doing something about it. His tongue dragged over his lower lip and he smirked.
It's complicated.
I'm intelligent enough to keep up.
I need Valine. You're only a shell of her. You're weak and clueless, and that makes you a detriment to yourself and me.
Leala slowly tugged on the pouch strings, loosening the opening to the one thing that could weaken him. In other words, You can't have someone kill me before you get what you want.
Precisely. Which leads me to my next question. Why haven't you found the writer slandering you in the newspaper and snapped his neck yet? The writer for the Palinor Scroll is putting unnecessary targets on your back, stirring up the hive.
Excuse me? He took a step closer.
Why haven't you put that little bitch princess in her place? Are you going to sit back and allow Thane to do everything for you?
Leala stepped away, wide-eyed. How could he know about Talon? Did he find the notes in her room?
I heard about your adventure to the Dragon Court months back. They even built a statue of you. Well, a new one, anyway.
He looked her up and down.
It appears to be undeserved.
You don't know the first thing about me, she snapped. And killing someone because they write lies in a gossip paper is lunacy. I don't care what anyone says about me.
You don't?
He chuckled.
After the waterworks back there?
He hooked his thumb down the path behind him.
You certainly had me convinced you do. What I don't understand is why. The Valine I know would never...
I'm not Valine anymore. Get that through your head.
I can see that. War said you can't remember anything. Is that true?
Leala inspected his face, the thin white scar across his chin, the other line through the outer corner of his thick dark right brow, the near black hair that brushed against his collar, curled slightly on his forehead, and was long enough to just cover the pointed tips of his ears. It had grown since the tower. He didn't wear braids or typical elven-styled hair. In fact, other than his inherent beauty, he didn't look much like an elf at all. Black rune marks of various sizes peeked out from under the collar of his neck, the tops of his hands, and even one longer, swirling tattoo marked the length of his left ring finger. But no, there was nothing familiar about him, nothing to remember. Yes, that's true. He rolled his eyes and Leala scowled at him.
Come, then.
He turned and started back toward the stone circle.
We have work to do.
Leala lifted her chin slightly and stood firm. I'm not training with you. The very idea of it was absurd. But then again, this would give her a chance to get him with the serum. Piper jerked her head toward the training grounds as if she had the same idea.
If you don't have that ass moving down the pathway in 3 seconds, I'll kill the old mage. Maybe I'll drown him in the pond you both stared so lovingly at, and you can watch as the last of the bubbles come up. Then the redhead is next.
You can't do that.
Can't or won't. I assure you, I'm capable of both.
Seething, Leala stomped past him. She slipped her hand into the pouch and pulled out a barb, keeping it on the side opposite of him. Why would he train her so that she could become powerful enough to take him down, even if it was so she could protect herself? It made absolutely no sense at all. He knew she wanted him dead, but then it struck her like a slap to the face. On the chance they were truly mates, did that mean if he died, she died along with him? Her eyes snapped to his face, and a wave of horror passed over her. That couldn't be true. He was already dead once, although not technically dead, she supposed. And wouldn't their bond have to be solidified in marriage? Ugh, but he already called her wife. How did this make sense? And she'd slept with Thane and he didn't die? Then again, as the gossip article said, it wasn't the same type of mate bond as the one she and Thane once shared. Without another word passing between any of them, they made their way down the path to the stone circle. Piper trailed behind several feet. At least she stayed out of his vision. Leala was aware of his every step, the 2-foot distance between them, close enough she could whirl and jab the barb into him. But she needed the advantage of surprise first. She'd have to stick him, render his magic useless, and then be able to deal a second strike. It would have to be the perfect opening. Veston stood with both hands gripping his staff, facing them with tension etched over his wrinkled face.
Leala?
He said in quiet worry, eyes flicking back and forth between them.
I've never seen an elf suffer aging like this.
Hell's dark gaze trailed over Veston.
I used too many spells out of your book.
He sounded tired and weary, as if the weight of those spells came crashing down on him. Hell tisked and wagged a finger at him.
What you mean to say is you used too many spells that were beyond your natural capability to conjure. There is nothing about my spells that would cause you to grow weak and age if you have enough magic to use them. My magic isn't inherently evil or good. It's neutral. It's the user or the purpose of it that makes it one or the other.
Leala scoffed. Except the pale one curse. He turned a sharp glare on her, and the red in his eyes seemed to grow brighter. He waved a hand at Veston and sent him stumbling back onto the bench.
Sit, take notes from the master.
When he turned back on Leala, a nervous sweat warmed her back. An invisible force moved her to the center of the stone circle, and with his hands folded behind his back, he slowly circled her. He gave her a knowing look.
You are capable of much more. And the old mage was correct about one thing. You need to be able to conjure your power at will, with barely even a thought. You don't need to feel fear or anger or any emotion to use it. In fact, it's a hindrance. To be the best, you need assurance in your abilities, not fear.
There were diverse levels of gods in Runevale. I don't need a lecture. Suddenly, a heavy weight pressed in on every inch of her flesh, an invisible force that crushed like an ocean squeezing in around her. It was only seconds before she had trouble dragging air into her lungs, and her ears began to ring. Every sound to her acute elven ears became muffled, like she was underwater. She wanted to scream, to be able to move her body. This wasn't like the time in the tower when she simply couldn't move. Right now, she felt like she was drowning. I'm going to die. He's going to kill me. Her magic roared in her chest, fighting to push through, but she was caged.
If you weren't panicking, you could break free.
He said as he continued to walk around her.
The key to break out of this is you being unafraid, calm, relax.
Her shirt dampened with sweat, and black spots erupted across her vision. Let me out! Let me out! But she couldn't find her voice.
Steady your heart. Release your panic.
His voice whispered in her mind, but she couldn't. Inside, she was screaming, clawing at the invisible force that trapped her. But she didn't move, and no sound came out.
Control your breathing before you pass out.
He snarled. Leala! Piper sounded scared.
Stay out of it, Red.
Her chest heaved as she wheezed. Serenity! Serenity! She chanted, taking in slow, controlled breaths. She pictured a quiet field of wild, colorful poppies in full bloom and imagined sitting among them with Thane, the sun shining on his beautiful face.
Or you could simply ask me to let you go.
His voice came into her mind again, a mocking tone that made her anger flare.
Say, please, Hell. I'm weak, and I need you. Please, Hell, the most wise and powerful god. I beg for your leniency.
Piss off! She wheezed and held her image of peace, and the magic began to lift. Her heart slowed, The chains loosened. Calming down worked, and she was free. Fast as a cobra, she lunged and shoved the Catagas barb into the first exposed skin she spotted, the top of his hand. The tip broke through. She almost couldn't believe it and staggered back several steps, expecting quick retaliation. His red eyes flicked down and his brows furrowed. He pulled the black barb loose and inspected it.
Catagas serum.
Now! Leala regained her wits and a vine shot from her palm, the tip of it a spear aimed to wrap and coil around him. His hand came up, and her vine hit an invisible wall and was forced upward and then melted to ash that blew away on the breeze. Gulping, she took several more steps away. It didn't work. His magic should be unusable.
Oh, naive Leala.
He prowled toward her.
I took Catagas serum every day for years until there was no effect on me anymore. I'm immune to it. There is nothing in this world that can render my magic useless.
He stopped before her, reached up to touch her face, and she noticed his hand trembling. And if she wasn't mistaken, his skin was paler too. Something was off. Hel's eyes flicked to his shaky hand and quickly tucked his hands behind his back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Piper run and disappear into the dark. Thane. She was going to get Thane. But he should have already been here by now.
Give me a detail about the past. One simple thing will do. I know you're hiding something.
There's nothing to tell. If she couldn't beat him in a fight yet, she'd torture him with her naiveness.
You shouldn't lie, Val. You hate liars and hypocrites.
I may not remember anything about you, but her gaze purposefully traveled slowly down and back up his form. You've certainly got mother issues. I can just tell. And if even your mother didn't love you, well, who else could? You think the entire world is against you, and you want to punish innocent people for your own shortcomings. You lack empathy, morals, and lean much too heavily on magic, and it will be your downfall. Oh, and I'm guessing even though you have large feet, it doesn't correlate to another area of your body. His jaw muscles feathered, and his steely gaze narrowed.
I'm going to have a wonderful time torturing you in your training.
I'll be ready for it. Her voice didn't come out as strong as she wished. Thane was right. If he wanted to truly hurt her, kill her, he'd have done it already. The best form of torture of her own was not giving him what he wanted, not remembering him.
I can hear the quickening of your heart like a little rabbit. You might talk boldly, but you're a scared little girl deep down. Scared not just of me, but scared that when you remember, you will care for me.
He twirled his finger, and a black shadow like a serpent weaved its way around her torso and brushed against her neck, creating a cascade of chills down her body.
You're terrified that somewhere inside of you the people are right, and you have a darkness in your heart that you'd love to give into, and I'll bring it out.
I could never care for someone like you. But sweat beaded on her brow and her heart raced at the thought.
We'll see. Go to sleep, little rabbit, and dream of me.
He snapped his fingers, and a deep chuckle was the last thing she heard before blackness enveloped her world.
Chapter 8. Hell. Hell flicked his wrist, and a cigar rolled in ashen-white paper appeared between his thumb and forefinger. The tremor in his hands had gotten worse since the confrontation in the throne room earlier, though he'd never admit it. It took a considerable amount of magic to hold war. His body was slowly weakening over time, and he didn't know why. He knew it had something to do with the magic that put him in the long sleep and the spell to wake him. He had a gut feeling what the remedy would be. Placing the savar between his lips, he inhaled and then looked down at Valine, collapsed in the center of the summoning circle. It was strange to see her vulnerable and fragile, like a dried flower that could crumble into pieces at his touch. Once she was a worthy opponent, worthy of being his queen, and then his greatest adversary. Now, Hel faced the old mage. Why is she so inexperienced?
She was taken away from us as an infant.
I know that, Hel said and pulled the savar from his mouth. Varlet and Mathicus filled him in on the details of the last 400 years, as well as this version of Valine's life history as she knew it. Living amongst humans, training to kill war in his elven father. That part made him smile. Varlet didn't explicitly say she knew where Valine had been while Mathicus searched for her, but he suspected. Varlet had reason to want her to be a lost little lamb, to be weak. I mean, why wouldn't she have used her magic on her own? It's natural to gravitate toward magic, not resist it. The old mage blinked his round, sagging eyes several times before he said,
"The use of her magic attracts the pale one. She didn't like it."
He smirked and cocked his head slightly to the left. A simple shielding rune would have stopped that.
"No one uses your rune magic anymore. It's not worth the risk."
He stepped over Valine and sauntered closer to the mage to get a good look at him. Was he so brave he would lie right to Hel's face? No, that wasn't it. Except mate runes, right? He lifted a brow. The old mage shifted slightly, gripping his staff tighter as his soft brown eyes darted to Valine for a moment.
"I did that under orders from my king. It's not something I would have chosen for either of them."
You're lucky Varlet broke that spell before I woke, or I'd tear out your heart for spite. He ground his teeth, thinking of her being mate-bonded to war using his own spell, something they didn't even do before. They knew better. On second thought, the old mage's eyes broadened, but he lifted his chin and stood slightly taller. He didn't shrink away at his impending death. Interesting. He wasn't afraid to die. He expected at least some begging and pleading. Maybe he could be more useful than Hel thought. A gentler hand for this weaker version of Valine. Be here tomorrow at the same time. He turned on his heel and scooped Valine into his arms, cradling her against his chest. At a casual pace, he moved down the path toward the castle. He kept his line of sight up, purposefully avoiding looking at Valine. Every time he did, it brought up memories he didn't want to reminisce on. Made him feel things. She was the only one who ever made him feel warmth in his icy heart. Up the steps of the castle he went, until he stood before the double doors. With a pause, he glanced up at the silver moon. He listened to her steady breathing, to the quiet thud, thud, thud of her heart. Lifting her a little higher in his arms, and against his better judgment, he tilted his chin down and inspected her face. Her soft lips barely parted, and the breeze picked up stray black hair blowing across her golden skin. The past.
"There's been an assassination."
Hel tucked his hands behind his back and scowled at his uncle. You called me all the way here to tell me that. Sneering, his uncle Balnir rose from his massive white stone seat. War nudged Hel with his elbow and gave the slightest shake of his head. A warning that his father was not in the mood for Hel's backtalk.
"You didn't ask who, which leads me to believe you already know, and that makes me think you did it."
Hel unclasped his hands and narrowed his eyes. I haven't killed anyone in at least 6 months, since the last time I joined war in Rivengard. He'd killed some spy who'd wandered into his territory 3 months ago, but still, this one wasn't him. And I don't know or care who died. Some worthless lesser god. One of your human servants, pity. Balnir flew down the steps and drove his fist into Hel's chest. The blow took his breath away and sent him soaring several feet until his back met a stone pillar. The sound of it cracking all the way to the high ceiling echoed through the great hall.
You watch your tone with me!
It was a move out of character for his usually serene uncle, a god of peace with an affinity for animals, birds in particular. Chest and back throbbing, Hel slowly dropped forward onto one knee and thought about staying down for a moment, but with a few deep breaths, he rose. Only a single piece of his uncle's black hair was out of place, dangling on his forehead. War stared at Hel, silently asking him to keep his mouth shut. War always was better at following orders, and he truly respected his father, the god who took Hel in and raised him when he was otherwise left unwanted.
Cynic is dead.
Hel clenched his hands at his sides and stood silently in shock. His uncle, though not by blood, but that's what they called him, a god, one of the original 7, immortal, and the head of the council. That's not possible.
I assure you it is. I've seen his body myself. He was stabbed through the heart with an immortal weapon.
War and Hel met eyes. It couldn't be. Why would she kill Cynic? There was no reason for Valine to have any qualms with him other than she was Drevar and he was Primevar. There are only 2 weapons capable, and we have both.
Solander is safe, but the Sword of Truth went missing. Cynic was the last to possess it.
So, he believed that Solander was still in the vault. Hel's replica was better than he thought. That's unfortunate. His uncle began to pace. Heavy boots echoed in the chamber with each step.
It must be one of the Drevar, an act of war.
What if it was personal? Someone with a grudge against him? War asked.
It's not as if he doesn't have enemies. We shouldn't go to battle with the Drevar until we know. We will lose thousands. I need you two to find out. Every god and goddess came to the party a fortnight ago.
He stopped and turned to face both of them. A spark of light lit within his blue-green eyes.
Even the goddess of night. No one from her house has attended our parties for over 1,000 years. And she left before I could speak to her. Go there and find out everything you can about why she came to our party. Tread carefully. From what I hear, she's dangerous.
None of the Primevar are allowed there, War said, rubbing his smooth chin. She doesn't allow anyone from other houses in her territory.
I'm well aware,
Balnir stated.
Do what you must. One of the primordials is dead, and we want to know why. And if the Sword of Truth is missing, then the assassin may have it.
Hel and War hurried out of the great hall and down the back steps into the warm, balmy air. Hel flicked his wrist and threw a silencing sphere around them.
Damn it all to the Underrealm,
Hel cursed. War glared at him.
This is your fault. You gave it to her, and now the Sword of Truth is missing as well. If she has both weapons... Fuck,
Hel cursed. Both weapons in the hands of the rival clan. You know, technically, she stole Solander from me. Neither War nor Hel cared for Cynic. He was a pompous ass who enslaved other races. They weren't paid for their work, often beaten and starved and murdered. He believed every other race was below the gods and could be treated like animals, worse than animals. He treated his dogs better than those who worked in his territory. He was the god of elements, but Hel often called him the god of greed. And although Hel acknowledged the gods were superior, it made them beholden to be leaders, not to abuse the status they'd been given. We won't be able to teleport into the House of Night. There are wards there, stronger than the one Solender had. War chuckled. You've tried before, haven't you? My territory touches hers. Of course I have. He'd taken the land from one of the lesser gods 400 years before. It now belonged to the House of Magic. So how are we going to get in? He smiled. I've never tried simply walking across the border. That would be too easy, War said, and then they both vanished. Hell touched the veil that separated his land from Valine's. It hummed with a current, and was neither solid nor liquid. It reflected like a hazy mirror, making it impossible to see inside. He watched his distorted reflection approach, and with only a moment's hesitation, he pressed his hand against it, indenting the shield but not piercing through. Pulling his hand back made the magical ward bounce into place like a bubble. Gliding away, War dragged his hand along it, pressing here and there, testing it for weaknesses. He pulled the axe from the holster on his back, taking it in both hands, and turned to Hell with a sly smile. This should be good, Hell murmured. War swung his axe, and with blurred speed crushed the sharp edge into the ward. It sparked with the hit, and sent him flying back 50 feet until he crashed into a large oak. The tree shuddered, dropping leaves all around him, and new serrated leaves promptly grew in their place. Hell laughed and shook his head. I could have told you that would happen. War shook his head like a dog and strode back toward him, sliding his axe back into place. My axe has broken through magical shields before. Imagine if the entire wall had come down. She'd think she was under attack, and then where would we be? War rolled his eyes. Well, you're the god of magic. Get us inside. Consider it done. Hell cleared his throat and approached the wall again. With his hand resting on the pliable magic, he let the hum of it enter his body. Swirling around within him, then he pushed his own power toward it, silently saying, I'm a friend. Prime Var. It hissed back. Prime Var. Enemy. Unwelcome. Hell smiled and shifted his energy to embody the night, the moon's darkness. I am Drivar, friend. I am the night. The solid wall gave way, and he stumbled inside. That was easy, he thought. Too easy. Why hadn't it worked when he tried it before? Lifting his chin, he peered up at the sky, dark as if no sun existed here at all, but was instead lit with streaks of blue and green and purple lights that danced in shimmering waves. Rolling rocky black hills expanded across the land with great waterfalls and lush green-blue grass that glowed with its own dim light. It was unlike any land he'd ever seen. In the distance he made out a cluster of houses and light shining from a city. Nearby, under a poplar tree, a white chariot with 2 black-winged horses waited. Someone was close. War? Are you seeing this? With a triumphant smile, he turned back to make sure War had gotten inside, and then a cool blade slid across his throat.
Trespassers are executed in my territory, Hell.
Hell made a deliberate turn and paused at the entry to the throne room. The little red-headed guard had run in and gotten himself trapped inside as well. The 4 of them stood near the center, no doubt plotting a way to get out. They wouldn't until he allowed it. What did you do to her? Thane roared and charged. He looked unhinged, with his hair in disarray, his tunic off-center, the panic in his eyes. What fun this was. He slammed into Hell's wall and punched it. I swear if you... Oh, she's fine. More than fine, Hell drawled. Having sweet dreams of me and her together. I'll go lay her down in bed, and perhaps she and I can continue the fun when I wake her. Chapter 9. Thane. After Hel disappeared, Thane's mother stepped around a hall corner in a cream nightdress and brown locks left to fall loosely. Thane almost screamed at her not to enter into this room, and suddenly, his foot moved across the threshold. He went to shove against the wall and stumbled into the hallway. Whatever magic Hel placed there was gone. She gave him a strange look.
Thane, dear, about Talon, might you consider being less harsh on her? She's been through so much lately, and she's still very young.
Mother, you must go to the house in Brightheart. Leave tonight.
What has gotten into you?
She peered around him into the throne room.
What's wrong?
Don't ask why, just go. Have your servants pack for a long stay. I need you to trust me. It's not safe here anymore. Take Talon with you. Her hand pressed against her belly and fear took over her confusion.
The pale ones?
I don't have time to explain. He turned to his 3 friends. Go with her and make sure she leaves. Stay away from my wing of the castle. Stay away from him. Thane, Fennan protested. You can't go against him on your own. That is a direct order from your king, Fennan. I better not see any of you near there unless I say so. Understood? Fennan sneered but grabbed Orlandia's arm and tugged her along with him. Leif gave him a long look before he silently followed, and yet Piper hung back. She was the only one who got away with being defiant other than Leala.
I'm not abandoning you.
Thane didn't stay for her argument, and his command didn't stop her from running to catch up to his pace.
Thane, the Katagast serum did nothing against him.
It doesn't matter. I have to go to her.
He's training her. He won't hurt her, but you, he will.
Piper said.
And just so you know, Leala feels like you don't want her anymore.
Her accusatory glare said she didn't blame her. Of course I do. And why would he want to train her? Piper had said that before, but he hadn't taken it in until now. His mind raced at the possibilities. He couldn't remember enough to know why Hel would want to train her. He couldn't even remember why he was banished to this realm to begin with, or who had the power to do that.
He said her vulnerability is a detriment to him. I don't know what he wants from her, but you're not going to find out by threatening him.
Piper narrowed her eyes as they rounded the corner.
Where are all the guards?
I ordered them to go outside. I don't need anyone else dying. They made it to Thane and Leala's wing and took the stairs 2 at a time until they reached the top, where Hel waited. Both of them froze in place until Piper shifted back half a step and moved slightly closer to him. Fury boiled and threatened to take control of him, but like Piper said, threats weren't getting him anywhere, so he balled his fists at his sides and stared Hel down. He wished he remembered more, knew him better to understand him at this game. Thane was unmatched in battle strategy, but mischief was Hel's arena. I bet you want to hurt me, don't you? Hel said. You can either attack me or go to her. Thane didn't even hesitate and dashed to Leala's door and shoved through. The light filtering in from the hall illuminated her curled up on her side on top of the lavender down covers. Leia. Tiffapine sat on the pillow behind her, stroking her hair.
She's fine, just asleep.
Tiff said and stood up.
Who was that elf who carried her in here? At first I thought it was you, but even in the dark I could tell it wasn't.
She gulped and tugged at the ends of her curly brown hair. Thane stepped across the room and touched Leala's shoulder. She still wore her battle leathers and weapons, and her hair was tied back in a single braid down her back. Soft breath escaped her, and she looked quite peaceful. Did he say anything to you?
He just winked at me.
She tapped a finger against her chin.
It was dark, so I can't say for sure. but I feel like he's not too hard on the eyes.
We need to find you a gnome boyfriend so you stop pining after dangerous elves. She blushed and patted her ruddy cheeks.
So, he's dangerous? Who is he? And I don't know if I'm ready for a gnome boyfriend. Gnomes are so not elves. Find me a gnome with a six-pack and buff arms and you got a deal.
With an eye roll, Thane turned and headed out the door, closing it gently. Piper paced alone with her arms crossed.
Is she all right?
Piper asked. Hell was nowhere in sight. She's asleep and doesn't appear to be injured. Where did he go? Piper sagged against the wall and pressed her hand to her forehead.
He said you owed him a bottle of wine and then disappeared. Literally vanished.
Stay with Leola. Touching the sword on his back for reassurance and bringing the warmth of his magic to the surface, Thane pushed down on the door handle. It swung open and Hell waited behind a desk with his boots propped up on it. A rack of the finest wine in Palinor took up the entirety of one wall. The arsehole had a glass of red in hand, from the most expensive and rare in Thane's collection. A bottle from the woodland elves from the time of the last war. The war Hell started. You look like a troll pissed in your morning tea. He picked up a crystal decanter of amber liquid, pulled the cork, and brought the opening to his nose. Smells interesting. He took a gulp and kept a straight face as if it didn't burn. His maroon eyes flicked back to Thane and he dropped his boots to the floor. Then, with his swirling glass of wine, he stood and walked toward Thane. They were about the same height and size, although Hell was slightly leaner. He brought his glass of wine to his lips and sipped. Did you have fun with your friends in the throne room? If you hurt her, I didn't. Then why is she unconscious? She was annoying me, so I put her to sleep, he said. She's arrogant, uncontrolled, much weaker than she should be, and it puts her in danger. What in the realms have you been doing with her this entire time? Walking through the gardens and picking wildflowers? Far, far from it. Their entire time together was spent in tension and battle. I could explain in great detail some of the things we've done that involved her repeating my name, but I wouldn't want to hurt your precious feelings. That might sting more if you were still doing those things with her. And who was she in danger from if not you? The pale ones were his own creatures, and if he didn't want them to touch her, he could command it. I may not remember everything, but I know you're angry with her for leaving you then and not choosing you now. This is fabulous wine. When I met Dalvan of the Woodland Elves, he was at the height of his fame. People of every race, elves, humans, dwarves, paid ungodly amounts for a bottle of this finery. He took another sip. I hope you weren't saving it for a special occasion. Dalvan got out of the business at least 300 years ago, and his posterity doesn't quite have the magic touch he did. That wine had been sitting there for hundreds of years, and Thane only planned to open it the night he married Leola. Wary of Hell's every move, Thane watched him walk around the room inspecting the decor, the navy blue tapestries hanging at the sides of the open windows, the crystal chandelier above the desk, the Palinor flag pinned to the wall. Bookshelves full of Palinor's secrets and histories of this land. Thane kept quiet, waiting for Hell to speak. Hell was trying to get a rise out of, goad him into another fight, but he wouldn't give in this time. Hell brushed his dark hair out of his eyes and leaned against the windowsill, the night sky a backdrop to his eerie presence. They watched each other silently, both as if the other was a serpent and waited to see who would strike first. We played this game a lot as children, Hell said, breaking the silence. It didn't help that Cynic pitted us against each other. Once, he made us fistfight for dinner after not allowing us to eat for 3 days. There was a single place setting, and 2 of us. He glanced away. He believed that young males needed hardship and competition to grow stronger, and he wouldn't allow full-bloods from his house to be weak. I remember some of the training, but not that specific night. Thane said his uncle's methods were barbaric. He thought about the name Cynic for a moment, and something occurred to him. He wasn't our blood uncle. No, he was a primordial god, one of the original 7 gods of Runevale. We called him Uncle because he was a close family friend. We're all Primvar, and he took an interest in us, saw potential. He was our mentor. I know what we were. A side of the Runevale gods he'd chosen, or not one he chose, but one he was brought up in. I think he believed if we hated him, we'd grow closer and stronger. It seemed to work. Well, who won? Thane asked. He smiled as if reliving the memory. You let me win. You were always stronger than me physically and a better fighter. I could outdo you in magic, but in this particular instance, magic wasn't allowed. I was so angry with you for letting me win, too. You deserved to eat that night, not me. But if Cynic knew you purposefully pulled back, he would have made you run laps around his territory the rest of the night while cracking a whip if you should slow. So, I ate. Thane tried to conjure something of that time to his mind, but not much came. We were the same age, he mused. A moment of celebrating a birthday flashed across his mind, a party they shared together as young ones. Born on the same day? But my mother, your blood aunt, left me on your parents' doorstep with a note. I never knew her. To this day, I don't even know who my father is. Did she say why? He lifted a shoulder. Does it matter? She abandoned her child. Thane rubbed his forehead. A brief image of Hell's mother and Thane's Runevale father came to mind. They were twins. Black hair, blue-green eyes, striking and beautiful. A memory came to him then, standing beside the table with his arms behind his back, while a younger Hell and Cynic ate. Those hunger pains and the smell of roasted meats flickered to life even now. He sighed and then clenched his jaw, trying to resist feeling the nostalgia of their time and wanting to ask Hell to go grab a drink like old times. His threats a moment ago were overshadowed by the memories. What of your family here? Don't try to find my weaknesses, Thane. I don't have any. You'll never be able to defeat me. I could kill you with barely more than a thought if I wanted. I wouldn't go down like that. You know that. Which was probably the reason they hadn't fought again. Even so, there isn't anyone you could threaten to use against me. I cut off anyone I cared about a long time ago. His glare was cold, unfeeling. Besides, soon enough you and I will be dealing with a bigger problem. You keep dropping hints like that, but haven't said. So, what problem? With Hale and the Pale Ones and a mysterious past tearing him and Layala apart, he had plenty to deal with already. Hale shook his head. You don't get a free pass. No one was there to hold my hand to help me. I was alone here for years. Besides, Cynic wouldn't have that. If you want to know what's coming, you'll have to remember that you are the god of war. And if I must drag you through the depths of the Underrealm to do that, I will. Forewarning, it will hurt. Thane's skin prickled and the hairs on the back of his neck rose. It wasn't even Hell's threats that worried him. He could take pain. It was what was coming, the same foreboding feeling that had plagued him for weeks now. Before today he thought it was the impending arrival of Hell, but that dark pit in his gut was still there. The bodies being torn apart must have something to do with it. But what?
Chapter 10. Leala. Leala woke to her head throbbing in blurry vision. Pushing herself up in bed, she pressed her hand to her temple and blinked several times to clear her sight. What the hell happened? It was dark. Only a single candle lit within her chambers on her bedside table. The quiet sizzle of the wick was the only sound. The last thing she remembered was... She flew out of the bed, grabbed the dagger off her hip, and whirled around the room, searching for Hell. The chair against the wall sat empty, the shadowy corners too. How did she get up here? The last thing he said came to mind.
Go to sleep, little rabbit, and dream of me.
Her dreams. It was like she watched Hell and Thane from above, talking about a murder of a primordial god and a weapon given to the night goddess. It was confusing and familiar all at once. Had he shown that to her? It wasn't as if it could be a memory. She wasn't there. Was it to throw in her face that he and Thane were close, or was it a clue to something more? Was he insinuating that she murdered this cynic? And if so, what did that have to do with now? That voice at the end. Trespassers are executed in my territory, Hell. That voice was hers. Heart thundering, she crept to the door and slowly pulled it open a crack. Piper stood against the opposite wall with her arms crossed. Her chin jerked up and she rushed to her. Leia, are you all right? I saw that the Catagas serum didn't work and I ran. I wanted to get Thane, but Hell trapped all of us inside the throne room somehow. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you to fend for yourself. Gaining control of her rapid breathing, she nodded. It's all right. It was the right choice. Where is Thane now? Is he still trapped? I'm not even sure. He sent his mother away, sent all the guards outside, and told Fennin and Leif not to come near this wing of the castle or near Hell. He told me too, I just didn't listen. You didn't see which way they went? Hell said something about Thane owing him a bottle of wine. I can think of a few places they might be. Let's go. Having drinks like two old friends. Her stomach ached at the thought of the elf she loved dining with the Black Mage. When she saw them together in the dream, they were close. Maker above. Everyone thought Tenebris was the evil one, but what if Thane joined with him too? What if that had been his plan all along? She couldn't imagine she'd been played for a fool this entire time, but it felt like a serpent coiled itself around her stomach. Had Thane known that he and Hell were related before? Her breaths came faster. Did he use her to wake him? No, I have to get out of here. Piper's brow furrowed. And go where? She slowly backed further into her room. Her fingers scraped against her scalp. It can't be true. But she couldn't deny that since the day Hell woke, things were different. He wouldn't make love to her and wouldn't marry her. Her backside bumped into the window ledge, and she turned. Piper followed her into the room. Leia, talk to me. You're panicking, I can see it. I must get out of here. I have to think. I want to be alone. With a snap of his fingers, Hell put me to sleep. It was that easy. I just need to get away from him. She snatched a cloak draped over the back of the chair and shoved the window open. Hell isn't the only danger. There are radicals in the city who've hated you since you were born. People who want to string you up and hang you from a noose because you woke the Black Mage, thanks to the Palinor scroll, not to mention the Pale Ones. It's too dangerous. At least we know Hell doesn't want you dead. Piper pressed her lips together and shook her head. I never thought I'd say this in a million years, but he wants to protect you, even if it's in his own twisted way. You're safer here. Even Mathicus, the Pale One General, had told her long ago that she didn't need to fear Hell. He also said she'd one day stand at his side, and that thought made her panic even more. "I'll come back." She used her vines to build an escape and then shattered them before Piper could follow. Guilt would eat her up if she looked back, so she kept her eyes forward. Wind tore through the loose strands of hair around her face as her quick feet carried her across castle grounds. The guards on patrol watched her go by with wary looks, but none of them spoke. With a burst of speed, she ended up at a small grove of bushy horse-chestnut trees and stood at the edge of the castle grounds. This part of the deep ravine didn't boast powerful or loud waters 50 feet below, more of a slow melodic dance. It would still be one nasty plunge to the bottom she wasn't sure anyone would survive, but the waterfall and impressive whitewater currents were half a mile up, as was the bridge to cross. But Leala had her own way now. The first time she had created the bridge, she was terrified she'd fall, which brought her magic to the surface easy enough. Simply standing at the edge of the cliff was enough for her magic to break free, to assure its master wouldn't die. Magical black vines grew from her feet and tore across until they anchored on the other side. This part always made her nervous. Just run as fast as you can, she silently prepped herself. She could grow several and create an intricate bridge with no risk of falling, but that took time, and something about running over this made her feel alive. Her stomach tickled as she quickly sprinted across her makeshift bridge. On the other side, standing in knee-length grass, she turned with a triumphant smile, and with the flick of her fingers, the vine vanished. For everyone's criticism of her magic, at least she'd learned to make her vines disappear on her own. She checked the area to make sure guards didn't see her. The bushy horse-chestnut trees provided ample cover, and she didn't believe she'd been followed. After she slipped her cloak on and pulled up the hood, she started toward the city. The valley was notorious for architecture reflecting the grace and precision of the elves, with intricate patterns, delicate carvings, and sweeping arcs adorning many structures. Even at night, a sense of tranquility washed over her, accompanied by the fragrance of blooming flowers and the crisp scent of the surrounding woodland. The high elf city had a delightful blend of natural aromas, tinged with hints of magic and mystique. The air carried the gentle perfume of jasmine, lavender, and wild roses, intermixed between the houses and buildings. Wisps of aromatic incense wafted from open windows and drifted through the air, offering a soothing and calming ambiance despite the danger of pale ones lurking in the dark beyond the city limits. During the day, the main streets bustled with an array of charming shops, each offering unique and exquisite wares. The storefronts were adorned with shimmering crystals and sparkling potions from the many magical plants in the valley, each offering remedies for anything from sleepless nights to faster-growing hair. At night, however, the streets were quiet, the shop windows dark with closed signs in the doors. She ventured deeper into the city with more shops dedicated to craftsmanship. Elven artisans renowned for their exceptional skill and mindfulness to detail highlighted their mastery in delicate elven jewelry, intricately woven tapestries depicting ancient legends of kings and wars and rare creatures like unicorns, and finely made swords. Her father would have had his smithy and storefront here. She wondered which building was his from all those years ago. The melodies of elven harps and flutes drifted from taverns and other gathering areas at this hour, adding a serene and melodic backdrop to the city's soundscape. Leala pulled her cloak tighter as a pair of elves strolled by. They talked quietly to each other and didn't seem to notice her presence. She hurried past the grand library where sages and scholars gathered within, their tomes containing secrets and lore spanning centuries. She'd snuck in there for several nights to read alone, looking for answers of the old gods, of the night goddess. But even the oldest of books and scrolls didn't have answers. Past the library, the scenery began to change. The human district lacked the majesty of the elves. Many of the buildings were made of red brick, and the flower gardens contained weeds. The wrought iron fences surrounding the trees along the streets were rusted in places and needed a good polishing. She paused in an alleyway, watching one door in particular. Pipe smoke rolled out the entry of the old red brick building into the cool evening air. Rambunctious music from tambourines and harmonicas with steady feet stamping drifted out as well. The orange light from within gave a familiar sense of nostalgia. Many nights she'd ventured to the Smoky Dragon back in Briar Hollow. A tall, balding man with a crooked nose stepped into the entryway, belched loudly, then rubbed his protruding belly.
"Best drinks in the valley."
He crooned and swayed down the quiet cobblestone street, whistling. Leala stayed in the shadows. The building across from the establishment had a hanging sign of a 5-petaled pink flower that read below the blossom, Nerium oleander, the most poisonous flower in the world. In the day, remedies and tinctures were sold, and at night, it was a gambling den. The new human establishment in the valley was opened by none other than Aunt Evelyn. A quiet wind brushed down Leala's spine despite her cloak, and the sound of leaves skittering across the stone in the alley behind her made her shudder. Gripping the hood of her cloak, she tugged it back slightly and turned. The alley was dark, and there were no shapes or shadows, but despite what her eyes told her, she felt someone. Maybe it was all talk of cloaked figures and a feeling of dread, but she felt like someone was around every corner out to get her. She shook her head and stepped into the firelight produced from the torches mounted on the buildings, lining the street as far as she could see. That itch at her back, the tingle of her spine made her turn once more. Again, no one stood in that alley, but Leala learned to trust her instincts long ago. She hurried across the street and stepped outside Nerium O, as she and Aunt Evelyn called it for short. The west side of the valley, on this street alone, was for the humans. The elven guard didn't patrol here, and if the humans saw her, she wouldn't be welcomed. It wasn't that most humans in Palanor hated the elves. In fact, many unexpectedly praised and worshipped them for their beauty and grace. But as with everyone in these times, they feared the Pale Ones, and it was a curse synonymous with the fair folk. With a deep breath, she slipped inside and was hit with pipe smoke and loud chatter. It took a moment for her sight to adjust to the new, brighter light, but she spotted Aunt Evelyn behind the bar top pouring a drink. As if sensing her presence, Aunt Evelyn's brown eyes snapped to Leala, and she pushed the glass toward the customer and waved her over. Keeping her hood up, Leala casually walked along the outside row of the gambling tables. A woman in all black with bright red hair that looked like a human piper laughed and raked in her pile of winnings from the center of the table. The rest of the players, 4 men, all threw their cards and moaned about women being bad luck. "Bad luck for you," the woman said. All 5 of them turned and watched Leala walk by, as if they could sense she wasn't one of them, an outsider. For this reason, if Leala came here, it was usually during the day when the place was mostly empty, save for a few customers. When Leala stepped up to the bar top and placed her hands on the smooth, glossy surface of the black stone, Aunt Evelyn grinned and rested her hands over Leala's. "About time you come and see me." "You can come see me too, you know." Aunt Evelyn waved a hand. "Bah! You know how I feel about that family. Thane I can tolerate. The other 2, not on your life." Leala chuckled. "Ugh, they are the worst. I can barely handle them myself." She was reminded of the lovely notes Talon and her friends left and rubbed her temples. A white fluffy dog trotted out from behind the countertop, tail wagging, tongue sticking out. "Hello, Dragus." Leala rubbed his head. "You're such a good boy. I missed you. Are you keeping Auntie Evelyn out of trouble?" He barked once and rested his chin on her thigh. "Of course you are." "Need a drink? I'd need an entire bottle after a day of dealing with Her Royal Majesty and Her Royal Majesty Jr. Not tonight. She couldn't take the risk of her senses being dulled in times like these. Aunt Evelyn cocked her head to the side and brushed her black curls behind her rounded ear. "Are you and Thane doing all right? I don't even know what you've been up to lately." Leala just shrugged. They certainly weren't what she wanted them to be. She didn't want to tell Aunt Evelyn the Black Mage showed up today, or she'd lose it. And they hadn't spoken much about her possibly being a goddess reborn, though Aunt Evelyn knew. She wasn't sure what to think about it. She only said, "If you are a goddess, it still doesn't change that you're my Leala. You know you can come visit whenever you want and talk to me about anything. My door is always open, and you always have a bed upstairs if you need a night away." "I know." Aunt Evelyn nodded. "If you're too busy, feel free to say no, but I could use a little help. I'm running low on certain plants I use for my remedies. You were always my gatherer. Now I'm left to do it myself. Or use my worthless apprentice who doesn't know a purple pansy from a deadly nightshade." Said apprentice hustled around the room delivering drinks and clearing plates. She may not be good at identifying plants, but she was a phenomenal waitress. Her long blonde braid hung to her low back and swayed with her agile steps as she swooped up empty mugs. She had a gap between her two front teeth, but that didn't stop her from showing off her radiant smile. Leala did miss the simple days of scavenging the woods for plants her aunt needed, and now that was a dangerous task. She didn't want Aunt Evelyn or her apprentice doing it. "I'll do it. You shouldn't be going outside the city." "I must on occasion. How else am I supposed to get the things I need?" "Hire an able man to do it, or at least to be your god. I'll pay for it." She scoffed and gestured around the place. "I got plenty of coin. And I might take you up on the offer of staying the night, although—" Leala glanced at the man down the bar on her left. He watched her warily through a side eye, but wouldn't look directly at her. "It's not like it was in Briar Hollow. You've seen the papers." "No one is allowed to speak ill of you in my place, or they may find a dash of Nerium O in their drink." Leala laughed at that. "Have you heard any rumors about who Telvian Botsberry's anonymous source may be?" Aunt Evelyn picked up a dirty glass from the countertop and dunked it into the basin of bubbly water beside her. "There's been plenty of talk, but no one seems to know who." "It could be Violet," Leala murmured. "Based on some of the information, it must be her, at least one of the sources." Aunt Evelyn bobbed her head. "I wouldn't put it past her if she's still around working with the Black Mage. But the latest story makes me believe the source may be someone in the castle, perhaps a maid or guard." "Why do you say that? Have you not seen it?" Leala shook her head, and the pit in her stomach that seemed to linger all hours grew heavier. She tugged it out from behind the counter and set it down in front of Leala. The headline jumped out. "Trouble in Paradise."
Our High King Thane fought hard to win the heart of Leala Lightbringer. Last summer solstice, the two could be seen laughing and dancing together. They fought in Dunafell side by side, and the two were so in love that even a broken mate bond couldn't separate them. It seemed they were devoted, that the stars aligned, and the Maker brought them to be together despite wars, and her destiny for darkness, even with the rumors of her being the Black Mage's true mate. Or so we thought. An anonymous source claims that no one has so much as seen them kiss. Shouldn't she be attending breakfast with the royal family, or at the very least her betrothed? What about important meetings she seems to be absent from? Does she still wear her engagement ring? Why aren't there wedding plans? We know with the war things aren't ideal, but we in Palinor have lived and wed and celebrated through the fight against the Pale Ones all our lives. It's nothing new. I know if my betrothed was mated to the Black Mage, I'd call off a wedding too. The question is, why isn't she out of the castle yet? Telvian Botsbury.
Leala looked down at her purple lily ring and pushed the paper away. If she had to wager, it was Talon or one of her friends. "Is it true? Are you and Thane—" "Things are complicated with all that has happened." "I told you almost killing his sister was a bad move. You know what that did? It showed you don't trust him, that you don't believe in his decision-making or that he could have saved me. You took the matter into your own hands against his family." Leala sighed. She hadn't trusted him to choose Aunt Evelyn and her over his family. "I did what I had to. You're alive, aren't you? And it's not like you raised me to be compassionate. You raised me for revenge against them." She gave her one of those stern mother looks and sighed. "And then you fell in love with Thane. But I am thankful to be alive. Besides, she's not the only reason. You know the reason. And it isn't because we don't love each other. I would die for him still. But it's like we've taken several steps back and are still friends, but not lovers." "He's not going to let you go, Leia. I've never seen anyone more in love than that elf," she said with a reassuring smile. Leala wished she could see it that way. Oh, she knew he loved her, but he also loved Piper, Leif, Fennin, and his family, and she felt like she was slipping into the category. "I started training with Mage Vestin and—" She clamped her mouth shut, almost letting slip the most feared name.
"I'll take another drink, Evelyn,"
the man down the counter said, tapping his empty glass with his fingernail to make a pinging noise. "Be right there," she said, and locked her deep brown eyes onto Leala. "And who else?" The suspicion in her voice made Leala certain she couldn't let it go.
"The most deadly flower in the world,"
said a deep, familiar voice that sent a chill down Leala's spine.
"How fitting."
Aunt Evelyn's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Leala turned just as Thane slid into the stool beside her. His bright green eyes trailed over her, and he lowered his voice.
"I couldn't find you and it worried me."
He wore a light grey cloak, but his hood dropped around his shoulders. Although his dark hair covered his ears, there was no mistaking one of the most beautiful elves in Palanor for a human. Everyone in the room stared at him. Even if they didn't know he was the High King by sight, they knew he wasn't one of them. "Are you having me followed?" She told him Aunt Evelyn opened her own place, but she didn't remember mentioning the name. She thought about the presence in the alley. Was it him, or someone else?
"No, but Piper should be with you."
"I ditched her. It's not her fault. How did you find me?"
"I know, and I don't think you'll hear the end of it for a while. As far as how I found you, I'm simply drawn to you wherever you go,"
he said with a playful smile. Of course he'd want to flirt now and dodge the truth. "I think there's a lot you aren't telling me." She thought of the dream she'd had of Helen Thane, war in Runevale, the scenery and names mentioned vaguely familiar. They'd worked together to break into the Goddess of Night's territory. Their easy camaraderie, like two brothers, made her sick. "I need you to tell me the truth about something." His expression was guarded, but he nodded.
"All right."
"Did you know before we went to the Void?"
"Know what?"
"Did you remember him before? Did you want to wake Hell? I know you were close with him at some point."
"No."
Thane shook his head, eyes locked onto hers.
"Are you insinuating I used you to wake him up? Leala, I didn't know then. And besides, I want to be with you. Why would I wake up your husband?"
Heat crept up Leala's neck and she stared at him. But he hadn't been with her since. "He's not my husband." Aunt Evelyn approached and pressed her palms on the counter. He smiled at her, all tension melting away.
"Evelyn, it's good to see you as always. You're looking extra pretty tonight. I like the new beads."
"Well, thank you," she beamed, touching the turquoise beads around her neck.
"Do you have anything good?"
"That depends on what you mean by good. Do you want to be knocked on your ass, or do you prefer something light?"
"It's probably best if Leala doesn't have to carry me home."
She smiled, and it deepened the wrinkles around her eyes. It didn't matter what she claimed. Aunt Evelyn had a soft spot for him. She didn't smile at anyone but her closest friends like that. Aunt Evelyn turned around to the shelf behind her, grabbed a green bottle, and the sound of a cork popped. Purple wine filled the tall stemmed glass, and she set it before Thane. "Be right back." With a few hurried steps, she stood before the other patrons waiting for service. He took a sip and set the glass back down.
"It's good."
"Why are you here?" Leala asked. His brows lowered ever so slightly.
"I told you I was worried. Piper said you took off. This city is dangerous."
"I'm fine."
I don't want it to be like this anymore.
Like what? He sighed.
Us avoiding each other, keeping secrets.
You're the only one keeping secrets, but it's not like it's the first time. He didn't tell her their mate bond needed to be consummated in love. He'd lied and kept things from her in the past.
That's a low blow.
Thane frowned.
I want to be close to you again.
You could have fooled me. It feels like you don't care about that aspect of our relationship anymore.
Of course I care.
Not enough to marry me. See, you called him my husband, and that's why you won't marry me, isn't it? She blurted out, and then pressed her lips together. That dream and article weaseled their way into her head, but in truth, the fact that Thane was so keen on marrying her before all this made her question his love for her. It wasn't that long ago that in the Dragon Court he spoke about how anxious he was to make her his wife, and over 3 months had passed since.
No, it's because you don't remember who I really am. I fought for you today, and I'll keep fighting. Haven't I done enough to earn your trust?
Haven't I? You're paranoid I was looking for him for reasons other than to take him out. Do you even want to take him down?
We can't kill him. It's complicated.
Not to me.
Everything I do is for you. Always. Killing Hell isn't in your best interest or mine. I hate to say it, but I have a feeling we're going to need him.
For what? And why are we playing by his rules? I don't give a damn about his claim.
Leia.
He blew out a long breath. See, that right there is why things are like this. You won't even talk to me.
I love you, and I want to marry you.
He leaned in closer and lowered his voice.
But I can't be with you until you know everything. I'm doing it out of respect for you.
Respect for me? No, this is something else.
You won't even attempt to accept that you are Valine.
Her breath caught. I already told you why that is, Thane. But even if I wanted to, there is a wall there, a block. It was like Leala didn't matter, and all he or Hell cared about was Valine. She didn't feel like the goddess of night. She felt the same as she always had. She placed her hand on the side of his face, wanting to lean in. But just so you know, remembering won't change anything.
It might change everything.
And there it was. Leala dropped her hand instead at the glass of wine before Thane, considering throwing it in his face. No one made her feel more in love and more furious. You know there's a sign on the door that says no elves.
You must have missed it.
You'd just leave, please. I was having a good time until you showed up.
Really? Because you looked miserable.
If we went in public, I think I'd punch you. He chuckled.
It's been a while since you threatened me. I think I missed it.
Stop it.
Stop what?
He said with a smirk. She gritted her teeth. Being you. Stop flirting with me if you don't want to be with me.
My dearest.
He slid his fingers along the top of her thigh and leaned in closer.
I want to be with you.
He leaned in closer and closer until their lips were a moment from touching. Leala's core warmed, and it pissed her off that with a simple touch and a few words, he could make her melt.
Patience. That's all I ask for.
He had plenty of patience when it came to her and her attitude, so she owed him that at the very least. Even if they couldn't marry yet, why did things have to be so strained? It was like a slow torture. Her body ached for him, his touch, and his lips all over her. But he wouldn't even give her that lately. Now he suddenly wanted to wait for marriage. Make her above. He wouldn't even hold her hand most days. It's like a part of him resented her, but he wouldn't admit it. He'd relentlessly pursued her before, and now they were becoming strangers again. Despite her warring feelings, the intensity blooming between them grew with each passing second. It was torment not to kiss his lips when they were so close, and he smelled good. Not giving in, she started to lean away, and his hand wrapped around the back of her neck, stopping her escape as he finally pressed in, kissing her hard, weeks of built-up passion igniting in that moment. For all her snappy comments about telling him to leave, it only took one kiss to melt into him. A moan escaped her, and in reaction he stood. She blinked in surprise as he took hold of her hand. "What's wrong?" He tugged her off the stool and pulled her along the edges of Nerium O until they were under the night sky. "Where are we?" Thane melted into the shadows, taking her with him and pinned her against the alley wall. Now this was what she'd waited for. The hunger in his eyes was reminiscent of times he watched her undress. His lips crashed into hers, her fingers slipped into his hair, and his rough hand gripped her thigh. He pulled it up to his hip and leaned into her. "Thane," she breathed. "Evelyn has rooms." His hot kisses trailed down her throat and she shuddered. "Take me upstairs."
You're so beautiful.
His fingers dug into her hips, greedily pulling her closer.
I don't know if I can stop.
She pulled his lips to hers, pushed her tongue into his mouth. "There is no need. I want you now."
Please, Leia.
His hand slipped under her top. His thumb grazed her breast and she moaned again. "Don't stop."
Right here. We can't. Someone could walk down here any moment.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning into his touch. "Do I need to beg for you to take me to a room, then?" He pressed his forehead against hers.
Why do you have to be so tempting?
"I need more than this," she whispered. "I need to be with you again, wholly. I want to be connected to you." He shuddered and nipped her ear.
Leia, we can't. I want you to know who and what you're consenting to when you love me, when you marry me.
"I do."
No, you don't.
She sighed, not only in frustration of her body's unmet craving, but this argument. "I know who you are. You're my Thane, the elf king who took me from my home and saved me from myself. You rescued me from your father at your own peril. You make love to me in bathtubs and whisper naughty things in my ear. You're the elf who loved me at my hardest and cherished me at my most vulnerable. Nothing stopped you before, especially not another male." He made promises in the past about loving her in fields of wildflowers, of wedding vows, and being mated once again.
I'm not only Thane Athael,
He said.
and that was before I knew better. I'm not doing this for him, it's for you. I won't have you angry with me in the future because I married you and it's not what you, and all that you are, wanted. You were once married to Hell, you loved him, you were mated to him. All things you don't care about now, but you will.
He paused and looked down. His dark lashes glistened with tears in the moonlight cascading upon them.
I remember your wedding to him. I remember how it hurt to see that he made you happy and not me. I don't want you to resent me when I knew better and you didn't.
Leala took a sharp breath. She didn't want it to be real. All she could see standing across from her in a wedding ceremony was Thane. And I left him for you, according to him. She stroked the side of his face, wanting to beg him to see she loved him.
Now that is a piece I don't remember. Hell says I tricked you, and I can't imagine that, but if I did, I won't again.
Thane, that's not who you are. You wouldn't do that, and that was before. I loved you first, here and now. He's horrible. I guarantee that's why I left. He's ruthless and cold, and you're warm and kind and everything I ever wanted.
If it doesn't matter when you remember, we'll marry. And I promise I will love you every night that you wish, and your bed will never be empty again.
The door to Nerium O swung open, and a couple patrons stepped out, singing loudly. The drunkards couldn't carry a tune and swayed back and forth with their arms around each other's shoulders.
Hey, looky there!
One of the men shouted and pointed in their direction.
A couple of lovebirds.
They started making kissing noises and laughed. Thane reached back and tugged out his sword, then stepped into the light of the street.
Might want to move on, boys.
Oi, let's get out of here.
One said and hurried down the street, with the other quickly following. Thane shoved his sword back in its holster and stepped back into the alleyway. Leala couldn't help but chuckle as she adjusted her crooked top, tucking it back into her pants. But the humor was gone when she looked up at him, and the expression on his face said he still wanted her. But his body language shifted, and she knew his momentary lapse in resisting her was over. "It's back to refraining, then?" she groaned. He'd gotten her all flustered and aroused and would leave her wanting. He turned away and ran his hand across his jaw.
I shouldn't leave Hell alone at the castle for long. He's opened up to me a little despite being a vengeful prick, but there's a reason he wants to train you and why he's here now. Something is coming, and we need to prepare for it.
What about a plan to at least trap him and imprison him?
I haven't worked one out yet, but if we don't keep living life as usual, word is going to get out that something is wrong. I was able to send most of the guards outside for training, but if anyone suspects Hell's identity...
There was a leak inside their home, and if the people of Palanor found out that Hell was the Black Mage and he infiltrated the castle, they would panic. Thane was the one beacon of hope they had left. No one could know. So, until we can figure out what to do about him, we have to pretend like he's a wanted guest. Your cousin. Thane pursed his lips and slowly nodded.
Yes, I think we do.
Chapter 11. Leala. The next evening, Leala stood outside at the edge of the stone circle on castle grounds. Begrudgingly, Piper was with her, but she wouldn't speak after getting ditched the night before. She sat on the bench with her arms crossed in a glare that might be cold enough to freeze water. All the apologies in the world, even a cupcake from Tiff didn't get Piper to cheer up. So Leala would give her a day to sulk. She approached Mage Veston, who sat on the bench with his eyes closed, and by the sounds of snoring, he was fast asleep. How anyone could sleep sitting up on a hard stone bench was beyond her. Leala crossed her arms and watched a loud rippeting toad jump from one lily pad to another. A second plopped into the pond to swim among the colorful fish. What a simple life, she thought. The stone circle to the left of them hummed. Something about it made her wary. Was it the thing itself, or the fact that the last time Leala stood at its center, she'd nearly been suffocated by Hell? Where was he, anyway? The sun hung just above the mountains she stood below. Leala lifted her chin, closed her eyes, and let it warm her face. It was so quiet and peaceful here, and she could see how Veston fell asleep.
Oh, good.
Veston said in his feeble voice.
You're relaxed today.
All right, apparently he wasn't asleep. I went and saw my aunt last night. She often makes me feel better. I promised to scavenge for a list of plants for her after this. The task will take my mind off things. She'd have to stick close to the city with all the dangers on the loose in Palanor now.
Excellent idea.
He pushed up with the assistance of his cream oak staff and hobbled toward her. His long white beard swayed with each step.
We likely only have a few minutes before we're interrupted.
Unfortunately. Leala glanced over her shoulder. Birds sang evening songs in the willowy trees on the path leading to the castle. In the far distance, servants and staff hustled about to ready the outdoor decor for the graduation ball of the new recruits. Thane insisted it happened to keep up appearances that everything was fine. No one had seen Hell all day, but he was certainly nearby.
Now, let's start with you standing at the center of the stone circle.
Leala heaved a sigh and stepped to it. Why is the circle so important?
It's a conduit built a millennia ago. It aids in channeling your magic.
He leaned his shoulder against one of the pillars and said,
Close your eyes. I want you to feel the energy around you.
Mage training was so different from weapons and combat. She was used to aggression, ducking, diving, and moving in every way to take down an opponent. Now it was, feel the energy around you. Rolling her shoulders back, she inhaled and did as commanded, listening to the pull of her lungs, the steady beat of her heart, and the sound of the wind rustling in the treetops, she settled into a quiet mind. Like a gentle touch, a hum emanated from the stones. It was much like the stone portals, but unlike them, there were no entities inside, no voices, and did not pull on her magic.
Do you feel it?
She nodded.
Now let your power rise naturally. Feel it, but don't use it yet.
Leala hadn't let her magic arise without provocation or need of it since she was a child. When she was threatened or angry and in battle, it came easily, but not when she was calm. Come on, she coaxed. The warmth of it was there, deep inside that box she kept it trapped in, and she imagined lifting the lid and letting it free. It slowly crept out like a tentative child that had been punished. It's a little harder when I'm not in danger.
You act as if it's locked away. It should be as easy as breathing.
Said a deep, raspy, yet rich voice.
It should always be there.
Her eyes opened in a snap to find Hell standing beside Vestin. The changes in his appearance were minute, barely noticeable, but there. She didn't know if anyone else would see it, but his cheeks were flushed. A sheen of sweat covered his brow. There were even slight dark circles under his eyes, and if she wasn't mistaken, even his hair had lost some of its shine. She almost called him out on it, but with his presence, the tingle of her magic flooded her body with ease.
Ah, there it is.
Hell said.
But I can smell your fear. You need to turn that off.
I can't simply turn it off, Leala said through clenched teeth, but she wished she could, knowing he could sense it and that he triggered it. Piper didn't so much as flinch at his arrival, but almost looked amused, as if she was going to enjoy Leala's torture.
Your magic should always be there, readily available, as much a part of you as your soul. You seem to be able to turn it off, hide it, so you should be able to do the same with your fear or anger or any other emotion.
Leala met his maroon eyes and her brows furrowed. Even they weren't as bright as she remembered. There was something wrong with him, and knowing that gave her courage. I'm not afraid of you.
No?
No. Shit. They both knew it was a lie. She wasn't afraid of death, but she did fear the past they shared. Leala turned to Vestin. You know, for most of my life, I relied on weapons to keep myself safe, not magic. Hell tucked his hands behind his back and interrupted.
I understand, but that changes today. You have an immense amount of untapped potential that you're not using.
Leala kept her gaze fixed on Vestin. He stroked his long white beard and nodded in approval.
He is correct, Leala. There is no reason to hide your power now. You should be proud of it. You don't need to lock it away anymore.
Hell vanished and reappeared behind her, breathing on her neck.
What do I need to do to make you unafraid of me? Of anyone?
Leala whipped around and stepped back. Her magic flared, warming his skin. He advanced on her, and for every step he took, Leala moved back.
Keep still, little rabbit. I'm not going to hurt you,
Said the wolf, Leala challenged. He let out a dark chuckle.
You're making this too easy. Leala! You're allowing him all the control!
Vestin said in the strongest voice she'd ever heard him use. Her pulse thudded in her throat, but she froze, anchoring her feet in place. Would he trap her again so she couldn't breathe? Those maroon-red eyes beheld such malice, such hatred, that she didn't want to look into them. But the longer she did, the more she felt like she couldn't look away, as if he held her there by magic.
Get on your knees.
Hell's command pressed upon her like a weight. Every part of Leala protested, but she lowered down to one knee at a time. Her cheeks burned with shame as he smiled down at her. He held out his hand and put it in front of her face.
Kiss the knuckles of your true king, little rabbit.
Leala's muscles strained and protested as she fought to stay in place. His dark brow lifted as he waited. Unable to fight the command, Leala pressed her lips to his warm skin and she shuddered, feeling the tingle of his magic on her mouth. Leala's eyes lifted, and the smug look made her furious. "I'm going to snap your neck," she silently vowed. "I'm going to destroy your world and everything you care about, Hell." He pressed his finger under her chin, and with barely a nudge she was rising to her feet.
Good girl. Now, remove your clothes.
Leala felt that power wash over her, and she gulped. Sweat dampened her back almost immediately. This was why she feared him, the control he had over her.
You don't have to do that!
Vestin called from the left. Piper was up on her feet now. "Leia, you're strong enough to resist. You're the stubbornest elf I've ever met."
Take them off.
Hell said again. Leala's chest heaved up and down in panicked breaths as her fingers began working at her belt against her will. "No, no, no!" She screamed at herself, and she gritted her teeth and fought with everything she had to stave off that command. Every muscle battled against her, but the tingle of Leala's magic pushed back, sliding through her veins, across her skin to force Hell's magic out. "No," Leala said and dropped her hands to her sides, balling them into fists. He grabbed her chin with one hand and squeezed. As he stared at her now, he looked more amused than anything.
Take them off.
While touching her, his command was impossible to resist. Tears burned Leala's eyes as her weapons belt dropped to the ground with a clink. She began to lift her top and it rose above her navel.
Stop.
His hand dropped to his side, and he shook his head.
Look how vulnerable you are. I could get you to do anything I want, and there are others who would do far worse than me.
Who would do worse? "I'm trying," Leala bit out.
No, you're not. Because you won't try to be Valine.
He crossed his arms.
Who was the first person you ever loved?
He meant from before, but she wouldn't give him anything. "My aunt, Evelyn."
Wrong.
"Certainly not you, if that's what you're getting at,"
Not me.
he said with a shake of the head. Thane? No. There was someone else. Not a lover, but family maybe. She couldn't recall.
Look at me.
She turned her head, met his stare. The hate was gone. His features softened.
In the tower, I put you in that red dress for a reason. It's what you wore the first time I saw you, remember? It was at my Uncle Balnia's party, War's father.
Leala shook her head.
You hadn't left your territory in 1,000 years. You hid away from everyone.
"I don't want to hear this," Leala snapped.
You were the most beautiful being I'd ever seen. You still are.
He said in her mind. "Don't try to win me over with flattery. It won't work." Vestin cleared his throat and tapped his staff once on the stone.
Perhaps we should get back to magic. Leala, will you do something simple for me? Grow a blossom in your palm.
Did I say you could speak?
Hell glared at Vestin.
We'll get to magic when I say so.
"Don't talk to him like that."
Are you going to stop me?
A serpentine smile crossed his lips.
I'd love for you to try.
Leala jerked her sword free and held it ready.
No, you don't get to rely on a sword today, love.
He flicked his wrist, and it ripped free of her hands and flipped end over end into the growing shadows of the setting sun. Seething, she clenched her hands at her sides. He wanted her to attack him, so she'd look like an incompetent child. If only she could turn to shadow like he suggested.
Control, little rabbit.
"Stop calling me that," Leala snarled.
Then stop acting like one. You need to be calm and controlled in any situation.
He appeared to her left and circled, trailing his fingers along her shoulder blades. She shuddered and hoped he wouldn't take control of her again.
Against any foe, so you can have a focused mind. There are gods on Runevale who would break you in seconds, who would love to humiliate you. Some could command you to jump off a cliff, and you would if you don't gain surety in yourself. You are the goddess of night, one of the most powerful beings in all the realms. You fear no one, and are never commanded by anyone.
Leola lifted her palm again and stared at it, ignoring Hell even though he was toying with a piece of her hair now. To spite him, she thought of a flower. Simple magic, as Veston said. She hoped it pissed Hell off she'd listened to the old mage over him. Her power bloomed in her core, and she mentally lifted the lid of the box, and the warm sensation of it trickled out into her body. It's all right. We don't have to hide anymore. In her mind, she pictured a midnight lily blooming, but without the deadly vines. Above her palm, a spark of a dark cloud started and grew into a swirling moss. Inside, a bud grew. She couldn't help but smile. And then it opened into a full, dark purple lily. With a single breath, she blew away the cloud and grinned triumphantly at Hell. Veston gave her a modest smile and a barely perceptible nod. Even Piper looked proud. However, Hell looked less than impressed.
You made a flower. Congratulations. I'm sure your enemies are quaking in their boots.
I stayed calm. I win. Chapter 12. Leola. Leola stood open the stable doors and was hit by the smell of hay and manure. The training session didn't open her up to any new powers, but her one triumph of the night was that her magic flowed freely within her even now. She'd spent most of her life trying to hide it, wishing she didn't have it, and it was strange to feel its strong companionship not under threat. She walked away from training with the confidence that she didn't need to keep it locked up anymore. All the time she was told to hide it or pull it in. Even Fennin had told her to rein in her magic once in the battle outside Dunafell, because the Pale Ones could sense it. But now she was free to be herself. Why hide from Hell and his minions when he was already here? Fennin, Leif, and Piper were at a meeting with the new training recruits, and hopefully she wouldn't even notice Leola's absence, or there'd be another day of silence. Thane was in a meeting with the night guards explaining new rules and where they were expected to be, and how to prepare for the upcoming graduation ceremony, so hopefully he wouldn't realize she was gone either. He had plenty on his plate, and being her personal guard didn't need to be added to it. She'd insisted on training with Helen Veston without him, so he could resume his kingly duties, and with his mother gone, the ceremony was now his responsibility along with 100 other decisions to be made. Last she saw, Hell was right beside Thane, introducing himself as the High King's cousin to the gods, and acting like he was simply a wealthy lord from the countryside. His audacity made her want to gag. 3 stalls down, she found Midnight. He neighed loudly and stuck his head out of his stall window. Leola smiled and rubbed the white star on his forehead. "Hi, boy. Want to go for a ride? We must help Aunt Evelyn tonight." He threw his head up and down excitedly, and she unhooked the latch and swung the door open. She grabbed his dark brown reins and bridle off a hook to the left and slid them over his head. Maybe this new confidence made her reckless. Thane's voice warning her to not go out alone echoed in her mind. She ignored it. After Midnight was saddled and ready, she hopped on. They trotted off at a casual pace, and once they reached the bridge, a set of guards stepped away from their positions off to the sides and approached.
Lady Lightbringer,
They both said, and a glance of confusion passed between them. "I'm going out for a night ride. I should be back in an hour or so."
would you like an escort? It's dangerous.
"No, thank you. I'll be fine." The 2 guards exchanged wary glances, no doubt questioning if they should allow her to go and what might Thane say or do if they did.
Lady, the High King asked us not to let you go off the property without an escort.
"I said I'll be fine." She nudged Midnight's sides and rode past them. They argued behind her.
We can't let her go. Are you going to stop her? She's called Fightbringer for a reason. Do you fear her, the king, more? Her? Coward? I don't see you chasing after her either.
She laughed quietly to herself and nudged Midnight to go faster. His large hooves clopped on the stone bridge, and the heavy sprays of mist from the massive cascading waterfall assaulted her face. With a small wooded area to the north in mind, she rode the trail that led up and out of the valley. At the crest of the hill, she tugged back on the reins, turning him toward the castle. Midnight stopped and dug his front hoof into the dirt impatiently. Just a moment, Midnight. The moonlight illuminated the outline of Castle Dreadwich. Torches lit up arched windows from within, and shadows of passing elves walked by on occasion. Her home suddenly felt foreign and invasive, like it wasn't home at all, and never was. Nibbling her lower lip, she tugged on the reins, tearing her sight away from it, and kicked Midnight into a canter until they raced down the trail, wind tearing through her hair. His deep breath shot out in huffs, and the pounding of hooves disturbed the quiet of the night. Glowing eyes of little critters among the trees spied with curiosity. A pink pixie darted in front of them, leaving a glittering trail of dust. The tiny creature cursed as she and Midnight sped by. "You have the entire sky!" Leala shouted back at it, as if the thing couldn't fly higher. She let the feeling of freedom and escape rush through her, savoring being alone until they came upon the small wood at the valley's edge. Not far away were rows of corn in a field, and to the left of it, a thatched-roof house in a square fenced area with a handful of sheep. A single cow among the sheep lifted its head from grazing and mooed. She'd passed this farm on several occasions. Every time, one lantern sat in the window while the female bounced around the kitchen. Why did they take the risk of being out here alone? Leala dropped to the soft grass and ran her hand across the shiny black coat of Midnight's neck, and then pulled the list out of her pocket and scanned it. She needed to make this quick. All right. Aunt Evelyn wants Steadily Nightshade. Not sure who that is for, but I don't ask. Lilianthrope root, good for stomach aches. Potiphar leaf, ugh. Does she know how hard it is to find? Leala looked up at the oak trees and the variety of foliage growing along the forest floor. Wildflowers and sprays of baby's breath, a patch of forget-me-nots. Seeing the blue blossoms made her smile. She used to place that particular flower at her parents' memorial once a week. I haven't thought about my parents in a long time, she thought, and that made her chest ache. Lifting her chin to the night sky, she searched among the stars. But their souls out there somewhere. If she'd once been Valine but had passed on and was reborn, where had her soul been all those years? Questions she supposed she might never know. Leala gripped the leather reins and tugged Midnight along behind her. As luck would have it, she found the Lilianthrope not even a foot into the wooded area. It was a blue weed that grew 2 feet tall and boasted long serrated leaves with gold spots. She dropped down to one knee and carefully pulled 3 of them up by the roots, then tucked them in the pouch on Midnight's pack. Several feet over, among bunches of green weeds and foliage, she discovered the deadly nightshade with its star-shaped purple blossoms and near-black berries. She pulled it up by the roots, plucked the berries and put them in a small glass container, and placed them into the pack as well. Her foot hovered over the stirrup when a faint odor hit her. One might be able to say it was the farm animals lowing in the field not far off if she didn't know better. But that rotten scent was distinct to one creature in Adelon. Anger and frustration bubbled up in her chest. She couldn't think of Pale Ones without Hell coming to mind anymore. And she'd stood there helpless as he mauled her with magic and nearly made her undress with a simple command. Make her above. How can I be so pathetic? Midnight lifted his head from nibbling on grass and nickered in alarm. She patted his neck again. I know, boy. Time to go hunting. She pulled out her sword and turned to the horse. Stay. Moving like shifting shadows, she raced down the shallow hill and pressed her back up against the house. She slid to the side of the window, debating if she should warn them. A female hummed a tune Leala didn't recognize, and a moment later she heard a male say,
Whatever you're cooking smells delicious.
Mama! Mama!
a small child cried.
I heard something in my room! I'm scared. You're supposed to be asleep, the mother chided. I don't want you to come out here one more time. But I heard something, the child wailed. What if it's a monster? Back to bed. Shaking her head, Leala crept to the corner of the house and peered around it. If only they knew how right the child was. But if she alerted them, they might only get themselves killed. 2 pale ones were at the fence line only 50 yards away now. One of them threw a rock at a sheep and sent it scurrying. The small herd bleated in alarm and trotted as far away as they could get. Both monsters cackled and hopped the fence. Reaching a hand into a belt, Leala pulled a throwing star. She waited until they were close enough that she wouldn't miss. The moonlight glinted off the star as it soared through the air and struck a pale one in the center of the throat. Soundlessly, he clawed at his neck and then tipped over into a dark heap. One down, Leala mumbled with a smile. Thane asked her why she did this, and part of her did it for exhilaration. Danger. Yes, originally it had been to hunt down Hell's location, but she knew where he was now, and yet here, she was almost giddy at the thought of the fight.
Pale ones!
The male voice bellowed from inside.
Get in the room with Hannah and don't open the door no matter what you hear.
Leala stepped out from the shadows and trudged toward the remaining pale one. The black under his eyes and mouth appeared darker and more sinister in this light. A low rumble escaped his throat and he slowly backstepped in retreat. What's the matter? Leala cooed, lifting her sword. Scared of a little she-elf? She swung. Her blade cut through the air with a whistle and clashed with the enemy's. He pushed back, sending her stumbling a few steps. With a snarl, she threw out her hand and her vine shot up from the ground and impaled him straight through the gut and drove him onto his back into the grass, circling around him until his body could no longer be seen among the coils and thorns and black blooming lilies. A scream rent the night air, a slice through Leala's chest. She whipped around to face the house. There was a third she missed. The child. She sprinted down the path to the front door and found the father bleeding out in the entryway. No.
Help them!
He gasped, holding his hand over the gaping wound in his stomach and the obvious bite mark on his shoulder. Shit. He would turn if she didn't tend him. Her hand shook, but she leapt over the elf. Right now she had to save the mother and child. The table was overturned. Food scattered across the floor as she dashed through the living room. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Shoving through the door at the end of the hallway, she found the room empty, with the light curtains blowing in the breeze. Her feet flew across the floor, and she jumped out the window without looking. Already outside the fenced area surrounding the property, the mother dragged the small child along beside her. But where was the pale one? A quiet rustle made Leala drop into a squat, and a blade passed over her head and crashed into the house.
Pesky little elf,
the pale one sneered, trying to pull his embedded sword free.
You ruined my supper.
Leala shoved up, punching her blade through his belly. He roared and a wave of rotten breath spilled across her face. Ew. Holding back a gag, she shoved her weapon in further. Die, you bastard. Cold, greasy hands grabbed her face, and the pale one slammed his forehead into hers. The impact cracked loudly, and seeing stars, Leala stumbled back. Not good, not good. The world spun around her, and she lost her balance, falling onto her backside. She scrambled backward, throwing out her magic, a protective shield. But she was seeing double vision and... Where did the creature go? A long shadow cast across her, and she focused her power to hold her invisible shield, the same power she'd used against the dragon prince in the arena, and a fist collided a mere foot from her face, reverberating off her magic. She blew out her breath. Maker, that was close. The pale one screeched in rage, and despite the pain throbbing in her head, she smiled. The pale one stepped in front of her with an axe in both hands and swung. The impact hit like he'd struck a boulder. He hit again and again. The wrath on his already putrid face grew with each strike.
You can't hide in there forever,
the creature bellowed. Her sword still protruded from his gut, and black blood poured down his thighs and over his ankles. Get up, get up. Keeping her magical shield intact, She slowly pushed to her knees and then rose up. The axe fell to the ground beside him with a thud, and the Pale One roared and screeched, clawing with his bare hands to break through now. Not the most intelligent thing, are you? She pulled the dagger from her hip and the Pale One stopped. Well, that was easy. She smiled and took a step toward him. He retreated back, afraid. No, terrified. Maybe he finally realized who she was and that he was about to die. She lifted her arm, aiming the point of her dagger at his forehead. As easy as it would be to spear him with her magic, this felt more satisfying. Knife throwing was something she'd done her entire life, and she never missed her mark.
Master,
The creature murmured, nearly stumbling. Leala froze. Master. Chapter 13. Leala. Gasping, she whirled around. Hell stood not 3 feet from her, and although his eyes were wild with dangerous hostility, he wasn't looking at her.
you dare touch your queen.
The Pale One took a step away and then another.
Didn't know.
The Pale One said, bowing his head.
She killed others, tried to kill me.
The brush of his cloak against her arm sent chills down her body as he stomped by her. His alabaster fingers grabbed the Pale One around the throat and lifted his massive body off the ground with such ease.
Then you stand there and die.
Black blood leaked from the Pale One's eyes, and he let out a high-pitched shriek before he fell to the ground in a lifeless lump. Leala gulped, and like a statue she stood there, staring at his back and the way the silvery crescent moon outlined his form perfectly. It was as if she'd watched him like this 1,000 times, as if she'd memorized him the way she had her home in Briar Hollow. And yet she couldn't recall a single thing about him. He turned to face her.
Didn't your mother ever tell you not to go into the woods alone at night? Oh, wait. I guess she couldn't, because you didn't have one.
He said, and she wanted nothing more than to slap him across the face. Bastard. He was the root cause of why she was dead, why Leala never knew her mother. I had a mother, but she died.
I meant as Valine.
Why are you following me? Just leave me be, I had it handled.
Aren't you looking for me? That's why you come out here every night, isn't it? You want to get me alone and take advantage of me, don't you?
He put a hand to his chest.
I'm not that kind of elf, Val. You'll have to at least buy me dinner first.
Leala scoffed and scrunched up her nose. The audacity.
Well, if you're not up for a midnight romp, then you want to talk. So talk.
I saw you a couple hours ago, you know, when you commanded me to take off my clothes. If I wanted to talk, I wouldn't have left.
I did that to prove a point. And you know with the old mage and war around, excuse me, Thane, you can't say how you truly feel about me. I've always wondered, who's a better role in the sack, me or him?
He rubbed the thin white scar across his chin, and the action reminded her of how Thane often had the same habit. It made her shudder.
It must be me. He's so formal. Translate that to boring.
A better, considering I wouldn't touch you even if my life depended on it, we'll never know.
Oh, you know. And one day you'll remember.
Leala narrowed her eyes. You know what? Something's coming to me. His scarred eyebrows raised ever so slightly, and he leaned a little closer. Thane's is bigger. A lot bigger. And he knows how to use it better. No wonder I left you. Hal's jaw muscles twitched, and his trembling fingers curled into fists, but his anger vanished as suddenly as it came. A savar appeared out of thin air, already burning, and he clasped it between his fingers.
Liar.
He said just before he placed it between his lips. The thin line of smoke from it wafted her way. An image flashed across her mind, of a male standing on a balcony with his back to her. He was entirely naked, and much of his body was covered in runes and other tattoos. The sweet smell of his savar wafted to her through the open double doors. The night sky was full of waving colors. She blinked several times, clearing the thought. What was that? With her stomach twisted into knots, Leala dropped her gaze to the grass, and for the first time since the fight started, she heard the luminol crickets chirping and the sheep bleating quietly from somewhere near. The silence between them lasted too long, and she knew without looking that he watched her, and that made her skin crawl. I was out looking for something and happened upon your creatures, so obviously I killed them. Even one less makes Palinor safer.
They're yours too, you know. You could command them if you wanted.
She lifted her eyes to him. What?
Haven't you ever wondered why they're drawn to you?
Yes, she thought, but only clenched her teeth tighter together. Although lately the use of her magic hadn't brought them to her, she wondered if it was because they weren't close or if he'd commanded them not to.
Because they are mine.
She watched him skeptically, thinking there was more to that statement. There wasn't. Well, I'm not you.
Clearly.
He smiled slowly, reminding her of a wolf ready to pounce. A very beautiful wolf.
You'll get it one day.
He took a deep pull of the smoke and blew a puff into the night. Leala shook her head and turned away, stalking up the side of the house. She needed to put down the father left dying in the doorway before he had a chance to turn and get up.
Where are you going?
Leala halted and whirled on him. Actually, I do need to talk to you. There was a lady slaughtered by a beast of some kind. What other evil thing have you created now?
I don't know what you're talking about. The pale ones may exist because of me, but I don't have any beasts. What did it look like?
I never saw it, only the damage it left behind. But even the pale ones admitted they weren't the ones to do it. Hel's perfect lips twitched into a slight frown, but it wasn't much of an emotion to get a read on.
That could be a problem.
What is it?
I don't know for certain, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Leala groaned and started off again. It wasn't like he'd been forthcoming about anything since he arrived. She glanced back to make sure he wasn't following her, and he was gone, thank the maker. As she turned back around, she skidded to a halt and stopped millimeters from a blade sinking into her throat.
I forgot to tell you the first rule of training. Never turn your back on your opponent.
That's my dagger, Leala breathed. He'd taken it right out of her hand without ever touching her.
It certainly is.
He brushed it under the left side of her jaw. It was a caress, gentle and seductive.
I'm sorry, love, but I can't wait any longer.
What are you talking about?
You remember the tower, don't you? How you woke me?
How could I forget? She drawled. She'd sliced open her hand and dripped her blood into his mouth, breathed life into his lungs.
I have a theory. This will only hurt a little.
He dropped the blade to her wrist and sliced open her flesh. Ouch! Leala brought her cut hand up to slap the blade away, and he grabbed her arm. Before she could move, his tongue slid across her fresh cut and his mouth closed around it, like a lover's nibble. A flood like a sedative hit her hard as his magic overwhelmed her, holding her in place. Stop, she said weakly. He gripped the back of her neck and pulled her closer, flush against his hard body, sucking blood from her wound. It hit her like a slap. All the weakening signs she'd picked up on, the dark circles, the tremor of his hands. Her blood had given him life, and now, holy maker above. Get off me! She jerked her dagger back from his hand, then drove it straight into his side, shoving it all the way to the hilt. She was so startled that it went in. She froze rather than pulling it to strike a second time. Her magic lashed out, slamming into Hel like a war hammer, and sent him stumbling until he fell onto his arse and caught himself with his hands behind him. Under the pale light of the moon and stars, his eyes shined like garnets once again. His black hair gleamed, and scarlet glistened on his bottom lip. Leala slapped her hand over the small cut on her wrist and fell back against the house with the sharp knots of wood jabbed into her shoulder blades. You need my blood to stay strong, don't you? Her voice came out as a whisper. He stood, and for a moment he looked apologetic.
It appears to be an unfortunate side effect for both of us. It seems the cost of waking me was your blood. Therefore, the cost of sustaining me is your blood. It's not something I anticipated, but magic often comes with a price.
He jerked her dagger from his side as if it was nothing more than a small inconvenience. The wound closed in moments. The only trace that it was ever there was the blood glistening off his tunic. He tossed her dagger back, and her senses sharpened enough to catch it by the handle. So without it, you'd die? She dropped her hand from her wrist. There was very little blood, and much of it was dried already. Hel's fingers trailed the side of her face, and she jumped at how fast he went from being several feet away to touching her.
We'll never find out.
Leala grabbed his wrist and shoved his hand back at him. Don't touch me or I'll... She breathed heavily, mind racing. What could she do? He was more powerful than her in every way, even in a weakened state.
Or you'll what? Threaten me with a good time?
If you want my blood from now on, you'll have to ask me for it, or I won't give you what you want, ever. But she'd found his weakness, maybe the only one he had. The only unfortunate thing about it was he appeared to be able to go a long time without needing her blood to rejuvenate. 2 months had passed between waking him in the void and now.
You don't even know what I want.
For me to remember you, he laughed, and Leala's brows furrowed in confusion. He kept calling her his queen, protected her against his own. Hel shoved his finger against her forehead.
I couldn't care less if you remember me. But you do have something in that pretty little head of yours that I need, which requires Valine to come out and play, not Leala.
Leala slapped his hand away. If you ever want to get whatever knowledge I might have, start treating me with respect. At this point, even if I remembered, I wouldn't tell you.
You'll get my respect when you earn it.
He shoved his forearm into her chest and pushed her up against the side of the house. Leala glared defiantly as he leaned in inches from her face.
And you will tell me, Val, or I'll kill him.
No, you won't, Leala challenged, searching his beautiful yet harsh face. His thick dark brows tugged in, red eyes glowing. Some part of you cares about him.
I'd love nothing more than to prove how wrong you are about that.
His hand snaked around her bicep, and he jerked her to his side. They started toward midnight.
Shall I nail him to the wall and let you watch him suffer for days? Or let's get really creative.
Wait! Leala tried to pull out of his grasp, but he only gripped tighter. I don't remember anything, I swear. Her eyes darted toward the cluster of pines and oaks nearby. Warmth flooded her chest and down her limbs, and her vines quietly wrapped around his ankles, halting him. She had to distract him, lead him away from Thane. He looked down and then over at her.
You're being ridiculous. You know this won't.
More vines coiled around his body, but it was the sweet but deadly spray from the opening lilies that made him shut his mouth. Without waiting to see if they'd affect him, Leala sprinted for the grove of pine trees. With arms pumping and her elven feet gliding over the grass, she burst through the tree line, weaving between thick trunks and leapt over mossy logs. If she kept going, she'd hit the unnamed forest soon enough, and with it being nighttime, maybe I can't get rid of him, but perhaps the beasts can.
Chapter 14. Hel. Hel clenched his fists at his sides and pushed his magic down the vines holding him in place until the ebony tendrils burned away into nothing. If he'd known she'd put up this much of a fight, he'd have started their training this way. Come now, love. The game of cat and mouse never ends well for the mouse. Her shadowy form disappeared into the woods, and Hel smiled. What fun this would be. With deliberately slow steps, he followed her. It was only fair he gave her a marginal head start. It was not as if he could lose her trail. Now that he'd had a taste, the smell of her blood was like a siren's voice pulling him to follow. He thought back to their first confrontation and how differently it had gone. The past.
Trespassers are executed in my territory, hell.
Her sultry, smooth voice washed over him like midnight rain on a hot summer night. No one's voice had ever felt like a feather sliding down his spine. His body shuddered with pleasure despite the sharp blade she held to his throat. It's a good thing I'm not trespassing, then. He slid his gaze over to Valine's placid face. She was even more stunning in her own territory. Her midnight purple bodice adorned with stars and moons around the low V neckline fit like a glove. The sleeveless top wrapped under her arms and hit just below her ribs, revealing a thin line of skin. From her rounded hips down, he couldn't help but drag his eyes over the black pants that fit in a way they could have been painted on her form. The colorful lights above shone off the moon and stars' crown resting on her beautiful waves of ebony hair.
Get out.
She lowered the blade, Solender, and pointed to the darkened spot in the wall he came from. I gave that to you as a gift, and you would use it against me, he tisked. Have you used it against anyone else as of late? Cynic, perhaps? Her fury blue eyes narrowed.
You attempt to break into my land, and now you're here to accuse me of crimes. You're the thief, not I.
I'm standing inside your walls. I would say it was more than an attempt. And you stole that from me. Seems we're both criminals. The corner of her mouth turned up.
You said it was a gift.
With the gentleness of a lover's caress, she slid the point of Solender from his shoulder to wrist, and a chill ran down his spine.
And you're only inside because I allowed it.
Is that so? She met his stare, and he'd be damned if it wasn't the most stunning thing he'd ever seen.
Leave. Now, before I have to do something I don't want to.
Why do you hide in here? What are you afraid of? Her palm pressed flatly against his chest, and she backed him toward the wall.
I fear nothing.
They both stopped at the House of Night's Edge. The pounding of War's axe crashing into the barrier sounded dull and far away, although he was merely feet from them. Get rid of that dagger, if anyone suspects you killed Cynic.
No one but you and War knows I have it. If anyone suspects it was me, it's only because of the two of you. Tell your Uncle Balnir that you spoke to me, and I had nothing to do with it.
You're quite demanding, aren't you?
I'm not some silly girl to be trifled with. Get out of my territory, or I'll cut off your pecker, and every time you wish you could feel pleasure, you'll think of me.
Oh, I already think of you, especially when it comes to pleasure.
You think you're so clever and witty, god of mischief?
She said with a chuckle, looking at him from boots to face.
I'll admit, you are quite delicious, and in my younger days I may have been tempted, but when you're as old as I, the years tend to whittle out the stupid. I have no interest in you or your cousin or any of the Primvar. I've given you ample time, little boy. Leave.
The flush that filled Hel's cheeks came swiftly. Tell me why you did it, or I'll go back to my uncle with a very different story, and you can expect an army at your wall within a fortnight, and this little boy will destroy House of Night until there is nothing left. Soon no one will know that you or your precious territory ever existed at all. The tip of the dagger was at the base of his throat in an instant.
You have no idea who you're dealing with. It was easy to kill your so-called uncle, a primordial, said to be the best warrior the Primevar had, and I didn't even break a sweat. I can do the same to you just as easily.
Clenching his teeth together, Hel grabbed her wrist and pushed back, though he was barely able to move her. I don't like being threatened, and that's the second time.
Then do something about it.
She challenged in a voice that sounded like she might start laughing at him, as if he was nothing more than a pitiful human and posed no threat at all. The magical barrier finally cracked wide enough for War to stumble through, wild-eyed and ready for battle. A quick look between the two of them and he charged. His axe came down with blurred speed at the dagger threatening Hel's life. Valine jerked it back and spun away, shifting entirely to shadow and reappearing fully behind War. Standing opposite to them, she raised her chin ever so slightly and leveled Solender at her waist.
Why are you just standing there?
She curled her fingers on her left hand, beckoning them forward.
Let's see what the best of the Primevar has to offer.
Hel and War exchanged a glance. She wielded a weapon that could end them forever. Any power Hel or his cousin possessed could hurt her but never kill her. She was a full-blooded primordial goddess.
Scared?
War grinned and rested the length of his axe against his shoulder. It's unfair for two large, powerful males to fight a single female. I'd feel bad. Oh, gods, here we go, Hel murmured. She came at them in the wrath of darkness, blanketing them in a cloud so thick Hel may as well have been locked in the blackest of dungeons where no light ever showed. War cursed. Served him right. Hopefully he got stabbed at least once for his comment. Hel waved his hand, blasting forth a ball of light that burned away the dark veil. Valine was inches from him with the dagger leveled at his chest. Shit! Hel backpedaled, then dodged to the side, barely missing a downward hack. She was out for blood, and this was no longer a game. War took advantage of her occupation with Hel and swung his weapon at her. She turned in time to block it with her armored forearm and then drove the dagger at his belly. Damn it, goddess, he snarled, shoving his hips back, barely escaping a strike. We didn't come here to fight. They went at each other, weapons flying at speeds difficult to track.
No, you came here to steal this back and try to kill me for revenge.
War kicked his leg out and caught her ankle, tripping her up, but she dropped into a squat and grazed the dagger against his inner thigh. War dove and rolled out of the way, then threw out a blast of power that slammed into a shield with a crack, and the impact lit up like a bolt of lightning. Hel stepped back several feet to observe and folded his arms, assessing the goddess of night. She was better at combat than he anticipated, given that to his knowledge she'd never participated in any wars. She ducked and weaved, flipped and bent in ways that were incredible to miss War's weapon. There was no doubt she was able to take out Cynic, but no one was better than War at combat. She was mistaken in thinking Cynic had been the Primevar's most elite warrior. Hel watched him pull back at least twice when he could have knocked her in the head. His downfall was having a soft spot for females, even for one that wanted to kill him, apparently. Come on, War, stop playing around, Hel said. Their weapons clashed mid-air and they stared each other down. I'll back off, if you will, he said, barely breathing heavily. She shifted to shadow, and Solender whooshed through the air and sliced across War's shoulder, cutting into the thick fabric of his leathers, but no blood by the looks of things. In a blink, she was gone in a flash of darkness and appeared before Hel. Solender pierced his chest. Mouth dropping open. Heat flared in Hel's body. Panic filled him. He didn't want to die. couldn't die. His hand wrapped around the blade and both she and he looked down. It didn't go through. His eyes flicked up to hers. Her chest rose up and down rapidly as she blinked in confusion. After a moment, she bared her teeth, and she pushed harder, to no avail. Hell slowly smiled. How was this possible? She'd caught him by surprise, and he should be dead. That was the true weapon, and he didn't have the time to put up a blocking shield. The frustration fell from her face to one of confusion, and she backed off, letting the dagger hang at her side. After a moment, she brought it back up to eye level to inspect it, and Hale tugged his shirt down. A tiny bead of blood welled up from where the blade struck, and from there a new mark slowly appeared, the outline of a lily on a vine. Well, that's interesting. Before Valine could attack again, Hell flicked his wrist, forming an impenetrable bubble around her, trapping her inside. She flipped the blade over, continuing her inspection of it. She seemed as baffled that the blade hadn't done its job as he was, and didn't appear to notice her cage yet. War slid his axe onto his back and cautiously walked around her, then stared at the new mark beside many others Hell already possessed. New shielding magic. Have you made yourself invincible now? Hell tugged his black shirt back up and looked Valine over. It wasn't me. War's brows furrowed. Perhaps the Maker spared you, and that is a mark you are favored. Perhaps. He might believe so if he didn't see the same mark on Valine's shoulder that hadn't been there moments before. Did it mean they were to be sworn enemies marked to kill the other? Or something much deeper he didn't dare fantasize about? It was absurd. Valine lifted her hand and pressed it against the invisible bubble.
Let me out.
Her voice was venomous, deadly. War took a step closer to her and held out his palm. Give us the dagger first. She laughed and slid her hand along the length of the dagger and it vanished.
No one will ever find it but me.
Hell was familiar with making things disappear into the ether. Another realm, or simply sending something back to the place it belonged, but to be able to do such a thing was a rare gift. One thing was for certain. No one would find that dagger unless she willed it. It could be anywhere, at any time, in any realm. War slowly walked around her. Do you have the Sword of Truth?
No, I couldn't find it.
Why did you kill Cynic? She tilted her head to the side, looking him up and down.
He murdered someone close to me. It's an offense punishable by death in Runevale if he wasn't a primordial. I also suspect he's been stealing from my territory.
Can any of this be proven? Hell asked. Truth was, he believed it without question. Cynic prided himself on his variety of stock, and had no qualms with murdering those lesser than him. It made perfect sense he'd take from House of Night if only to boast. She was one of the few who wouldn't sell or barter her people to others.
Considering he is the head of the council, was.
She smirked.
I didn't bother going the standard route. He would lie, manipulate, and deceive as the rest of you do, as he has always done.
We're not all like him, War said firmly.
So you're telling me you don't treat your people like cattle? You don't scheme to see who can have the most powerful bloodline or pit people against each other? I find that difficult to believe, given who trained you. Your father and mother may be good people, War, but Cynic was a piece of shit.
I rule in Rivengard, and no, I don't do those things. The dragon shifters follow me out of respect, and we're in agreement about Cynic. Yes, he trained us, but we don't hold the same moral values. She looked at Hell and he sighed. You know why people follow war. It's because he's a god and he could kill them with little effort. It's the same reason the people in my territory do as they are told, and the same reason your people admire you. They revere and fear us. I give them small gifts of magic. They worship me. She rolled her eyes as if she wasn't a goddess herself, revered and admired by others.
Exactly as I thought.
She glanced down at her upper arm and did a double-take. Her fingers ran over her skin, harshly rubbing at the new lily mark there.
What did you do to me?
I was hoping you could tell me. She jerked her head up and shoved both palms straight out in front of her. A powerful blast shattered that bubble and sent Hell and War flying backward. It wasn't until he was on his arse outside the barrier to the night territory that he realized Valine said she feared nothing, but that lily mark terrified her. Val, Hell called in the darkness of the forest. Come out, love. I promise I won't bite.
Chapter 15. Leala. Leala pressed back into a wide tree. The decaying, knotted branches hung around her in gnarled and twisted ways. Every rustle of a bush, every hoot of an owl, or snap of a twig sent a jolt of panic to her already racing heart. This was a bad idea. Leading him in here might get your ass killed too. Beady glowing eyes seemed to peer out from every direction, watching the new intruder. She was allowing the past to get the better of her. This forest reminded her of giants and the near death of Thane, the moment they'd been ripped apart. And to top it off, she was being stalked by the most deadly being in Adelon.
Valine!
He called again, closer this time. Dropping into a crouch below a bush, Leala took in deep cleansing breaths and searched the darkness around her. A centipede half as long as her skittered over the toe of her boot. Holding in a scream, she shot up and flung out her leg, sending the thing flying. Disgusting. After a moment, there was a sudden crawling sensation on the back of her neck. Oh, it better not be. She slapped at whatever it was and whirled around with thick web entangled in her hair, with a group of spiders as large as her head sliding down from the treetops. She squealed and slapped at her head, then took off east. Maker above, why did I come in here? She leapt over, down trees, and darted around mid-sized boulders, hoping it would lead her out, but still away from Hell. This was worse than the dreams he'd haunted her in months before. Damn spiders. Low-hanging tree branches whipped her in the face and across her body as she sprinted. One sliced open her cheek and she hissed at the sting, but quickly swiped at it with her shoulder and kept running. Nothing in this area looked familiar, and there was no path in sight. The smell of a bog hit her moments before she stumbled into thick mud that quickly rose around her ankles. Get it together, Leala. But there were things worse than her own death and life, like watching him torture and kill Thane.
You're letting fear get the best of you again.
Hell's voice echoed all around the area, making it impossible to know where he was now.
You can't hide. I can hear your racing heart.
Damn elven hearing. If her own thundering heart wasn't so loud, she could hear him too. Leala glanced back. He was somewhere close now, but his form was not among the fog, the thick twisted branches, the tall ferns, or the little glowing eyes and trees. A clicking noise from a bird pecking echoed in the forest. There were no luminor crickets here, no other light than the meager amount that showed through the cracks in the canopy of trees. You got yourself into this mess. Now you'll have to get out of it. She threw out her vine, wrapped it around a thick branch above, and swung across the mud pit. Her legs carried her so fast everything around her became blurry, and her eyes burned with tears from the speed. The stomp of something colossally heavy shook the ground, and Leala skidded to a halt. She waited until a giant scorpion, half as tall as the 100-foot trees, came into view, then waited until she spotted Hell, too. His taunting smile faltered when he realized she'd led him into a trap. With a smirk, Leala took off, running directly at the giant scorpion's pincers. It let out a high-pitched shriek and swiped at her. She dove through its open pincer and dodged its massive legs, stamping and quaking the ground. Her feet carried her faster and faster, getting her out of harm's way. She darted to hide behind a massive, decaying tree trunk. The beast lost sight of her and turned its attention to Hell. "Let's see you get out of this." Leala grinned and ran without looking back. She finally burst free from the unnamed forest out into the open and sighed in relief at the moon's light shining across the land and kept jogging into the field of waving golden grain, a small bit of comfort. After getting far enough away from the woods that she felt safe, she slowed and finally faced the forest. A wail sent a shiver down her spine. It didn't sound like a dying man. The openness of this area gave her no place to hide and nowhere to run. The castle was at least 15 miles from here. The breeze carried with it the faint smell of sweet smoke, and a shiver ran down her spine. Leala gulped at the feeling that scent evoked in her. Had he taken down the scorpion already? He was going to be pissed now. She whirled around to run, then felt his presence behind her. Every muscle in her body froze. There was no point in fleeing now. With a deep breath, she readied herself to face him, and with a slow turn, she found Hell standing right behind her and jerked back ever so slightly.
Boo. That was clever, Val. I'm proud of you.
He smiled as if this was the most fun he'd had in a long time.
Oh, did I spoil the game? If you want to keep running, I'll turn around and count to 30. Hide and seek is my favorite pastime.
Leala's brows furrowed, and she clenched her hands at her sides. She would no longer be his source to laugh at and make fun of. Turning on her heel, she started toward the castle. Showing her back to him was the biggest move she could make. He appeared in front of her, eyes glowing red.
You didn't learn to not turn your back on me last time?
"Don't you dare touch me again," Leala said and pulled a throwing star. The pointed metal was slick in her damp fingers. "This horseshit of you treating me like a puppet is over."
I guess we're back to where we started.
He took a step closer.
Or you'll what? Try to kill me?
Breaths coming faster. Leala put the star's sharp edge to her own throat. "No, but I could kill myself." Even she didn't know if she'd do it. His jaw muscles feathered and his eyes darkened.
You wouldn't.
"I will." They stared each other down for what felt like too long.
I think you're lying.
He said. Leala pressed the steel star harder, its point piercing her flesh, and slowly slit it. Warm blood oozed down her throat and the sting made her wince. His eyes blew wide.
Don't.
"Then stay away. I swear I will end my life, Hell. Then eventually you'll die too, because you won't have my blood to keep you going. You won't get my memories. Your life will be over." His throat bobbed, and his gaze flicked from her bleeding neck to her face.
Feline.
"It's Leala." In a flash, he vanished and reappeared before her and ripped the star from her hand and threw it far into the shadows of the wheat stalks. His warm hands gripped her face, and he said with a shaky voice,
Don't you ever do that again. Not ever. God, you drive me insane.
"Do you even care about me at all, or only yourself? From the moment I met you, it's my wife this or my wife that, and then you treat me like I'm the dirt on your shoe." His hands dropped to his sides, and the fear and worry etched around his eyes turned harsh, lethal.
I don't really care about you. You're only a means for me to get what I want.
The feeling is mutual, but a sharp sting in her chest, like an old wound acting up again. As if the goddess deep inside wouldn't stand for that, Leala shoved him hard in the chest. "Except I'm the reason you're alive. You should be worshipping the ground I walk on, you bastard."
You're the reason I'm mortal and trapped in this god's forsaken realm in the first place.
Leala shoved him again, and he allowed it. She didn't know where this sudden burst of confidence came from, but she let her fury fly. "Oh, I'm sure you had absolutely nothing to do with it. You're just Mr. Innocent. Poor, poor Hell, a saint among heathens." Leala laughed. "What a joke that is. You're the worst of us all. A demon. The lowest of all creatures.
Stop.
He said. She smacked him across the face. You hate me? The sight of you disgusts me. How dare you try to make me undress? How dare you touch me with your filthy hands? I am not your plaything, and if you ever do any of that again, I will find everyone you ever loved or cared about and destroy them, and nothing in any of the realms will be able to stop me. Even Leala was surprised at the surety in her own words. She grew bolder still and went to shove him again, and he grabbed her wrists. There was a long stretch of silence where he held her, and she stared up at him. Was there something there? Some familiarity other than his resemblance to Thane? The red color of his eyes seemed wrong. Shouldn't they be turquoise, like a warm ocean?
You should know you already took everything I cared about a long time ago.
He stared down at her and his jaw flexed. A desperate desire flashed in his features. But it wasn't her bloody neck his eyes fell upon. It was her lips, even if everything else about him said he hated her. And what was that?
You and him. You should go back to the castle. You are bleeding, and every predator in the area can smell you.
I am a predator. The corner of his mouth tugged up ever so slightly.
Go.
He prodded and dropped his hold on her. She took one step away, then two. He didn't move, but he watched her like the hunters he spoke of. There was no warmth there, no sign they were ever mates or lovers, just coldness in the beautiful planes of that face. Well, she wasn't going to wait around and argue about it, so she started off toward that farm to get midnight before she went home. To her astonishment, Hell didn't pursue her, and when she glanced back, he was gone. Leala stood in front of the gold-framed mirror in her room and dipped a cloth into a basin of warm water. With a squeeze and a twist, she wrung it out until the droplets splashed quietly. She dabbed it along the gash she'd put in her own neck. The line was angry red but crusted over and healing. Stray hair escaped her braided black hair like a halo of frizz, and all over her face and hands were little splotches of dirt from the unnamed forest, mixed with splatters of black blood from pale ones. She mopped her face clean, then glanced down at all the blood staining the collar of her blue shirt. She unfastened her thick bodice and dropped it. Then, with a sigh, she tugged her shirt over her head and tossed it to the corner. A quiet knock sounded on her bedroom door. Ugh, who could it be? If it was Talon leaving another note, she might not be able to keep herself calm. Or perhaps Pearl was back from her time off helping rain a sun. Another knock, more urgent this time. Leala hurried to her dresser to find clothing and something to cover her wound with. She pulled out a thin, almost sheer white scarf. No, that was suspicious, and it might not cover well enough. There must be something with a high collar. There were several tops, long sleeve and short, and as she tugged them out, she found they all had V-necks or round collars. Cursing, she shoved them back in and closed the drawer. Then the door opened, and Thane stepped inside. The candles in the room gave off enough light there was no hiding her wounds now. His bright green eyes trailed over her, standing in her bralette, pants, and dirty boots. He quickly closed the door behind himself with his brows lowered in concern.
What happened to your neck? I thought you were training with Vestin.
She swallowed hard, not knowing what to say.
Leala?
He urged, closing the distance between them in 4 long strides. His callous thumb ran across the thin slice.
What is that from?
She didn't dare tell him about her confrontation with Hell, or he might go after him, and she knew how that would play out. I encountered pale ones at a farm. They killed the father. The mother and child got away. At least she hadn't seen them when she went back for midnight. But she'd been in her head so much thinking about her incident with Hell, she didn't check to see if the father was truly dead. He'd been bitten. His face pulled down into a scowl.
You could have been killed.
I promised Aunt Evelyn I'd get her list of plants. Leala cursed under her breath, remembering she only retrieved 2 items on the list. I wasn't looking for trouble.
But it found you, Leala. Even I wouldn't go out to fight Pale Ones alone. One mistake is all it takes. You know I've lost friends to them. You've seen what they do.
He shook his head and then ran his hand down his face. I didn't go to fight, she said, softening her voice at his worry. It was for Aunt Evelyn. I can't risk her going out on her own if I don't do it. I'm not afraid to go out there. I don't want fear to rule my life.
And it shouldn't have to, but you're not immortal anymore.
He shoved his hand into his hair.
I love you more than anything in all the world.
He took her hand and kissed it, then fixated on the wound on her neck.
Every time you sneak away, and I come to find you gone, it scares the shit out of me. All the things that could happen to you flood my mind. Like this.
He lightly brushed her wound.
What if you don't come back one day and I find your lifeless body? Do you have any idea what that would do to me?
Tears burned her eyes. I'm sorry.
You're slowly killing me.
He slid his palm against her cheek and turned her face to look at him. The anguish in his voice, in his eyes, slammed into her.
You running off every night, putting yourself in danger while looking for him. It's almost more than I can bear.
I never meant... You know I wasn't looking for him for any other reason than to end all this. Can't you see that with him here?
I saw the way you looked at him when he first arrived. It was how you used to look at me.
No, that's not it at all. The only reason I have changed is because it's difficult to be around you with the way things are between us. It wasn't because of any memories of him. She refused to believe the image of Hell's naked ass was a memory, no matter how good he looked. At the uncertainty on his face, Leala rubbed her forehead and threw herself back on the bed. Then she reached down, tugged off her boots, and tossed them on the floor. Thane sat down at the end of her bed but kept a careful distance. This being afraid to touch each other was getting old. This wall between them seemed to only be growing thicker and taller. To chip away at it, Leala moved closer and pressed her palm against the side of his beautiful face. He closed his eyes and leaned into her touch. I'll try to remember for you, so we can be together. I just wish it didn't have to be this way because it doesn't.
Leia, I love you, but I'm confused right now about you and me. There is a whole other person inside you waiting to come out.
It doesn't have to ruin what we have now, Leala whispered. You promised you'd love me in every life and in any realm. Has that changed?
I will always love you.
His chest rose sharply.
But I'm afraid you might not, and I'm trying to prepare myself for the possibility.
Hadn't she shown him over and over that she loved him? She'd risked her life on countless occasions and gave him everything, her heart, her body. She'd give him eternity as mates if he'd allow it. It's you that I want. It's always been you. She leaned in to kiss him, and he pulled back. It would be a lie to say the rejection didn't sting. His eyes dropped to the lily mark on her shoulder, and his silence, his actions said more than words. You don't want me anymore? He twirled a piece of her hair around his finger, but wouldn't look at her in the face.
It's not that I don't want you. You know I want you, Leia.
Leala pushed his hand away and stood up. If you still want me, then prove it. You pinned me to the wall in the alley, then left me even more confused than before. She stepped between his thighs. There was hunger in his eyes again. He drank her in, and his tongue swiped across his lower lip. Then his hand slid around her waist, his fingers pressed into her flesh.
You're pure temptation, Leia, and determined to ruin my vow.
He admitted and tugged her onto his lap.
You're right, I shouldn't have left things that way.
She straddled her thighs around his waist and wrapped her arms around his neck, leveling her breasts in perfect reach of his mouth. He leaned forward, kissing the tops of her half-exposed breasts. Leala gripped him harder and threaded her fingers into his long hair. His lips worked up her collarbone, her neck, until they reached her ear.
Make her above, Leia. Your body is perfection. You are perfection.
His mouth moved back down until he wrapped an arm around her back and flipped her over onto the bed and kissed below her navel. Goosebumps spread over her skin.
You want to feel the pleasure deep inside.
It's you I want, not just the feeling. She lay back as he climbed over her and arched into him. His mouth trailed down her belly and his fingers played with the waist of her pants, where he continued his kiss. Only do this if you won't leave me, Broken Thane. Promise me right now to be with me every night, that pushing me away is over.
Leia,
He breathed and lifted his chin. He stood upright and blinked as if coming to his senses.
no sex, but
He smiled deviously.
I can delight you in other ways.
This was about so much more than pleasure and intimacy. Their entire relationship was about love and giving in because of that love, not lust or just wanting to feel something. She frowned and pressed her bare foot against his chest. Promise me it all, or you get nothing. Not even the satisfaction of watching me finish. The expression on his face was like he was torturing himself as he took a step away.
If that's your requirement, then I'll hold true to my word about waiting for your sake.
She knew it was noble, virtuous even, but she wished he was more of a scoundrel at that moment. Fine. Good night, then. With the back of his sleeve, he wiped sweat from his brow and cursed under his breath.
Good night, Leia.
Chapter 16. Liala. Light tapping footsteps hurried down a dark corridor. Dim glowing orbs hung along the center every few feet above her head. She made a quick turn and shoved through a door with etchings of the moon phases and stars surrounding it. A young blonde man with waves past his shoulders and wearing round gold glasses looked up from the papers on the desk before him. He stood upon seeing her and dipped his head.
Valine,
He said in reverence.
you appear troubled.
She closed the distance between them, lifted her right arm and tapped her fingers against her new mark. What is this? We had 2 intruders at the border. When I tried to stab one of them in the heart, I couldn't, and this same mark appeared on his chest beneath my blade. The man's blue eyes lifted, and the bump in his throat bobbed. With furrowed brows, he raised a hand toward her arm.
May I?
Yes. His light touch moved over the lily mark on her upper arm at the base of her shoulder.
It just appeared, you say?
She nodded.
I've never seen one like it.
You know what it means, she suspected, but she needed to hear it from someone else. He raised a finger, turned away, and hurried over to a bookshelf that lined the entire wall. His fingers skimmed over the titles until he plucked a brown book with gold lettering. The sound of him hurriedly flipping pages filled the silence between them. The longer it took him, the more sweat covered the back of her neck.
I read about this before.
He looked up from the pages.
Is he a god?
She nodded.
Then I assume you had a weapon that could truly kill him.
He cleared his throat when she stared.
There are a couple accounts of this happening before. When 2 people are destined for one another, they cannot kill the other, and a mark appears on their flesh. In this case, it looks to be yours on the arm of the attempt and his on the wound.
What do you mean, destined for each other? She snarled.
In this story, once they met, they were drawn to each other. It didn't matter if they tried to stay away. They always seemed to end up in the same places. They eventually became lovers.
He turned the book around and handed it to Valine. Her eyes fell to one line. Soulmate. An unbreakable union formed by the All-Mother. The perfect match to the soul. Slowly shaking her head, she looked up. This can't be. He's... She nibbled her lip, hesitant to admit, but finally said, Not one of us. The All-Mother wouldn't bind me to one of them. He worships the Maker, not her. And especially not someone from his house.
I've never seen a mark form on 2 people like this myself, but that account says there have been others, and some have been enemies. I don't think everyone tries to kill their mates, so there isn't a mark formed that way, but for you...
Valine's heart crashed hard against her chest. She scanned the page in disbelief and read, Once soulmates become one body, They become of one mind, and thoughts can be heard and spoken when desired. Mates are eternally drawn toward one another. Their mark is unique to them and may appear in many ways. However, it is typical when they become one flesh. I suppose it could have been worse. It could have been his wretched mentor.
His mentor?
The blond man's eyes narrowed.
So it's hell or war, isn't it? I saw something between the three of you at the party.
Don't ever speak of this to anyone. Ever. She slammed the book shut. This is simply a new tattoo. That is all. He bowed his head.
You have my silence, goddess.
Leala shot up in bed with a sweat-soaked brow. The morning light and chirping of happy birds outside the window were a stark contrast to the dream. Maker above. It felt too real to be only a dream. It was a memory. Did Valine, try to kill Hell before? Was that how the mark on my arm truly formed? She blinked several times, trying to clear her blurry morning vision, not to mention confusion. She pushed her unkempt hair back and smoothed down the fraying pieces and meandered over to the dresser. A black short-sleeved top with silver swirls around the collar and the matching pants would be perfect for the day. With a quiet click, Tiffapine stepped in through her newly installed miniature door, standing 1.5 feet tall. She carried 2 rolls half as big as her and wore a grin only the happiest of gnomes had.
Morning,
she said and wiggled her eyebrows.
I got into the kitchen and made some rolls. My recipe is better, but I won't be giving away my secrets. Anyway, I saw this strange, I will admit, very attractive new elf downstairs talking with Fane. They look oddly alike. He has shorter hair and creepy red eyes, but they could be brothers.
She tore into the roll with her teeth and said with a muffled mouthful,
Is that his cousin I heard the staff talking about? Is this the same elf who carried you up here?
Yes.
Scandalous.
Well, that news ruined Leala's morning. She blew out her breath and stepped into her pants and slid on her top. His name is Hell, and it's not scandalous. We were training with magic, and I passed out. She considered using his title, but Tiff would probably scream. She narrowed her eyes.
But isn't that...
She lowered her voice to a whisper.
The Black Mage's name? Zara Hell? Hell? I hear you all talking, you know. I thought it was strange Queen Orlandia left too.
Leala frowned and nodded. Yes.
So you mean to tell me the Black Mage is Dragon's Fire hot? No way!
She shook her head and took another bite.
It wouldn't be fair of the Maker to do such a thing. He should be hideous as he is on the inside.
Good Lord, of course she'd find Hell attractive. Well, it seems the Maker has a sense of humor.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but have you seen the Palinal Scroll story today?
She nodded toward the bedside table. Leala's stomach dropped and she turned around, starting for the folded-up paper on the nightstand. No? Then a quiet knock came from somewhere in the bathroom and she paused. Leala's brow was pulled down and the hairs along her spine stood. Didn't you say Thane was downstairs? She listened for something else and watched the entry for a moment. It was nothing. Just a paranoia at work again.
Yep,
she said and happily chomped into the second roll. Leala wrongly assumed that was for her.
Should I just tell you? I'll just tell you. Telvian Wattsbury wrote that he speculates that you are meeting with the Black Mage in secret places when you sneak off castle grounds at night. Definite implications there. And Fane is too busy with the war and Pale Ones to know what you're doing. He said you'll be the fall of Palinor.
Leala's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. I'll cut his hand off for writing such lies.
Oh, can I come?
3 aggressive pounds on the door made Tiff shriek and fumble what was left of her roll. She barely caught it before it hit the ground. Who could that be? Thane certainly never did that, and the guards wouldn't dare. They walked on tiptoes around her lately.
Open this door right now!
Talon's shrill voice sounded muffled through the barrier. Leala sighed. She was supposed to have left with Orlandia, and she'd actively avoided Leala for months. The door flew open before Leala could get 2 steps, and Talon marched in with her fists swinging at her sides and a scowl to rival a bear. With her heel, she kicked the door shut and turned on Leala with a pointed finger.
It's all your fault.
The little gnome in her red hat glanced between the two, then scurried under the bed in a flash. What are you talking about?
Thane kicked Vyra and my friends out of the castle and ordered me confined to my rooms. Not only that, but he also tried to send me away with my mother in the middle of the night. She said it was getting too dangerous to stay here, but I know it was just a conspiracy to get me to leave my friends. Today, he finally let me out and yelled at me for not leaving with her.
For once, her usual perfect brown curls were falling out of her updo, and bits of frazzled hair stuck out here and there.
All because you can't take a little razzing. It's nothing less than what you deserve after what you did.
I'll say it again. I am sorry, Talon, for hurting you. I truly am. Leala supposed this was long overdue. She'd apologized months ago when they first arrived back, but they could only avoid each other for so long in the same household. Her soft ivory cheeks reddened and she stamped her foot.
Hurt? After I tried to help you escape, you repaid me by almost killing me. I saw the end. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even swallow. I went cold, and I couldn't stop shaking. You better thank your lucky stars that my brother had the ability to save me.
Leala frowned as the image of Talon suffering in Thane's arms flashed across her mind. It hurt her to see Thane with such terror in his eyes, but the worst part was she didn't feel bad about it. Not really. Aunt Evelyn was alive because of that move, and she knew Thane could save Talon. It was a risk she would take again if given the chance to redo it. I am sorry. I won't ever hurt you again. And by the way, I haven't told Thane anything about your little razzing. He was truly trying to send you away for your own safety.
Oh, yes, you did. He shoved one of the notes in my face and yelled at me in front of my friends and made them leave. I've never been more embarrassed in my life. And I'll have you know it wasn't me who wrote them all. Everyone hates you. You're a disease in this place that we can't wait to flush out. You should hear the things the gods say about you behind your back. Even everyone in the city hates you. No one can understand why the High King keeps you around.
That stung the most. It was true, after all. She stayed for Thane. But could their relationship survive the eternal invisible mark branded on her for waking the Black Mage? Even if not everyone believed yet, they would. What if she ruined Thane's life and his rule? You're right to be angry with me. Everyone is. But I am trying to fix it. I'm going to stop the Black Mage.
You can't stop him,
she crowed.
No one can except maybe my brother, but I'm doubtful of even that. He's the Black Mage, the most powerful mage in history. And what can you do besides grow some weeds?
That was a gross understatement of her power, but she had a point. I'll talk to Thane about letting your friends back inside. Just stop with the petty notes, all right? And if you are the Palinor Scroll's anonymous source, stop it right now. Her brow lifted.
That's not me. It's Mother letting slip details to her servants, but what can you expect? You're the reason her husband, my father, is dead.
She didn't appear particularly sad about it. Orlandia? Leala muttered.
She'll keep doing it too, and I wouldn't be surprised if she comes back for the celebration ball.
Silence lasted a full 5 seconds before Talon continued on.
And fine, if Vyra and all the others are allowed back, no more notes about you being fat or that you're a pariah in our society or a...
You're pushing it, Talon. I only have so much patience for your mouth. She swallowed and took a step back. Good. She had some fear of Leala still. But then Talon's shaky arm rose to point and she sputtered,
Behind you!
Leala caught sight of a shadow in her peripheral and whipped around, barely catching the wrist of the female wielding a knife aimed at her heart. Holy shit! Talon screeched, ran toward the bed and dove on top, pulling the blankets up to use as a shield.
Get her!
She wailed. Instinct kicked in, and Leala shoved her knee into the assailant's gut and then twisted her weapon arm. She rode with the move and swung Leala around until she smacked into the wall. The vase on the shelf fell and the fertility fern collapsed, and both shattered, spilling dirt and glass across the floor. Damn, she's strong. Leala kicked back, nailing the woman in the stomach, and ducked under another strike, then bobbed out of the way of the blade as it sliced at her chest. The brunette maiden was not an elf, nor did she look entirely human. There was something oddly animalistic about her. Brown leopard spots spilled from the top of her left brow around her temple and across her cheekbone. She bared her teeth, showing elongated canines, and swung at Leala in rapid succession, the whoosh of the blade cutting through the air with sharp whistles. Leala backpedaled toward the windows to miss each one, but all came dangerously close. She threw out her vine. It wrapped around the assassin's wrist and tied her to the bedpost, forcing her to drop the dagger.
Don't bring her near me!
Talon rode off the bed and picked up a glass of water and chucked it at the woman. It knocked her in the side of the head. She turned with a menacing growl. "You should have shut that one up yourself," the woman said with a sneer at Talon. "Who are you?" Leala demanded, throwing another vine around the woman's waist and hooking it around the bedpost. Another dagger appeared in the woman's free hand, and she launched it at Leala. She threw up her arms and the blade stopped mere inches from her forehead. In her moment of distraction, the bedpost cracked and snapped in half, allowing the woman to break free. With blade-tipped boots, she kicked Leala, driving her toe into her ribs. Leala barely felt the stab and cracked her fist straight into the woman's nose. She stumbled back a few steps, and with blood leaking out of her nostrils, she let out a wail that sounded something between a dying cat and a wolf howl. Right before her eyes, the woman's body shifted into a giant tawny cat with black and chestnut-brown misshapen spots. She was at least the size of her human form in length and came up to Leala's chest in height. Her long canines dripped saliva, and with her ears pinned back and huge black pupils, she had murder in mind. Leala's heart crashed wildly, and she would have done anything for a sword at the moment. But she left it and all her weapons in the bathroom to dry after she cleaned them, and this beast stood in the way. Damn it all. "Where is the guard?" Leala shouted at Talon and backed toward the window until she bumped into the ledge. With her hand behind her back, she felt for the window latch.
"I sent them away so they wouldn't hear me raise my voice and tell Thane, but you can handle, whatever she is, right?"
"I thought I could only grow some weeds," Leala snapped. The Catwoman let out another fearsome cry and lowered into a crouch, flicking her long tail back and forth. A moment later, she pounced at Leala. She dove to the left onto the bed and rode across it, while the feral shifter hit the window, chomped at the green draping vines, ragdolled a stalk and tore it free. It hit the ground with a plunk. Then she turned and prowled onto the bed. Trembling, Talon latched onto Leala's shoulders and ducked behind her. "Back toward the door," Leala said, watching the predator's light green eyes for signs she might pounce again. The moment they ran, the chase would be on. Slowly. Talon let go and her footsteps slammed as she sprinted for the door. "I said slowly!" Leala shouted, and the cat leapt from the bed and soared through the air. Her front paws crashed into Talon's back, taking her to the ground with a thud. Talon screamed loud enough to hurt Leala's ears. There was no way someone wouldn't hear and come running. The cat raised her head, teeth bared. Leala snatched the woman's dagger off the ground, and in 3 steps drove the blade into her side. The cat wailed and turned, slashing her massive clawed paw at Leala. "You came for me! Leave her alone!" Leala curled her fingers and called to her magic. It coiled out of thin air and wrapped around the assassin's neck. "Squeeze tighter," she silently commanded. The cat wildly clawed at the black vine and rolled around on the ground, writhing and moaning. After a few moments, she shifted back into her human form. Leala squatted down and jerked the dagger out of her side. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Her face turned a dark shade of purple as the magical vines squeezed harder. Her ragged breaths became shallower with each passing second. But Leala needed her alive. She needed answers. The vines loosened and she grabbed the woman by the crown of her head, gripping her hair. "Tell me who sent you, and I might let you live." She spit, and a spray of saliva and blood hit Leala on the left cheek. Leala recoiled for a moment, then punched her again. The woman's head flew back and bounced off the floor. Then she laughed, revealing red-stained teeth. "You're not what you once were, Valine. Not even close. You're doomed like all the times before." "Valine," Leala whispered. She grabbed the woman by the shoulders and shook her. "How do you know that name?" Pain seared Leala's thigh. She gritted her teeth to keep from screaming and found claws embedded into her flesh. "Release me, or I'll tear your leg off." The claws sunk deeper, and she began to pull, dragging them like blades down her muscle and flesh. Leala let the vines fall loose. The claws retracted, and she knocked Leala in the chin with a hard punch. She shoved her off and sprinted to the window, shattering the glass as she pounced through it. The bedroom door burst open and slammed against the wall. Thane came through first, and Hale trailed right behind him. They stood next to one another, surveying the disaster.
There's no way the princess put up this much of a fight,
Hale said, leaning up against the wall. Thane rushed forward.
What happened?
A psychotic wild animal woman!
Talon wailed, peeking out from covering her face.
She almost killed me!
Thane looked at Talon cowering on the floor, then Leala, and dropped to her side. He lifted his hand toward her waist where her black top was half covered in blood.
What is she talking about? Who did this?
"I'm fine." She pushed his hand away. Hale watched the exchange, and Leala immediately regretted showing their less than perfect relationship in front of him. She didn't want to reveal the strain between her and Thane, even if there were rumors. But he seemed less interested in their interaction, and more so in the bloodstain that blossomed all over her shirt from the rib wound. Whether it was because her blood was his life source and he was worried about losing it, or he was worried about her, she didn't know. Either way, she quickly folded her arm over her belly.
You need healing balm.
Thane touched the 5 puncture marks in her thigh, and she winced. "I'm all right, I promise," Leala said with a half smile, trying to reassure him even if it hurt like hell. He nodded, but still looked concerned.
So, what happened?
I don't know what she was exactly. She looked almost human, but she changed into a huge cat. Thane's brows furrowed, and he glanced back at Hel.
A feline shifter. But they're from Rivengard.
He looked back to Leala.
How did she get in here? It's not difficult to deduce,
Hel said, tucking his hands behind his back and walking forward.
The assassin is a chameleon of sorts. Her skin can change to blend into her surroundings. She likely came in through a window, and by the state of the room...
His gaze swept across the broken vase and snapped bedpost.
There was a struggle. Mayala obviously came out on top, although it should have been much easier than this. And you shouldn't have let her get away.
I didn't let her, Leala balked. And if she was able to change her appearance to blend in, she might have been the one stalking her in the alley outside of Aunt Evelyn's place, near Emoliander. She called me Valine, Leala said, and swallowed the nervous lump in her throat.
I'm sure she did, because if she's a shifter that wants you dead, she was sent here.
Sent by who?
This is the first assassin.
Hel asked. Yes?
They don't like when the 3 of us get together.
His gaze fell to the window, and he pressed his lips together. A big silver owl sat perched on the tree branch, staring inside. How odd, Leala thought. It's morning, and owls tend to only come out at night.
They know we'll want revenge, and they're going on the offensive.
He finished. But was that what he truly meant to say? With his hands tucked behind his back, he began to pace.
I need you both to get your shit together faster. Our lives depend on it.
When you say they, who do you mean? Leala asked as she watched the owl spread its wings and take off, although she had a feeling she knew. He stopped and turned his head to look at her.
The Council of the Gods, love. They declared war on us a long time ago.
Us? Leala drawled. There isn't exactly an us. She hoped Thane would back her up on this, but he was busy inspecting the broken window.
This was the bigger problem you kept hinting at,
Thane said.
You could have simply told me.
Hell chuckled.
I knew you'd figure it out sooner or later. And Val, you know what they say. The enemy of my enemy
Is my friend. Leala breathed. She didn't want to admit he could be right. His smile widened, making the dimple on his cheek deepen, and Leala's breath hitched. For all his wickedness making him ugly on the inside, he truly was beautiful, like gazing up at the vast starry night and the wonder that came with heavens. Hell's voice whispered in her mind.
Careful staring like that, little rabbit. You might give the wrong impression. Chapter 17. Thane. Thane stepped out of the bathroom after discovering the broken window pane the assassin used to reach through and unlatch the window's lock. Must he place bars on the windows? Or maybe Hell could set a shielding spell of some kind. Atara, the keeper of the Mage's Tower, did once say, if he could think it, he could do it as long as he had a rune to hold the spell. And from what Thane remembered, Hell was capable of just about anything. Not only did he have to worry about Pale Ones and radical elves who may hurt Leala, now the God's Council sent assassins. The broken bedpost left splinters across the floor and sharp edges on a stump. Broken glass and scattered bits of crumpled paper from the terrible notes Talon and others left the room in shambles. He inspected Leala for what felt like the 100th time to make certain she wasn't going to suddenly drop to the floor from a lethal wound. The tiny pink scar across her neck from the blade that could have ended her life was almost invisible now, but the blood staining her shirt was something he could help with. His sister looked like a pathetic child, still whimpering on the ground while conversation went on around her. He stooped down, grabbed hold of her arms, and raised her up. Come on, enough of that. You're not hurt, are you? Talon gripped him around the waist and held onto him like her life depended on it. Groaning, he unlatched Talon's arms and moved her away a step. Please go and find Fennon and tell him to put the guards on high alert. Tell him there's been an assassination attempt.
Sure, but I'm writing to Mother, too. She'll probably be over the moon when I tell her Leala was the target. She'll only be upset that the assassin didn't get the job done.
Talon grew an almost comedic grin. Talon, Thane snapped. You know, Princess, Hell said. A mouth like that is bound to get your neck snapped. If you think Feline will tolerate such disrespect once she remembers, you're dead wrong. Emphasis on dead. Thane pursed his lips. Would Leala change so much? He feared who she might become. If the last battlefield was any indication, she'd have no remorse for taking lives if it gave her what she wanted. Seeing her and Talon together again reminded him of all the blood, his sister's ragged breaths, and her at death's door in his arms because of Leala's hand. In some ways, she chose her aunt over him that day, even though he'd always chosen her. There was nothing he loved more than the elf standing there watching him with those pretty blue eyes, searching his face as if she wondered what he might be thinking. It was torture distancing himself from her. Maybe it was the wrong decision. Maybe she'd always be the same, and nothing would change. Talon stared at Hell, and the smug look she usually wore vanished. Her throat bobbed and she took a half step to put herself partially behind Thane.
Who are you?
She asked softly instead of her usually rude, demanding tone. You know exactly who I am. I can hear it in the pitter-patter of your rapid heart. I can smell it in your fear. With a trembling hand, Talon gripped Thane's arm. He nudged her toward the door. Talon, go find Fennon now.
I'm not going out there by myself.
She hissed.
What if the cat shifter is out there?
I'm the most dangerous thing in this place, sweetheart. Hell said with a dangerous smile. You should listen to your brother. Talon sucked in a quick breath and hurried out the door, slamming it behind her. I've always despised entitled princesses, even if she is your sister. Hell murmured. Or now that you're remembering, what is she to you? She is still my sister, always will be. Thane said. He'd already considered this as memories of his first family on Runevale came to mind. He'd loved them too, but it didn't change that his elven family was still family. His elven mother still carried him in her womb, birthed him, and raised him. Hell said and carried on. What did the assassin look like? Be as detailed as possible. Leala stood up and her face contorted from putting weight on her leg.
Leopard-like markings on the side of her face, wildly curly brunette hair. She bore a rune mark, twin diamond shapes, one slightly higher and to the left of the other. A light tan leather bodysuit cut from her shoulders to her ankles. I've never seen the fashion before. A brown belt around her hips with turquoise beads. The rune mark. What is it for?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, it allows non-gods passage through realms. We could travel anywhere at will through the portals. It's part of being keepers of the realms, but most can't. If the gods are keepers of the realms, why don't we ever see them here? Thane said. We used to come, but we haven't seen anyone for 2,100 years. Hell said. When we were cast out. His red eyes flicked to the window once again. Either he was worried another assassin would come through, or something else out there bothered him. Something barred them after that. They can't leave, but they can communicate and send others. How? I don't know. Leala lifted her shirt, revealing the wound on her lower left ribcage. It was smaller than Thane anticipated, and that lightened some of the weight off his chest. She dropped it back down and limped into her bathing room, and with a quiet splash of water, she wrung out a cloth.
Did it have something to do with us? If it was only after our banishment, it must be somehow.
Thane and Hell exchanged glances. She'd said that without any eye-rolling or denial. Her quiet steps pattered across the stone, and she appeared in the archway from the bathing room to her chambers, holding the cloth against her ribs.
Why are you both staring at me like that?
Thane shook his head and stood. I can get healing balm out of my room. Leala dabbed at the wound on her abdomen. It was the most crucial of the damages to her body, but as of the last few months, her injuries healed faster. This wouldn't last more than a day. Even her leg punctures would scab and heal over in a few hours.
I'll be fine.
She gestured toward the broken window.
So, who was that?
Hell glided over to Leala's bed, fell back, and put his hands behind his head as if it was his own place of rest. By your description, the beads are a dead giveaway. A servant from the House of Fury. Bitch must be on the council now, or she's just furious she can't leave. A female flashed across Thane's mind. The House of Fury was for the Goddess of Fury. He knew her, at least in some capacity. The Shifter is indeed originally from Rivengard, home of the Shifters, as well as beasts one might only believe existed in nightmares. But her kind are humanoid, as you saw, and without war and disease, they'll live a few hundred years. She only lives longer because of the undying waters in Runevale. It's a real treat she shifted on you.
Ass.
Leala murmured.
She could have killed me, you know.
Looks like I'll be keeping a closer eye on you then. Real close. I may even sleep in here and warm your bed since he doesn't. Nights must get lonely, love. A rush of angry heat flooded his cheeks. You'll stay away from her, Thane said, stepping closer to her, grinding his teeth. The only thing you will do is help her with magic and remembering. It's all you're good for anyway. The corner of Hell's mouth twitched. His eyes danced with mischief. He'd gotten the reaction he wanted. Magic is certainly my talent, but you know what I'm also good for, making her moan my name. I would give her such a high her skin would light up like the stars. Bet you don't do that. Thane charged ahead, fists ready to fly until Leala jumped in between them, holding out her hand to him, and the other at a smirking Hell. He hadn't so much as moved on the bed, his hands still tucked behind his head, ankles crossed.
He's just being an ass. His true talent.
She glanced over at him.
Besides, if his lovemaking was as grand as he claims, I wouldn't have forgotten all about it.
Help! I'm stuck!
A tiny gnome voice called from the canopy above. Tiffapine poked her head out from her perch and then ducked back in. What is that, and why is it here? Hel asked.
Her name is Tiffapine, and she's my gnome. Leave her alone, or I swear on the Maker.
He grinned and then laughed. Why would I hurt her? She's cute, like a little fluffy kitten. And you're Drivar, Valine. You praise the All-Mother. If you're going to swear on anyone, it should be her.
It's Leala.
Whatever. Besides, I'm not in the business of killing small, helpless creatures. What do you think I am? A monster?
Considering you curse the elves, I have a hard time thinking of you as anything but a monster.
Leala snapped. Maker, they bickered like an old... He stopped that thought before it could finish and lead to other things like Leala moaning Hel's name rather than his, and distracted himself with trying to recall different houses in Runevale. House of Night, House of Fury, House of Spring. There must be hundreds named for the god or goddess who ruled their own territory. Tiff poked her head out again, this time with a smile. Was she even stuck? Hel rolled out of bed and casually strolled past. Leala was the only thing stopping Thane from getting in a good punch. I told you already, I didn't create the curse. It was a natural consequence of the balance of magic. They wanted more and more, and I gave it to them. I mean, gods, they made me filthy rich. But then one day they started coming to me as white as snow and calling me master with bad habits of wanting to eat people. I was surprised myself. Thane bristled at how he spoke of them so casually. After fighting the Pale Ones for years, losing friends, watching people get eaten, as he said, how could he speak of it as if they weren't destroying Palinor? As if no one mattered. He doesn't care about Palinor or anyone but himself. Remember that. If that's true, can you even end the curse? Thane asked. I'm sure I could find a way, but why would I? I'm going to need them. He stepped out into the hall and gave a small wave. I hear there's a ball coming up. I need to find a date. See you around. Thane stared at him. Need them for what? With a wave of his hand, Thane pushed magic out and the door closed. It took all his restraint not to chase him down for a brawl. He knew Hel's games. Knew he said things just to get a rise out of people, and most of the time, Thane didn't let it bother him. But when it came to Leala, he didn't always think clearly. Leala tugged her top off and tossed it into the pile of dirty clothes.
I don't believe him. He must have had something to do with the curse, or why would they be loyal to him? If it's the All-Mother's balance of nature, wouldn't they simply be cursed?
I don't know, Thane said truthfully. But I think knowing that the Pale Ones are in part his fault is a punishment. If you knew it was your fault the elves were cursed, you'd feel horrible. The old Hel, the one from his memories, his brother, would hate what he'd become even if he never admitted it.
That would only be a punishment if he felt remorse or had a conscience, and I don't believe he does.
Leala tugged on a fresh top and peeled her pants off. The sticky blood made them difficult to remove. She pressed the wet cloth over the 4 red lines. Let me heal that for you. She frowned as he went to his knee before her.
You don't need to inflict pain on yourself to heal me when these will be gone by tomorrow.
Ignoring her, he pulled a dagger from his boot and cut open a thin line on top of his wrist. With the tip of his finger, he swiped the blood, drew the healing rune on her body, and then whispered the spell to heal while pressing the dagger into the top of his arm. He endured the pain with a straight face to heal her. When the 4 lines were pink, Leala snatched the dagger out of his hands.
That's enough, or you'll need a healer.
I heal faster than you.
Yeah, well, I still don't like when you do that.
She sighed and handed him back his weapon.
But thank you.
He smiled. You're welcome. She slipped on a clean pair of pants, then took her weapons belt off the wall and tugged it around her hips.
If Hell is bringing a date, I can bet who it's going to be, and I don't want her anywhere near this place. Maybe we should cancel it.
We can't break tradition. All members of the army get a graduation ball when they finish training. It gives them something to celebrate after all their hard work, and I can't take that from them when morale is already down.
And if we did cancel, people would wonder why. Telvy and Botsberry would have an abundance of theories, no doubt.
Exactly.
Did you hear what he said about me?
Tiff slid down the draping green canopy of vines and swung onto the bed.
He thinks I'm cute.
She brushed crumbs off her chest and then twirled one of her brown curls around her finger. After all that was being discussed, that is what the gnome had to say. I thought you were stuck.
Oh, I only said that as a distraction. I was scared you were going to fight, and I didn't know what would happen. It could really hurt you, or if Leona got in the way, she could get hurt. She was already bleeding and injured from that crazy cat lady.
Clever little gnome. Well, don't get any ideas about him being your friend, Thane said firmly. Besides, he was probably lying about you being cute. You need to be careful around him. In fact, avoid him at all costs.
Why would he lie about thinking I'm cute? I think you're jealous.
Thane laughed and folded his arms. Why would I be jealous of that?
You've never said I'm cute.
She put a hand on her hip.
Now you're mad I think he's cuter than you.
Leala chuckled and slid her sword holster over her shoulder and dropped her sword inside. How swiftly your loyalty changes, gnome.
I'm loyal to Leia.
Leala smirked at that. Fine, I admit you're cute for a gnome, Thane said with a smile. Tiff giggled and blushed and was about to say something until he went on, When you don't open your mouth.
Oh!
She scoffed.
You're a turd! A big stinky one! And he is better looking than you!
She stuck out her tongue.
By monumental amounts, you look like a bridge troll compared to him.
You know, when you exaggerate like this, I know you're lying. I've been around you long enough.
All right. Do I need to separate you two?
Leala ran a brush through her long black hair.
What is it with you two bickering all the time?
Tiff pointed at him.
He started it!
She's like an itch that won't go away. Tiff squealed and a tiny pillow flew through the air and nailed Thane in the face.
Insult me again, and I'll put itching powder in your underwear. I know where to get some. Then you'll really be itchy.
Do that, and you'll never see the light of day again.
You wouldn't.
Thane laughed and scooped up the pillow and tossed it back at her. It flattened her completely on the bed. Of course I wouldn't, but you wouldn't put itching powder in your High King's underwear. Don't take everything I say so seriously, Tiffapine. With her red hat sideways and her curls pointing in all directions, she stood up with a grin.
All right. Maybe you're just as attractive as the Black Mage, even a smidge more. His eyes are a little creepy, and I prefer long hair.
She glanced at the mess.
What are we going to do about this? I'm much too small to clean this up on my own, and Pearl is on leave.
I'll get the guards and other maids in here to take care of it. He looked at Leala, who was now tying her hair back into a braid. What are your plans today?
I was going to watch the new recruits, but Hell just reminded me I need to see the dressmaker in town for the ball.
Thane rubbed between his eyebrows. We have a dressmaker here. Why did she insist on making his life difficult? Couldn't she just stay here at the castle? She'd be safe watching the recruits.
I know, but she doesn't like me anymore, and I'm afraid she'll make me an ugly dress.
You have dresses in your closet.
Thane, I've worn them all. I want something new. It's a girl thing you wouldn't understand.
Then I'll fire the dressmaker and get you a new one.
By today, I'll take care of it. You can't do everything.
You need to bring a guard. I'll send Piper. He pictured another assassin following her around and shook his head. Never mind, I'll come with you.
You're supposed to make sure the new recruits are ready to graduate tomorrow, and so is she. There are patrols all over the city and a ton of people around. No one will attack me in the open.
He had the sneaking suspicion she might have other plans she didn't want him to know about. Leia? She was like a wild Mustang, incapable of being domesticated. He needed to make sure she was at least watched over by someone. If she was going out into the city where any number of people hated her, she couldn't go alone. The Palinor scroll only fueled their skepticism of her. Many of the people who once praised her now thought of her as a curse, and the ones who wanted her dead before were now radical. He didn't tell her how many times he had to have the guards clear a mob on the other side of the bridge, demanding that Leala be turned over for a trial. The Black Mage may be enemy number one, but Leala was runner-up.
Don't worry, Thane. I'll be all right.
She smirked and winked at him.
I can hold my own, you know. They call me the defeater of dragons now.
Defeater of dragons or not, Thane couldn't leave her alone after the God's Council sent an assassin. He hurried down the stairs and told the guards at the front door to fetch the maids and get her room cleaned. They didn't question, just moved. Then he raced outside to find Piper. He'd have to take her place today. The morning dew had burned off the grass, and the ringing of metal on metal rang out in the otherwise peaceful air. Thane didn't typically hang around too much for training. It made them nervous to have their king watching, but today he needed to be there. They couldn't be skittish pups when it came to a battle he'd oversee. Piper knocked one of the recruits upside the helmet and then shook her head.
What is wrong with you? The grass isn't slick, there's no mud. Why are you falling down? You fall down, you're dead. Graduation is tomorrow, and the enemy will show no mercy.
Fennon's and Piper's team looked to be in a skirmish, and Leif waited on the side with his team behind, grinning like he was the champion of the world.
You're a sad lot, aren't you?
Leif jeered. Fennon smiled and jogged over to Thane's side.
Despite Piper's attitude, the majority are ready. Some are better than others.
That's how it always goes. I'm better than you, Thane said with an eyebrow lift and a smile. Fennon shoved his shoulder.
You're better than everyone, no need to rub it in.
After Tenebrous' guards had shaved off his hair, he'd let his shiny black curls grow back out, and they now reached past his ear. He even wore braids with gold jewelry weaved in them. I know this is a break from guarding Leia, and I do it myself, but I'm afraid if it's me, it will land me in hot water, and Leia and I are already having problems.
What is the issue with you two lately? You went from barely being able to stop touching each other to hardly looking at each other.
It's complicated.
Always is with you two.
Enough about my love life. What about yours?
We have bigger problems. How are we going to get rid of our unwanted guest? I can't believe he's just here introducing himself to the staff and guards like he's family. What does he want?
Thane ran his hand through his dark hair and gritted his teeth in frustration. Well, Cattigus serum doesn't work, so at the moment I have no idea. He needs something from Leala. I can't say more than that. Fennon's jaw muscles twitched and he stared ahead at the elves in a mock battle.
You can't or won't say more. I've been your friend your entire life. You can trust me.
It's not that. Though those words did bring a flash of Aldrich's face to mind. No one had seen or heard from the weasel since he snuck off at the battle at the Void. Thane tried not to think about him or what he might be up to. Hopefully held up somewhere in the human lands begging for scraps.
Then what is it? You can't say you need something from Leala and leave it at that. She is my future queen and my friend, and I care about her too. She already woke him up. What more could he want from her?
His reddish-brown eyes widened and he turned to Thane.
He's not here to claim her as his wife, is he? I mean, all that stuff about her being his true mate the papers are talking about is a farce.
I don't know what it is he wants from her. He won't say. I think taking her away may be his endgame, but right now he's pushing for her to remember being the goddess Valine.
Isn't there a book or scroll in the Mage's Tower about him?
I found something in my father's study, but the book is enormous, and I've barely made a dent in it, so I haven't found anything yet, but I'm working on it. Everyone has a weakness. Thane waved at Piper. I'll take over her team, assess everyone's readiness, and see if anyone needs to be held back for the next round of training.
She'll be pissed you're taking her away on the last day,
Fennin warned. This is more important, and I'm her king, and she'll follow my orders without question. Fennin let out a short chortle.
If you say so.
Piper jogged over and tugged her raven-wing helmet off. Her red hair somehow stayed slick and smooth in her braid. A smudge of dirt mixed with the freckles on her left cheek, and she smiled at Thane.
Hi, Thane. It's good to see you out here to watch us for the final day.
She gave Fennin a brief, very formal nod, and then looked around behind them like she was searching for someone.
I was hoping Leala would join too.
I need you to follow Leala for me. She needs a new dress for the ceremony. She said she'll be fine on her own and doesn't want to bother you since you're training, but...
It's dangerous for her to be alone.
Her mouth twisted into a frown and she glanced back at her team fighting in the skirmish.
I'm not going to sneak around behind her back if that's what you mean by follow. She purposely ditched me the other night. I'm still a little mad about it.
Perhaps I implied that you had a choice, Thane said. You don't. He hated when he pulled rank on his friends, but this wasn't a time to test his patience. Piper leaned back slightly, clearly caught off guard by the forcefulness in his tone. The blush on her cheeks from the heat of the day deepened.
So it's an order?
It's an order. He ground out. Whether you sneak behind her back or not is up to you. But you will go be her bodyguard. That is your primary duty, one you accepted and swore to uphold. An assassin got into a room, managed to stab her, and cut up her leg, and she sneaks out of this castle alone whenever she feels like it with no backup. I know she's not the easiest charge, but she's still yours. Piper's face fell and her shoulders sagged. He'd clearly struck a nerve, but everything he said was the truth, and sometimes it hurt.
An assassin. Of course, High King. I will do better.
She dropped her gaze and dipped her chin.
I will protect her with my life. Chapter 18. Leala. Leala hurried down the steps to the front entrance where the morning sun shined bright and glorious. The guards standing on the sides of the bottom steps dipped their heads as she passed.
Lady Lightbringer.
They acknowledged. Good morning, she said brightly, with forced enthusiasm. Did you see which way the elf with shorter dark hair went? He's probably smoking. She smelled the sweet scent lingering in the air now.
Toward the stables.
The guard on the left answered. Maker above, if they only knew who walked past them earlier. In the distance, Hell led a monstrous all-black horse with a white star on his forehead out of the barn doors. The bastard thought he could take her horse. And why would he even need one when he could just poof into thin air and reappear where he wanted? This was deliberate. She started off in a determined march, quickly turning into a run. Hell pulled himself up into the saddle as she drew close. He tossed down the end of the savar, blew out a puff of smoke, and nudged Midnight into a walk. Leala snatched the reins on the left side and pulled Midnight to a stop. Where do you think you're going with my horse?
To find my date.
His mouth twitched and she swore he was trying not to smile.
Jealousy looks good on you, love. Pouty lip and all.
Leala glanced around to make sure no one was in earshot. Call off the Pale One's attacks. Send them back to the void. The leather saddle creaked beneath him as he shifted his position.
And why would I do that?
They're killing people.
Tell you what, I'll get them in line when you tell me what I need to know. Deal?
I have no control over remembering anything. It could be months, years before then. He shrugged and leaned forward in the saddle. Midnight started walking and Leala pulled back on the reins again. If you want to be allies against a greater enemy, you can't let them keep killing our people and destroying Palinor. And if you want to pass off as Thane's cousin and not the Black Mage here in the castle, so every single elf here doesn't try to kill you in your sleep or poison your drink, then stop them. Please. Her voice cracked on the last word, and she cringed internally.
You know what doesn't look good on you? Begging.
He turned away, and with a nudge from hell, Midnight took off, kicking up bits of grass and dirt in his wake. Out of breath, Piper stepped up beside Leala. She grabbed Leala by the shoulder and turned her. Are you out of your mind? Why would you try to stop him from leaving? I thought he was going to hurt you, and it would be my fault for not protecting you better. He stole my horse. It's a damn horse. It's not worth putting yourself in danger like that. Leala shrugged Piper's hand off her. Thane sent you, didn't he? I told him I'd be fine. You know, you're being a real jerk lately. You take no consideration of how any of us feel, namely me. And why wouldn't you want your friend to go dress shopping with you? Unless you're planning something else. Leala blew out a breath, tearing her gaze from Hell's back. Thane must have gotten on Piper about not watching her closer. It wasn't her fault an assassin got into the castle. Sorry, Piper. I didn't mean to take my frustrations out on you. And I know it was wrong of me to leave you the other night. Things have been hard for me lately, and I'm not always in the best mindset. I'd love for you to come. You better. I can't presume to know what you're going through, but I am here. Piper started for the horse barns. And don't worry, we have other horses. Let's go. Piper, are you excited to buy a new dress? I thought you hated dressing up. She looked over her shoulder with a grin. I like to look pretty sometimes, too. For a certain elf, Leala teased. Hush.
Hell followed the golden shimmering line he cast to track the assassin. She couldn't be far, given he had heard the glass shatter during her escape. He inhaled deeply and caught her scent, too. A quick nudge with his heels brought the horse into a gallop up the trail leading out of the valley. She'd have been smarter to hide within the city among people where he'd have to be discreet. The golden line and her scent led him to a small wooded area with tall grass and widespread oak trees. He dropped to the ground. Here, kitty, kitty, why don't you come out and play? Bent grass and smears of blood led him further. A broken tree branch and matted down area showed a struggle. He smelled her before he saw her. Dragons could never be mistaken for anything else. They smelled like smoky mountains, and this one in particular like lust. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted golden hair shimmering in the light, cascading down between the trees. Violet stepped into view, holding on to what could only be the assassin, her face contorted with pain, one eye swollen, busted lip, and she arched her back. Only then did he realize Violet had her talons dug into the woman's spine.
Look what I found,
Violet said.
Naughty cat, trespassing where she doesn't belong.
Violet's scaled skin was black as pitch, glimmering in the daylight, and her golden eyes more reptilian than humanoid. Has she talked? Hell asked.
Not a word.
Violet twisted her arm slightly and the cat shifter hissed.
Although we haven't gotten to the fun yet, we were about to get started.
Hell folded his arms and looked the assassin up and down. Leala did a number on her face. Even if she wasn't nearly as powerful as she once was, the elf was scrappy, he'd give her that. But this cat still came much too close to getting her mission accomplished. Had Leala been a less experienced fighter, it would be over. Again. Who's with you? I know you didn't come alone. They always send backups. She snarled in return. You know, it doesn't bother me in the least to torture you, and I have many ways. Maybe I should start with a burning sensation, akin to fire ants biting you all over your body. He smirked. Yes, that sounds fitting of the crime. She squirmed and wriggled in Violet's hold, breaths rushing in and out. Then the screaming started. The wail sounded like a dying cougar.
Stop! Stop!
He cupped his hand to his ear. I can't hear you.
Stop, please!
I didn't hear names or numbers. He intensified the magic and she wailed again, half catcall, half human scream.
They'll kill me.
It's true, they would. But trust me when I say I will draw it out and you'll know what true pain feels like.
I can't. My family.
Tell you what, if you tell me now, I'll let you go. He withdrew the magic and waited. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2...
All right.
Sweat soaked her brow, and by this point she had little color left on her face. Hell seized his magic and waited.
I was sent by the council. They said to take out Valine first, then war, and then it would be easier to get to you. You seem to give up when they're gone.
He stared at her with disdain. Violet tightened her talons and the woman screeched. Who else is here? I will tear your spine from your body if you don't know anything.
I don't know. They're sending someone eager to see you fall, and he's evil, pure evil. I think he may be an immortal. I don't know his name.
Gods can't travel outside of Runevale, Hell said. We know this, or they'd be here.
I don't know what he is. I swear on the All-Mother. They just said he couldn't be killed, and that we should stay out of his way. Of course they offered a reward for whoever got the task done first.
She gulped.
There also may be a couple of others like me here. I haven't seen them. But even if they aren't here now, they'll keep sending assassins until you're all dead. They have spies.
Thank you for being so forthcoming, Hell said and gave a curt nod. Violet shoved her hand the rest of the way through and pulled out her heart through her back. The woman fell to the ground with a thud and the heart plopped beside her.
Well...
Violet started, then licked blood from her fingers. It always unnerved him when she did that. It made him think of the beast she was inside and could transform into. Could you not? Hell drawled. She smiled, dragging a tongue even slower over her now fleshy palm. No more dragon scales.
Baby, if you want some, say it.
Get some manners. She dropped her bloody hand to her side and her reptilian eyes dragged over him.
You look refreshed. It was her blood, wasn't it? I knew it. Fucking Underrealm. She's your god's damn lifeline still.
Hell didn't like Violet knowing his weakness, even if she'd always been loyal. It doesn't change anything. It's just another reason we need to keep her safe from the council. Her eyes narrowed, the slits even seemed to sharpen.
So, you took her blood. How did she react? How was Thane handling you?
Hell chuckled. She didn't like it, if that's what you're wondering. And he's both angry and curious. He remembers more than her. Not everything, which makes it fun. Her talon slid along his throat, eyes fixed on the vein. Don't even think about it. She pressed up on her toes and she kissed the side of his face. He never let her kiss him on the mouth, even if they did other things.
Just a little taste of your blood. You know what it does for me.
She got a high off him. It gave her a temporary boost in magical power, but his blood or any part of him wasn't something he gave away lightly. He turned and started back toward the horse. Clean up this mess and find yourself a new gown.
She's not affecting you, is she?
Violet called.
You promised.
He swung up into the saddle. She's a means to getting what I want.
She better be. And who could the immortal assassin spoke of be?
There are only 3 others I know of that are considered immortals who are not gods, and they come from the Underrealm.
Leala. A bell chimed, and a strong scent of floral potpourri hit Leala as she stepped into the dressmaker's shop. Extravagant gowns hung in racks on every wall, aligned by color, darkest shades on the left side and white on the right, and every color in between. 4 of the most elegant dresses were fitted to mannequins around the large open room. Skylights in the ceiling brightened the white stone floor and brought out the specks of crystal in the squares. To the far right, a 3-step raised circular platform waited, half surrounded in mirrors, and a large dark brown armchair was set off to the side for a spectator. Leala took a step closer to an ivory sparkling ball gown on display in the window. It was adorned with thousands of silver crystals, and it glittered in the sun as radiant as a lake on a summer day. The train ran at least 3 feet with trails of shining silver whirls. "It's gorgeous," Piper said. "It would be a perfect wedding dress." "You should try it on," Leala said. "I won't be getting married anytime soon. I was thinking for you." "At this rate, I won't be either," Leala mumbled. Piper's brows tugged closer, and she opened her mouth to speak, but another voice interrupted.
Good morning, ladies.
Stepping through sheer curtains, a slender elf in fine off-white robes with a green-trimmed neckline and dark hair pulled half back strode out from a back room. He clasped his hands before him, and his brown eyes gave both of them a head-to-toe scrutinization. After a moment, he wrinkled his nose.
How can I help you?
Both Leala and Piper wore pants and carried more weapons than most males. Not the typical attire for a maiden elf in Palanor. Upon looking down, Leala noted the trail of dirt they left in their wake across the white floor. With a blush warming Leala's cheeks, she cleared her throat. "We need dresses."
I can see that.
"For the graduation ball. Something elegant, but not typical." Leala tapped a toe on the floor, scanning the room for something she had in mind. Most were pastel colors like robin egg blue or soft yellow, pinks, and lavender. But there was a group of deep maroons and blacks. "I need something black. Something striking and bold."
There's not time to make something new, so it will have to be off the rack.
With a finger tapping his chin, he circled around Piper first.
You'll be easy to fit. Waist probably 24 inches, hips 36. You're average for a maiden of Palanor, if only a little stockier. I have just the thing, too, with that red hair.
"Stocky?" Piper balked. "I'm not stocky."
I can tell in your shoulders that you use those weapons you have on. Swinging a sword has made your back a little broader as well.
Piper's jaw dropped, and she gave Leala a "is he serious" look. He turned to Leala and raised an eyebrow.
And you are a little curvier than most I dress. I'll have to make adjustments for your wider hips, behind, and bust. Though your waist is still petite, it will take adjustments as well. Don't take that as disrespect, it's simply a fact.
Leala was used to hearing she wasn't as thin and willowy as most of the she-elves, so it wasn't a shock. But apparently Piper hadn't heard that she wasn't. "You're strong, Pipe. Nothing to be ashamed of."
No shame. I'm rather sure you both get plenty of attention, beauty and grace with an edge. But I bet you probably scare off all the males with those weapons.
The elf tailor said and smiled, but let out a long breath when he scanned Leala's form again.
Come, let's get your measurements for certain.
He turned and his cloth boots barely made a sound as he started toward the back of the store.
Amelia, we have work to do. We got hips and shoulders.
He clapped his hands and the sound of it echoed off the high ceiling above, then waved for them to follow him. Make her above. Could he make it any more obvious that we're not small enough for his tastes? Piper said as they trailed him through a sheer curtain. "I wonder if he knew who you were, if he'd make such rude comments." "Please don't mention my name," Leala whispered. "What if he's a radical who wants me dead?" Piper leaned in closer. It's not like he'd be much of a challenge if he was. A few minutes later, Leala stood in her undergarments behind a red velvet curtain. It was a small room with a single mirror and skylight above to give plenty of light. A female with straight blonde hair and a plain look about her for an elf stepped inside with a black gown draped over her arm. She reminded Leala of a mouse, timid and afraid to make eye contact. "Mr. Drenovan said to put this on you first." The tailor's assistant produced a black corset from underneath the gown, and already Leala knew she'd be struggling to breathe. "It will help with the fitting." Her gaze fell to Leala's shoulder with the lily mark and flicked away as if she'd been struck. That's fine. Leala braced herself as the assistant began jerking at the laces, closing in the bodice tighter. The assistant avoided looking at her in the face and kept her concentration on her work. Leala cleared her throat quietly, disturbing the silence. Have you dressed many maidens for the graduation ball tomorrow?
Several, lady, but less than usual.
Thane probably didn't allow as many attendees this time around with his strict rules on which families could attend and which couldn't be based on ties to certain radical families and those most loyal to the previous king. Have you ever been to the castle? In the mirror's reflection, the girl's cheeks pinked, and she gave a big jerk at Leala's upper back. Leala's breath hitched at the constriction.
Not so tight, please. Apologies, lady, but we need a dress to fit. There's no time to sew you a new one.
She gave another quick pull, and Leala felt like her breasts were pushed up to her neck now.
And no, I haven't been to the castle. I'm a tailor's niece.
The corset cinched to the point Leala swore her ribs would crack, but with assistance, she stepped into a black dress, pulled it up past her hips and up over her bust. 2 long strips of fabric tied crisscross against her chest and around the back of her neck. The tailor's assistant started on the buttons that went up the back.
I can use extenders where they don't reach, but it's going to fit.
Whatever you need to do. Sunlight crept out from behind white puffy clouds and cascaded down from the skylight above, creating a warm glow in the dressing room, lighting up Leala's skin and giving a golden shine to her raven hair.
Why did you want black? That's usually the male color. It's not typical for maidens, and the ball's supposed to be celestial-themed.
I need to feel like someone else. She didn't need to be Leala. She needed to embrace the goddess of night. After that dream she had, she wanted more knowledge. It was like having a lick of the best cake, then having it snatched away. But as she stood and watched herself, hoping for something to show, like the vision of a naked hell on a balcony, or her dream, there was only this room and the tailor's assistant. "Come out here and let me see when you're dressed," Piper hollered. The tailor's assistant stepped back and swept her arm out, indicating to Leala that she was finished.
I'll leave you to decide how you like it.
With quiet steps, she disappeared through the swish of the curtain. Leala tugged her hair loose from her braid and ran her fingers through her strands, pulling it to the front to flow down over her breasts. Carefully, she stooped down and reached into the pocket of her pants and pulled out a tin of lip balm. It was a dark cherry red, and it stained her lips with a couple swipes. "Leala, the ball isn't today. You don't need to look perfect," Piper called again, but more forcefully than before. Her guard had no patience. "I'm coming!" She twirled around to check her rear. The seam looked like it would rip if she bent over too far, but it hugged her rump and along the back of her thighs nicely. From there, the fabric flowed out. It wasn't exactly a good gown for agility, but excellent for making Thane think twice about his abstinence from her. Leala gripped the velvet curtain, tugged it aside, and stepped out. Piper stood before a mirror adjusting the folds of her forest green ball gown. "I love it," Leala said. "That color is gorgeous on you." She turned and inspected the back, where it was left open in a V all the way to an inch or two above her rear. "Thanks. I don't know about the back." She ran her hands over the sequined sleeves. "Or the long sleeves. I might get too warm. It's going to be inside. You must wear it. I've never seen a prettier dress on you." She smiled and it lit up her face. "Thank you. I like yours as well. How do you feel about it?" "I do like it, but it's a little tight," Leala said, placing her palm on the snug bodice. "I can barely breathe. Perhaps I should try on something else. You look striking and it hugs your curves, which I'll admit I'm a little jealous of. But you'll want to be able to move easily in case something happens. Let's see what else we can find." They started toward the front of the store again. Piper cleared her throat and said slowly, "So, I don't want to pry, so feel free to tell me to mind my own business. But what's going on between you and Thane? I mean, even before Hell showed up. I've been meaning to ask, but I've been a chicken. At the first day of training, you said you felt he doesn't want you anymore. And the way he yelled at you the night we got caught. I haven't seen him that upset in a while. You know he kicked both Leif's and my ass in training the next morning. Leif more than me, of course. He's hurt, I think, that we went behind his back more than anything. And nothing had been going on between them. That was the problem. Maybe you should ask him what's been going on between us. Piper gave her a pointed stare. I'm asking you. She thought of the night he had her pinned on the bed, then pulled away and told her she would have to wait. Leala glanced around and closed her mouth when the tailor's assistant entered the dressing area and dipped into a curtsy. You have another guest waiting for you. Another guest? For us? Leala asked. Were you not expecting someone else? He said he's a friend of yours. Do you think Thane sent someone else to look after us? Leala asked, peering at the sheer curtain that led to the front, but only shadows could be made out. It's probably Leif or Fennin, Piper said. Although, after an assassin, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Thane himself. Leala swept her gaze around the many dresses and gowns and stopped at the window to check on the horses. Midnight's eyes were closed and his head low. He looked like he fell asleep despite groups of elves walking by him on the crowded road outside. The faint chatter of the teeming streets, the slamming of a blacksmith's hammer hit rhythmically from somewhere nearby. Wait. Leala's heart quickened. Midnight is outside. Suddenly, Piper gripped her wrist like she might tear it off. Ouch! Leala protested, shooting her a glare. Well, it's certainly not Thane. Leala followed her friend's line of sight and found, in the oversized armchair with a lit cigar between his fingers and a wicked grin, the vilest person she'd ever known.
Hello, love.
He smiled.
You should see the look on your faces. Were you expecting someone else?
Chapter 19. Leala. The floral scent of the potpourri lingering in the shop's air had masked the smell of the savar now hitting her senses. Leala glanced back at the tailor's assistant through the curtains, but she hadn't followed, and hopefully she stayed in the back. How did he find them? She was certain he went in the opposite direction. Both Leala and Piper had been on high alert as they went through the city in case they were tailed by an assassin, or him. No one followed close behind. Stay here. Leala breathed, and for Piper's safety, Leala made her way across the white glittering floor, bare feet silent as the night. She swallowed hard and stopped before Hell. He wore his perfectly tailored black suit with a deep red undervest. His wavy hair curled around his face in a perfectly tousled way, and there wasn't even a shadow on his clean-shaven face. But there was a small dark stain on the collar of his top, and she wondered whose blood it was.
I do like it. Give us a turn.
He twirled his hand in a circular motion, waving smoke everywhere.
Your ass looks phenomenal.
Why are you here?
War may think the redhead is a sufficient guard for you, but I do not.
I thought you were finding a date. Leala snapped and crossed her arms.
Didn't take long, love.
Light footsteps interrupted them.
Oh, I've seen you've met Mr. Black.
The tailor shop owner, Mr. Drenovan, stepped out from the back and clasped his hands together. With a grin, he hurried across the floor and stopped next to Leala, waving a hand toward Hell.
This nice fellow offered to pay for both your dresses as long as he approves.
Leala turned to the owner. You can tell Mr. Black I don't need his charity. The elf stuttered, and with eyes so wide they might pop out of his head, he looked back and forth between them, unsure of what to do.
Mr. Black?
Hell flicked a gold coin at Mr. Drenovan, and he caught it with glee.
Tell Ms. Lightbringer I'll be paying either way. That's what good husbands do.
He whispered in her mind. Her teeth clenched together, and she wanted to take the burning end of that stupid savar and shove it into his eye. Not my husband, Leala thought, narrowing her eyes at him. He smirked.
You're learning, little rabbit.
Her throat went dry and she coughed. He heard that. Stay out of my head.
I can only speak to your mind and vice versa. I can't read your every thought, although your face gives everything away well enough.
After biting the coin and inspecting it thoroughly, the shop owner turned to her with arched brows.
Ms. Lightbringer,
He asked, realizing the significance of the name, and surveyed her with new scrutiny, going from face to body, stopping on the lily mark.
Ms. Lightbringer, why didn't you tell me who you were when you came in? Can I get you a glass of wine, perhaps a few hors d'oeuvres for you and your friends? We have outstanding chocolate from only the best in the valley, and a variety of nuts from all over Adelon. Make her a buff. If I'd known I'd have the future Queen of Palinor in the shop, I'd have set up much differently and had dresses ready for you.
He placed his palm flat against his chest.
It's dreadful what the Palinor scroll writes about you, dear. I don't know why His Majesty allows it.
He's not a tyrant like his father. He allows freedom. The Palinor scroll is allowed to write what they please.
I'm certain if War wanted to stop it, he would.
Hel whispered to her mind.
A glass of wine would be wonderful, Drenovan.
Hel said aloud with a charming smile. No, thank you. Leala shook her head and scowled at Hel. We need to be going. She needed to get this maniac out of here before he killed someone. God, I should have listened to Thane and used the house tailor, even if she is Orlandia's loyal dog.
Wine, please.
Hel's voice sounded a little different, more resonant, and his eyes seemed to glow a light brighter.
I don't need to be going anywhere. I'm rather enjoying myself.
He lifted his hand and curled his fingers at Piper.
Come here.
Leala's heart thundered in her ears, drowning out the sound of the busy streets that idly played in the background. Don't
What?
Hel stared at her through the smoke rising out of the cigar between his lips. Grinning, Mr. Drenovan clasped his hands again.
I'll be right back with the wine, Mr. Black.
Piper stopped at Leala's side, and even if she looked terrified, she lifted her chin slightly and stood tall. Hel patted his lap.
Hello, Red. Have a seat.
No. Leala grabbed Piper's wrist and tugged her slightly behind.
I didn't ask for your permission.
Hel said, then looked at Piper.
But let's make this into a training session, shall we? Turn yourself into Shadow and I won't make her sit on my lap.
I can't. He raised a brow.
Fine. Come. Now.
His voice took on that same resonant tone, and Piper stepped forward. Leala grabbed her arm and jerked her back, but she pushed forward, trying to get around Leala, as if in a trance. Give me a second to try.
Fine. Stay where you are, Red.
She froze. A stare down ensued. His malevolent red eyes locked on hers. Causing a scene, not complying, could result in Hel killing one or more people, the shop owner and his assistant to start. Her magic reacted to her racing mind, warming from her chest down her arms to the palms of her hands. Her gaze flicked to the window. Many people passed by, and if she used her magic here, it would give them more reason to fear her. Glancing down at her hands, she imagined them turning black, shifting to something not solid. Nothing happened.
Time's up.
Leala growled. Don't command her like she's one of your toys.
You don't want to play this game with me. I make the rules. I said turn into Shadow and I wouldn't command her. But you can't. Can you?
Piper stepped forward and gave Leala a half smile. It's fine, Leala. I don't want him to hurt anyone else. Piper, no, Leala said quietly. But in a couple strides, Piper turned and sat on Hel's lap. He wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer.
Now, Ms. Lightbringer, I promise I won't break her fingers or her neck if you try on that dress.
He pointed to somewhere behind Leala.
And don't try anything stupid or I'll be forced to do something regrettable to your friend.
Waiting behind her on a mannequin was a dress that hadn't been there before. It was midnight purple, a shade or two away from black, with tiny silver stars along the bodice with a half moon placed at the center of the sweetheart neckline. The solid deep purple skirt flowed wide. Along the back of the shoulders and down the back was a sequined drape. It was one of the most beautiful dresses she'd ever seen. Hal snapped his fingers, and the dress came off the mannequin and floated to Leala.
Take your time. I have lovely company,
He said, and stroked his finger down the side of Piper's neck. She slammed her eyes shut, but was controlled enough she didn't flinch. Leala snatched the dress and hurried to the back. "Help me get this on." Leala commanded the tailor's assistant and dashed behind the velvet curtain. She peeled off her black dress and corset, counting every second she was away, and stepped into the new one. A horrifying image flashed across her mind. Piper left on the floor with an endless stare just like the guards he killed days before. Of course, the dress had a lace-up back and couldn't just be slipped on. "Faster! I'm trying, Lady Lightbringer." The girl jerked and tied, breathing rapidly. Was this dress one she'd worn before? She stared at it in the mirror. It looked familiar, though she couldn't say why. Even the feel of it gave her the sense she'd worn this exact dress, and it fit her perfectly. "Done," said the assistant. Then she stepped back. "Wait, where did you get this? It's not one of ours." Leala shrugged, picked up the front of the gown, and moved. The sound of the fabric swishing with each step echoed in her ears. She steadied her breathing and calmly stepped through the curtains to the front of the store. The more she panicked, the more he would enjoy torturing them. Piper still sat upright on his lap, no blood in sight. "I'm all right," she mouthed. It was so quiet in the room, her elf ears heard both their hearts beating and the shallow pull of their breaths. At first, Hal's stare worried her. His pinched expression made him appear irrationally upset. But the longer she watched him, she wondered if he wasn't angry but sad, as if seeing her in it broke something inside him. Hal's red eyes slid along every curve, as if drowning in her. His throat bobbed, and he lifted his eyes to meet hers.
Do you remember that dress?
So she had worn it before. Leala shook her head as she slowly walked toward them. She caught sight of herself in the mirrors behind the raised platform and stopped. It felt like something was missing. But what?
Wear it to the ball tomorrow, or little Miss Red will pay the price.
Why do you always resort to threats? You could have just given it to me as a gift. It's a beautiful dress, perfect for the occasion. The better question was, why would he make a commotion out of her not wearing it? It was a dress, and this ball wasn't anything special. Balls, parties, and festivals happened quite often in Palanor. Orlandia found every occasion to invite friends and to dress up. The spring equinox would be soon, the second largest festival in Palanor apart from the summer solstice celebration. They missed the winter solstice on the travel to the void from the Dragon Court months prior, but no doubt there'd been a party.
And you'd accept it as a gift from me, would you? No, you forget I know you. To you, it's been a few days since I came into your life, but I've known you for years. You'd refuse to wear it simply because it was from me, even if I'd packaged it up nicely with a bow and gave it to you with a smile and a box of your favorite dark chocolate truffles.
Leala's mouth twitched. I really am as stubborn as a mule. Why is this dress so important to you?
You'll figure it out, love.
Mr. Drenevin hurried into the room, grinning from ear to ear.
I've got the wine!
He sang cheerfully.
Wow, I must say, Lady Lightbringer, that dress is stunning on you. You look like a goddess.
He brushed past her and handed the long-stemmed glass to Hal. Odd choice of words, Leala thought.
I hope this is to your liking, Mr. Black.
Hal finally tore his gaze from Leala and tipped the wine back. It was gone in moments.
It is.
Then he pushed Piper off his lap and stepped away. His hand ran through his dark, shaggy hair and shoved the empty glass at the tailor. Leala watched him carefully. His tense shoulders, the slight narrowing of his eyes, the hard line of his lips. He was upset, but why? Maybe it made him think of who she was and the goddess he lost. Still smiling, Mr. Drenovan said,
I will have the dresses packaged and sent to the castle at once.
Thank you, Mr. Drenovan,
Hell said and headed toward the exit. Hopefully he'd keep walking and leave them alone. The door opened with the chime of a bell, but he paused in the doorway, looking over his shoulder.
Get changed, ladies. We need to get back to the castle. I'll be waiting outside. Thane. Thane sat at the desk in his office, leaning over the book he'd discovered behind a hidden bookshelf in his father's old bedroom. It was the first he'd found with tales of the gods and goddesses of Runevale. The curtains were pulled wide, allowing an abundance of light into his office. The smell of fresh-cut lemons for the tea in Fennon's hand lingered in the air. Fennon sat in a leather chair with his feet propped up on the side table and a book in his lap, a white teacup in one hand. The final matches for the new group went well. Most of the recruits were ready to go out and join the ranks save for a handful. So the three of them bathed and changed into fresh clothes, filling the room with a variety of fragrant soaps.
What if we put a large dose of Kataga serum in his drink? The smaller doses on the barbs aren't enough, but something more.
Leif asked as he paced back and forth. The sound of his boots hitting the floor had become calming rather than irritating.
And we want him dead, right?
Thane looked up from the page. It would be difficult to explain to them why they couldn't kill him in a way they would understand. To them, he was the Black Mage, the creator of the Pale Ones. To him, Hell was his family. Fennon scoffed.
Of course we want him dead. What kind of question is that?
Leif stopped at the window and sat on the ledge.
What if he dies and magic disappears entirely from everywhere? I don't think that's how it works,
Fennon argued.
He's given the title because that's his affinity, not that he created all magic. You don't know that,
Leif fired back. I believe Fennon is right in this regard, Thane said, rubbing his scruffy chin. He needed a shave. Mages can use his spells, but not everyone can. He isn't in charge of who is born with magic and who isn't, but he can gift magic to others. Hence the runes.
So when he died, and elf mages stopped being born,
Leif crossed his arms.
That's part of our curse,
Fennon said.
The Maker took away our magic for what we've done. And we thought Leola and Thane were mages, but they're not, are they? They're elves with the power of gods.
Yes, Thane agreed. But I think it would have been the All-Mother who took magic away, as she is the balance in all things. It wasn't Hell's doing even if he played a part. The large dose of Kataga serum will not work. Besides, trying will only anger him enough to kill someone I care about, and at this point he's playing nice. Thane glanced back down at the page. Only 2 weapons can kill a god of Runevale, a dagger known as Soulender and the Sword of Truth. Soulender was given to the Dravar from the All-Mother and the Sword of Truth to the Primar, gifted by the Maker to keep the balance between the two sides. During the wars, the Primar attained both weapons, effectively calling a treaty between the sides where peace lasted until the Great War of the Realms, and both went missing. Thane's body stiffened. Hell was looking for something. Something Verleen had. Did she know where one of these weapons was? Was that why the assassin wanted her dead? Another thing Thane couldn't figure out was how the gods were able to end their lives the first time. It was evident the gods didn't use either weapon, or Leola, Thane, and Hell wouldn't be alive here and now. They'd have been gone for good. Listen to this, Thane said. Remember I told you he wants to go back home and that he was being punished. This says it right here. And Verleen, Hell, and War had their immortality bound up and were slaughtered for their mutiny, murder, and crimes against the council, forever punished to live and die as mortals, but never go to serenity. The realm of everlasting peace where souls go to rest. Never privileged to be gods again. He held up his finger. Unless they prove themselves worthy.
According to whose standard? What is worthiness?
Fennon asked. It doesn't go into more detail, Thane said, and leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and got lost in what felt like a dream. The past. A single tear rolled down Valine's flushed cheek. She was on her knees before the 11 council members, and he beside her. Rows and rows of levels went up toward the golden, domed ceiling where people from all over Runevale hung over railings to watch their demise. It was unprecedented to see gods being punished, and to have a primordial goddess bound by magic and on her knees was unheard of. His mind raced on how they could get out of this. Every exit was covered by guards. Hundreds surrounded them in rows of benches and even people standing in the aisles. If he had more time, he would work his way out of the bonds around his neck, wrists, and ankles. War turned his head slightly to his father standing in the front row to the left, not a member of the council, but they wanted to vote him in to take the place of a member Valine had killed weeks prior. Look at me. Look at me. But Balnir wouldn't meet his eyes. Don't let them do this, he silently pleaded. War leaned forward slightly, to peek at Hell on the other side of Valine. Hell's spine was erect, his chin held high. Not an ounce of remorse or fear showed in his features, but when did he ever show how he felt? If anyone could get out of these bonds and escape, it would be him, but it wouldn't matter. He wouldn't help War or Valine. Not after everything.
You will answer for your crimes,
said Priscilla, the council leader.
You were ordered to stand down. Your war spilled over into Rivengard, Adelon, and Vangra, not to mention the chaos and destruction you have caused here in Runevale. You were ordered to hand over Solenda, and you refused. All three of you are sentenced to exile by execution.
You can't do that, Hell snapped. You don't have the weapons to do so. His voice echoed in the vast chambers.
We cannot kill your immortal souls, but we can kill your body if your immortal strength is drawn out and held. The council has decided you are henceforth stripped of your immortality, where it will be bound, and you will be mortal, where you will live and die again and again until we decide enough is enough. May the All-Mother and the Maker have mercy on you.
Sweat slid down the back of War's neck. With the combined power of the 11 council members, they could do this spell. He'd seen it done once before. Their immortality would be kept within a magical object. No, War said, rising to his feet. Punish me, I am at fault. I'm the one who fell in love with Valine and turned her against Hell and convinced her to come with me. I'm the one who started the wars. I took Solenda from the vault and killed Cynic alone. These crimes are all mine. Let them go. Priscilla's sharp eyes narrowed. The members of the council looked amongst them. Priscilla's sharp eyes narrowed. The members of the council looked amongst each other.
If you produce Solenda and the Sword of Truth, we will show leniency.
That was what this was truly about. Power. Whoever held those weapons had the ability to kill a god. He had no idea where either weapon was, and even if he did, he wouldn't give it to them. If they had the opportunity, they'd use them. This spell to bind their immortality was their second best punishment. It allowed them to be reborn and perhaps one day come back. Hell looked over at him, jaw muscles flickering. Hatred burned in that gaze, but he also silently pleaded with him not to tell. He assumed wrongly that War knew. Valine never told him where Solenda was. No, War said, and the people in the crowd murmured. Priscilla's sleek dark brows arched.
You'd rather be mortal, cursed to die and be born again and again, than give us the weapons. The weapons belong to the council for protection and balance. Solenda has been grossly misused.
Her icy blue eyes cut to Valine.
It won't matter how many times I live and die. You will never get Solenda back.
Valine said resolutely. You would use the weapons against us, War added. Stand down, War, his father said firmly, stepping out of line. His gentle face pleaded with him to be quiet. If you prove yourself worthy, you may come back someday. He meant if they gave them either weapon. They could come back. If he convinced Valine to hand Solander over, no one knew what happened to the Sword of Truth but Cynic, and he was dead. Ward dropped back down to his knees beside Valine. He should have never taken her to his home that night. She turned to him, bottom lip trembling.
I'm so sorry,
she whispered. His throat burned with emotion. This is not your fault,
I'm scared.
she whispered, and he wished he could take her into his arms and carry her away from all this.
What if we never find each other?
I promise I will find you. I'll always find you.
He turned to Hel. He pretended not to watch them, but he would be able to hear every word they said. His chin was held high and jaw tight. Hel, will you forgive me? Forgive you? Hel set cold, unfeeling, unflinching eyes on him. No, but I too will promise to always find you all, to torment you for the rest of time. You are no longer my brother.
Hel, please.
Valine pleaded.
Don't blame him. He's your best friend, your blood. We should have stopped this a long time ago. I never wanted any of this to happen.
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll be sure to find you too. See you on the other side. He stood and said loudly, looking at each member of the council. You're making a mistake, for I am the god of mischief and magic. One day I will come back here, and I'll end all of you. There will be no more gods of Runevale save for me and whom I choose. That's not merely a threat. It's a vow. He smiled, deadly, lethal. Your actions today will give the goddess of night, the god of war, and myself a common enemy. I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of the three gods most likely to end you all. The chambers burst into chatter and murmurs. Some people even hurried for the exits. That's right. Run, cockroaches. I'll be back. Thane was pulled from the memory when Fennon said, You should go rest, Thane. You've been under too much stress lately. He opened his eyes and blinked rapidly at the bright light. Had he dozed off? You're right. Thane pushed up from his chair and stepped out of his office into the hallway, closing the door gently behind him. Then he leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, clenching his hands at his sides. The pain of losing her, of watching the hurt on Hel's face, flared up inside his chest. He knew what happened after. A spell drew out Valine's immortality, a shimmering white essence pulled into a vial around the council leader's neck, the core that made her body strong and impenetrable to weapons, disease, poison, and time, the magic that made her unable to truly die. Then, an axe came down on the back of her neck. It was the only time he'd ever seen Hel shed a tear, and the only moment war had ever given up on a fight. How many times over the last 2,000 years were they reborn and killed? Did the council recently find out who they were reborn as, and that's why they only now sent an assassin? They'd never sent anyone before today, in this life. Hel was right. They didn't want them together. They feared what the three of them might do. Holy Maker, what if every time they rejoined, they were assassinated? He'd thought the gods abandoned this realm, but the ravens that followed him, the silver owl he'd seen out the window, his Runevale father's messengers watched him all his life. His heart lurched into his throat, and he shoved off the wall and moved toward her bedroom across the hall. Where was Leala? Valine? God, he didn't know what to call her. He threw open her door and found her room empty. The cleaners went through and stripped the bed, replaced the frame with a new white one, cleared the dirty clothes, swept the splinters of wood and broken glass, scrubbed the blood off the floor. It looked as if the assassin never came, but she did. And Hel, he promised them torment. He whipped around. Piper was not an adequate guardian for what was coming. How could I be so foolish?
Chapter 20. Leala. Leala stepped out of the dress shop into the afternoon sun. The bakery down the street brought with it the smell of sugary cakes and cinnamon twists, and her mouth watered at the delicious scents. Baskets of colorful flowers hung from the cream and gray buildings in this section of the city. Many of the shops on the street painted the ornate trim of their storefront a bright color of blue or green. The bakery was trimmed in light pink. Vendors didn't shout in the cobblestone streets to get patrons as in other cities. It had a formality everyone seemed to inherently understand. Soft harps and flutes played, bringing a feeling of peace and harmony. Groups of elves in fine clothes walked conservatively and serenely along the side paths of the main street, offering waves and smiles to each other as they passed. 2 human street cleaners with a hand-pushed wagon, creaky wheels knocking over the cobblestone, stopped to clean up the horse droppings. The younger boy was the first to pull his shovel and start whistling on his way over.
Good day to you,
he said, tipping his brown hat. His eyes stuck on Leala's face as if it was the first time he'd ever seen an elf. Leala wondered if she had dirt on her cheek like he did. He shook his head, pulling his stare, and went to work. Whether it was customary or not, Leala pulled a couple bronze shepherds from her pant pocket and held it out as they began to shovel their horses' messes. The younger boy, probably in his late teens, nudged the other, a man with graying hair at his temples and robust chest and shoulders. They stopped shoveling and both appeared too stunned to speak or move, as if she offered them poison. "It's a tip," Leala said. She always appreciated a tip for her work in Briar Hollow. "Thank you for cleaning up our mess."
Oh, no, miss.
The older man shook his head and waved his hand.
It's our job to do this. You don't need to pay extra.
"Well, now I must," she smiled, walking straight up to him, and he froze like she might hurt him. She pulled open his front pocket, and the coins clinked when she dropped them in. The younger boy's mouth hung open, staring at Leala again.
Thank you, miss.
The man said, patting his pocket.
You're most gracious and kind.
"You're welcome." Leala turned around to find Hell already mounted on Midnight and looking down the street. Leala wanted to drag him off her horse, but it wasn't worth causing a scene. Piper stepped into the stirrup and swung her leg over. "You don't have to do that, you know," Piper said. What was wrong with showing a bit of generosity? Thanks to Thane, she had more money than she could ever need. Leala hopped on her borrowed grey horse and settled into the saddle. "I know,"
She has a soft spot for the less fortunate.
Hell said, pulling on black gloves.
Don't look now, but there are 2 males watching us, in front of the bakery sitting at the table. They haven't taken their eyes from you since we stepped out.
Piper and Leala immediately spotted them. The plates of food hadn't been touched, and both of them glared with definite disdain. Hell rolled his eyes.
I said don't look.
"They're elves," Leala mused, ignoring him. "Zealots who think Leala should die for her dark magic. The group has been around since she was born," Piper added. "See the bit of green sash poking out of their shirt pockets? It's one of their codes."
And why aren't they being arrested?
Hell asked. "They haven't committed any actual crimes," Piper said. "None of them have ever attempted to hurt Leala." Hell grunted and nudged Midnight forward.
I don't like that. If it were my city, there would be no zealots and the Palinor scroll would find someone else to harass.
"You'd create more with your brutality," Leala argued, trotting up beside him. The people walking the streets moved around them like water over rock. "I'd rather prove them wrong than right."
I know you would, love. That's where we differ.
"And why is it that they immediately know who I am but not you?" Leala complained. She stared down the 2 zealots as they passed them, so they knew she knew who they were.
People are funny like that. I'm sure they sense something is off about me, yet they wouldn't ever suspect the Black Mage would simply ride down the street on horseback. But you are betrothed to their High King, so they know you're here in the valley. If these zealots are anything like people I've dealt with before, they know exactly what you look like, probably have drawings of you. and spread word about sightings. I'd bet Telvian Botsbury is one of them.
He turned to her with a wicked smile.
I did like that last story of his. Leala Lightbringer sneaks out every night to meet with the terrible black mage. I wonder what they might be doing in the dark.
It better not be you, Leala glared. Some of the details from the anonymous sources are too right. Talon says it's Orlandia letting slip secrets to her servants, but I'm not so sure.
It's highly likely to be her, given that you and War killed her husband, and I have better things to do with my time than stir up petty drama among the elves.
Leala glanced back at Piper. A crease formed between her eyebrows as she searched the crowd. Those two zealots were face down on the table. Leala tugged back on her horse's reins and twisted around to make sure she wasn't just imagining things. Both were slumped over. One of their drinks was on its side, dripping liquid all over the tabletop onto the ground. People walked by the table, not seeming to take notice or care until a waiter tapped one of them on the shoulder and got no response. They're not moving. Hel glanced back.
Oh, them? That's because they're dead.
Piper's mouth dropped, and then she smiled. And when she noticed Leala looking at her, she started coughing as a cover. Was she seriously amused by this? Did you kill them? How? Leala whispered, kicking her horse back into a walk. He hadn't even looked back during their conversation.
Well, they didn't die of natural causes.
You can't go around killing people, especially in public.
They had it coming, and so does anyone else with a green sash in their pockets that I see. Publicity is necessary to send a message.
He's not wrong, Piper chimed in. He was threatening you not even 10 minutes ago, Leala said. Well, I've said the group should be wiped out for a while now. Thane doesn't want to be seen as a tyrant like Tenebris. I've told him we could take a small group and get it done in secret, but he won't give me the go-ahead. Hel laughed and turned in his saddle to look at Piper.
Did we just come to an understanding, Red?
I think this is probably the only thing we agree on. You're both confusing. Leala forced herself to keep a straight face, but some sick part of her deep down relished the fact that Hel killed them. Someone stood up for her, and with how many people hated her and wished her dead, it struck a chord. It wasn't that Thane wouldn't, but being High King came with responsibilities and consequences Hel didn't have to think about. For Thane, people had to cross a line before he'd take life. Hel wasn't burdened with such misgivings. We got sidetracked. So, what are these better things you have to do besides stir up drama? He chuckled, bringing out the dimple on his cheek.
Save your ass for one. Plan the demise of others. Get your and War's memories back. Even if I'd like to snap his neck, I need him.
I knew it, she thought. His threats to nail him to a wall weren't legitimate. For what? Leala was surprised he was opening up to her some, and even more that she could have a conversation with him that didn't involve threats. He looked her in the face.
I'm not sure how much to tell you. You don't even believe you are who you truly are.
He tore his garnet eyes away and gripped the saddle horn tighter. The horse hooves clopped along the stone.
But we've been through this before. We can do it again.
What do you mean?
I mean this isn't the first life we've lived since we were banished from Runevale. Every time you, War, and I get together, they send someone to kill us. It may or may not have something to do with my threats of revenge, but they always start with you.
He flicked a stray piece of hair out of his eyes.
I think so that War and I will suffer more. Then they get to us eventually, and we start this all over again.
Leala's chest constricted. How many times?
I remember Runevale, and twice before this. It's why I did something different this life.
The void. The black bubbling tar, the decaying earth, and a wall of black mist came to mind. But surrounding Hel and his tower was a lush reddish garden.
Yes.
The goddess in the stone and scepter said it made you stronger.
Much. The land decayed because it was strengthening me, and with each passing year in my sleep, my magic grew stronger. I may not be immortal anymore, but close.
What of the jungle there surrounding you? It didn't decay.
I don't truly know. It must have come from my subconscious.
So why didn't the council kill Thane or me this time before I could wake you?
My theory is that since you and Thane didn't use your powers often, the council didn't know until recently. They don't know when or who we will be born to. We may always look the same, but they can't come here themselves anymore. They can only send spies to watch for signs.
The owls. Leala mused, though she didn't know how she knew that. He nodded.
Owls, crows, people. The crows and owls are likely War's father, and he wouldn't send assassins, so if he knew, he kept it quiet. Thane's elf father might have been a prick, but his true father is kind.
He took a deep breath and looked up as if he might find him among the clouds.
But before, none of us ever lived much past our early 20s, about the time when memories started coming back. We'd find each other and then they'd find us. But in this life, something changed. I was here 300 years without finding you or War. I didn't remember who I was until I was almost 30. And once I did, I earned the title of Black Mage. And about 20 years later, the curse came. It wasn't that the Runevale gods didn't send people to assassinate me. They certainly knew who I was. But by the time they did, I was much too powerful. And I was asleep for so long, they wouldn't know when I'd wake.
Where were you in the 2 months since the tower? His red eyes found hers.
Learning what happened over the last few hundred years.
Was that you who warned me I was in danger in my room? Was it an assassin?
Yes, and yes.
Were you there? Leala balked.
No, I happened to be doing a scrying spell to check in on you. I felt something wasn't right.
A scrying spell? Like you watched me through a crystal ball or something? Leala's brows furrowed. So, he could spy on her from afar at any time. A chill ran down her spine.
Or something.
You haven't watched me.
Undress, bathe, touch yourself while thinking of me.
Leala gasped at the audacity. I would never do that and think of you. With a chuckle, he said.
No, I don't watch you in private moments. I'm not a pervert. I do have some morals.
You better not watch. She scowled at him, and then to move the conversation forward, she asked, Who decides when and where we're born again? He was finally opening up to her, giving her the answers she desperately needed.
I don't know. I assume the Maker, the Fates.
The All-Mother, Leala added. Hel smiled at her.
Possibly.
Leala couldn't stop herself from inspecting the curve of his strong jaw, the perfect slope of his nose, his luminescent skin. It all made him impossibly beautiful. And that smile. She wanted to hate him for everything he'd done, but she found herself admiring.
I like to think that fate played a hand in this life, that the Maker and All-Mother thought it was unfair they killed us before we ever got to really live. Everything happened this time for a reason. You being hidden away with a human woman, Thane's elf father being jealous and hiding his magic. I planned to have Mathicus train you when you were old enough and protect you, but this worked better. You were supposed to be kept safe by King Tenebris and his wife. He and I made a deal. I had not the faintest idea War would be his son, or that he'd bind you together as mates with my spell.
I can't believe you trusted any of them, especially Mathicus.
Mathicus isn't like the others. There was another god, a demigod, that was banished in the same way, and I believe Mathicus is him, though he never told me so. He has the persuasion gift that gods do.
I know about his gift from personal experience, Leala murmured. and it made sense that all the other elves lost their magic except for Mathicus. They went quiet, and the sounds of the city filled the silence. Chatter from the elves moving from shop to shop, horse hooves clattering. Somewhere nearby, soft string music played by a band. The spray of water from a stone fountain in the center of the street ahead crashed into the gathering pool. Children splashed at its edges and tossed coins to make wishes.
Do you remember anything yet?
Hel asked, but he didn't sound hopeful. Leala shook her head, even though the dream she'd had of talking with the blonde male about her mate mark still was very fresh in her mind. The moments of realization of her past self recognizing Hel as her mate then and now felt private, and not something she wanted to share with anyone yet. She certainly didn't want to admit aloud that he very well may be the perfect match, created by the All-Mother herself. They trotted down busy streets, turned here and there to make their way out of the city. It was only when they rode out into the open that the three of them relaxed some. Piper kicked her horse and rode up beside Leala. I don't think we were followed.
So, Red,
Hel started.
how is it that you were dubbed Leala's bodyguard? You've got the ruthless part down, if you're willing to kill a group of people who haven't harmed Leala. But I'm certain there are better choices, although war is the jealous type. I'm not too surprised you chose a female.
The High King's name is Thane, and I am plenty capable, Piper said. Piper is one of the best warriors in Palinor, Leala said. I would choose her any day. Hel's eyes dragged over her as if assessing her in a new light.
Perhaps I should make you a mage. Do you want magic, love? I don't make this offer lightly. It would make you a better bodyguard for her.
The Maker took our magic away for a reason, Piper said, though she tore her gaze away and stared off as if deep in thought. Magic must be tempting to someone who didn't possess it.
True, there are no natural-born elf mages anymore, but I can give you power like you never dreamed, Red.
No one wants your deals. It's not worth the price of possibly becoming a pale one, Leala said.
Suit yourself. I'll be close enough to be your bodyguard from now on anyway.
He shrugged.
Oh, his ears must have been burning.
Thane raced toward them on Phantom in a full gallop. The pounding of the hooves was like thunder, as was the murderous look on his face. He roared up to them, jerking back on the reins so that Phantom reared with a cry and slammed back down. His windswept hair and venomous scowl passed between each of them.
She's fine as you can see.
Hel's tongue quickly swept over his bottom lip.
She's been in my very capable hands. We even found the perfect dress.
Thane's jaw muscles flexed, and he pinned her with a stare.
Are you all right?
Yes. She gave him a reassuring smile. Nothing happened. His tense posture relaxed, with his shoulders falling slightly forward.
You can't keep leaving. You must stay. We have to stay together. Please listen to me for once. It's much, much too dangerous.
You've remembered something important, Leala assumed.
I remember the day they killed us the first time.
His gaze passed from her to Hel.
And I know it happened again and again. We were just discussing that very topic.
Hel said. Thane set his jaw firmly, and the cold glare he leveled at Hel sent a chill across Leala's skin.
I also remember the promise you made me.
Thane said. Deadly, lethal.
Don't worry.
Hel purred.
So do I. Chapter 21. Thane. Thane bounded down the front steps of the castle. The birds chirped happily with an exceptional sunrise, painting the horizon with pinks and salmon and blues. The morning dew created a fresh aroma in the air, and he took a deep breath. Leala, Piper, Leif, and Fennin already waited for him. Seeing them all gathered in their training leathers reminded him of old times. Leala smiled at him, genuine and warm.
Good morning.
He thought she was still upset with him about leaving her unsatisfied on her bed, but by the way she smiled at him now, maybe she finally understood. Good morning, He smiled back. This is a rare occasion. I didn't expect everyone.
We decided it was needed.
Piper said.
It's been too long.
Leif grinned. The good old days. Thane rolled his shoulders. I say we run around the grounds once, then go to the training yard for sparring. I've missed the last few days and I'm getting antsy. Fine by me, Fennin said.
Let's roll out.
Piper was the first to move. The rest of them went after her, flying across the grassy landscape, weaving around flowering bushes and gardeners tending to them. A few guards stopped and bowed as he passed, and although Thane had another level of speed he could tap into, he didn't. Fennin reached the training yard first and plucked a sword from the wooden barrel. Leif, you up for the challenge? Always am. For training, they typically used blunted blades to avoid accidents or, with the glower on both Leif and Fenn's faces, purposeful injuries. There was still some lingering competition over Piper, even if she didn't give either of them the time of day anymore. Maybe this was a bad idea. Leif snatched up a sword, red hair moving in the breeze, the celestial tattoos on his face scrunched with a scowl, and without waiting for Thane to start the match, Fennin swung. Their swords rang out over and over, clashing and clanking. Grunts and snarls erupting along with bits of grass and dirt flying.
Have they been like this since we got home?
Leala asked, leaning closer to his side. Pretty much since they fought over Piper the first time by the portal on the island.
Let's not talk about it,
Piper said, folding her arms. Neither of them is competition for you, War, but I know someone who is. Thane, Leala, and Piper whipped around to find Hell approaching, wearing a dark grey tunic with intricate designs around the shoulders and over the chest, as well as thick black leather pants for fighting. His sleeves were rolled to his elbows, revealing the many runes and tattoos on his forearms. I'm a little hurt that I'm not a part of the club. Leala blew out a long breath and narrowed her eyes.
Our training isn't until the evening.
I'm well aware. Thane had a hunch he'd show up, hoping he would even. He was tired of the elusive games and Hell holding all the cards. Now that you're here, I challenge you to a fight, a sparring match, and when I win, you'll give me some answers. Leala's eyes widened, but she pressed her lips together and didn't protest. Hell looked bored when he said, You know this will be a repeat of last time. Thane smiled, ready for a challenge. What happened to me being stronger and a better fighter? Well, that was then. Let's see if it's still true. Swords? I think we might be tempted to do more than just spar if we have swords, Hell said, narrowing his eyes. All right, then. Thane rolled up his own sleeves and took a few steps back. Even if Hell was strong and magic, no one was a better fighter than Thane. With confidence, he moved into a fighting stance and held up his fists.
This fight stops when one of you is injured or taps out.
Leala clarified. She glared at Hell.
You must agree to the terms.
Agreed. Thane nodded. I agree. With bloody noses and hair miffed, both Leif and Fenn stopped their own bout. Fenn spit bloody saliva into the grass. Let's bet. 5 silver on Thane, Fenn said. I won't bet against him, Leif said, taken aback. I will, Hell said with a smile. 5 silver it is. Done. Thane is the best fighter in all of Adelon. The confidence of Fenn only fueled Hell's entertainment. His eyes sparkled with joy, and with a mischievous smirk, he said, I hope you have 5 silver to spare. We'll see. Say when, Thane said, drawing Hell's attention back to him. Hell lifted his palm and said, I promise to drag you through the Underrealm, and I always make good on my promises. In a flash, Thane was plunged into darkness, as if he was falling through worlds. The sky and landscape around him dropped at a blurry speed, then it halted. and he stood in a dark forest with blue light. Massive trees with roots twisting and growing 10 feet out of the ground stood all around him. Black-capped mushrooms with tops that reached his shoulder grew in bundles. Sleek dark vines hung off trees, moss-covered fallen rotting logs. A black pond bubbled to his left and smelled acrid. Was this real? Could hell truly transport him to the underrealm, and was that where he stood now? A serpent slithered past his boot, and he jumped back. It was as thick as his thigh, and Thane couldn't see the end of its length. "Do you remember this place?" Hell's voice echoed all around him as if he was in the branches above. "No," Thane said quietly, unsure what he might draw if he made too much noise. "You've been here before. You wanted some answers, some insight. You can have it." A twig snapped and Thane whipped around, reaching back for a sword. He didn't have one. "You tricked me," Thane snarled. "We agreed to a sparring match." "You didn't specify what kind of sparring. This is how we spar with magic. Not every spell is a physical attack. Have fun." So, this was an attack on the mind, an illusion. His magic flared within him, and he pushed at the surrounding forest, but it didn't go away. This place reminded him of the unnamed forest, as if a piece of this land had somehow spilled over into Adelon. A clicking noise like the clacking of pincers made Thane dash out of the clearing and crouch under the group of protruding roots that formed a cage around him. One he could easily slip through, but something larger than him wouldn't.
War!
Called Leala.
War, where are you?
She stepped into the blue light cascading down between a break in the trees. With weapons strapped to both thighs, a sword on her back, a gold dagger on her hip, black boots with the moon cycle in silver going up the outside in a vertical line. This wasn't Leala. It was Valine. Thane crept out, watching her carefully in case this was a trick. A smudge of dirt across her cheek and the sweat beading on her brow appeared real enough. She held a small brown bag in her hand.
Where is Hell?
She demanded, looking him up and down. "I don't know."
He was with you 2 seconds ago.
Thane noticed a ring on her left hand, a pear-shaped black diamond with 2 sparkling crescent moons on either side. "We need to get out of here. We've spent too much time already."
How?
She narrowed her blue eyes at him, and in a blink, she had a golden dagger out, a forearm slammed into his chest, and she shoved him against the tree. The tip of the blade pressed against the base of his throat.
Who are you?
"It's me. It's War." He held up his palms to show no threat. He didn't know if he could die in here, but the sharp point of the blade felt very real.
Tell me something War would know then.
Thane cursed in his mind. "Are you going to kill my cousin?" Hell said, appearing behind them. "I know he can be annoying, but I don't think we should gut him and leave him in the underrealm. It's a bit harsh, love."
I don't think it's him. He asked me how we could get out.
"The door, obviously." Hell drawled. He gestured to the right, and in the distance, covered in vines and steeped in weeping branches, stood a rounded archway with a barely visible door where dim light shone around the edges.
Exactly. War knows that.
She pressed the blade harder. "Well, tell us something only War knows then." Hell's smile was all feline and shadows. "Or we'll leave the imposter here. For instance, why are we down here?" Thane clenched his teeth together. Whatever was in Valine's hand, no doubt, it was small, but he had no idea what it was. To find something. And Hell knew that. Valine pressed her blade until the sting of it burned, really and truly. Wait, I fell into some of those mushrooms. It's messing with my mind." She pulled the blade back.
Why didn't you just say that, you fool?
"Because it's messing with my mind," Thane snapped. Hell smiled and slowly shook his head. "Clever," he murmured.
Let's go before we have to fight our way out, or worse, get trapped here.
Valine started off, and Thane hurried to catch up to her side. So why are we here? And as soon as he said it, a memory flashed.
Bring me the ring of a demon prince, or I'll expose you. All it will take is one whisper to destroy your world. I know you killed Cynic.
He'd overheard someone, a female, blackmail Valine.
And if you kill me, I've set up for the truth to come out about what you did and what you have in your possession. Theft of the most coveted weapon, and the murder of a primordial. It's enough to get you exiled forever.
A demon prince's ring? Thane balked. He wasn't even entirely sure what a demon prince was, but there were stories in the oldest of books about demons and what they could do. Hell quirked an eyebrow. So you do remember. It's coming back, damn mushrooms. Valine skidded to a halt, and both hands snapped out to grab Hell and Thane by the front of their shirts.
He's here.
Thane didn't like the way she said that. He glanced back, and in the shadows 50 yards off, a pair of red eyes watched them. An eerie tingle ran down his spine. Valine lowered her voice.
Nothing can escape this realm.
To add to the chilling warning, the scream of some helpless creature being assaulted by something that shut it up quickly echoed throughout the forest. We shouldn't be here in the first place, Hell murmured and turned to Valine. If you had just told me who was blackmailing you, we wouldn't be in this mess.
We'd be in a bigger mess because you'd have done something reckless.
Valine whispered.
We're here now anyway.
Thane's magic flared again. We can destroy him. There are 3 of us.
A prince of the underworld.
Valine hissed.
Are you mad? They'll send legions to attack the realms. Protecting the realms is more important than anything. It is our duty.
I thought they couldn't get through the door, Thane said. If we kill the demon prince, they'll find a way. Hell's jaw muscles flexed. Even if it's 5,000 years from now, demons never forget. And once they notice one of their rings is missing, Thane whispered, I knew I smelled outsiders. A demon cooed in a gravelly voice, creeping out of the shadows, far enough away he wasn't an immediate threat, but close enough Thane could see every detail. He stood at least 8 feet tall, with curling black horns growing out of the top of his head of white hair. He was humanoid with striking features, gaunt cheeks, a dark bluish-gray complexion, but the veins going up his bare arms were lighter, and his fingers ended in snow-white nails that were pointed like talons. His deep blue cloak floated behind him as if the air pushed it to ripple and wave, though there was no wind to speak of. The gods don't belong in my world. You may rule in the other realms, but not here. When he walked forward, his black and dirty bare feet didn't touch the ground. He floated above the craggy forest floor.
It was a dare,
Valine said, tying the small brown sack to a belt.
to see if we could sneak inside without you knowing. Looks like we failed.
He let out a low, menacing growl. You know better than to trifle with me and my brothers over a dare, goddess. This is not your playground. You know how we arrogant arsehole gods like to test one another. Hell said, waving his hands around as if it was all a simple misunderstanding. And to come here is the greatest test of bravery. It's a testament to your power, demon. We'll be taking our leave now. You don't come to the Underrealm unless you're dead. Since you are not, you don't get to leave without payment. His red eyes fell to the golden dagger on Valine's hip. I'll take that.
If you come near me, I'll cut off your head with it.
She scowled at him with such steely assurance Thane believed her.
You may rule the Underrealm, but I rule the night. I do not fear the dark demon. I was born of it.
Hell leaned closer to Thane, bumping his shoulder into his. Gods, I love her. He whispered with a sly grin. Thane smiled, and although this felt real and dreamlike at once, he began to think this had all happened before, that he was awake in Hell's memories somehow, but it also reacted to who he was in the present. Hell certainly was the god of magic. A hair from the primordial goddess's head, then. No, Hell said immediately and stepped forward. The move was a threat of its own. You will not touch my wife's hair. Thane instinctively knew or remembered that a hair with the correct magic could be used to track someone anywhere at any time, or maybe something even worse. Other pairs of eyes began to pop up in the shadows, watching, waiting. Something growled, gurgly and wet. The thick air smelled of rot, and although it had been cool when he arrived, the temperature began to rise as if the presence of so many demons produced heat of its own. We need to leave, Thane said through clenched teeth, heart hammering. He tried to tell himself this wasn't real, and he was standing in the training yard back at Castle Dreadwich, but he wasn't sure if this was entirely true. He could smell them, feel the heat on his skin. Even Hell promised that getting his memories back would hurt.
We cannot open the door.
Valine snapped and jerked her sword from her back loose. The golden blade glinted off the dim light.
Not until we know we won't be followed.
Thane reached back and found he suddenly had a weapon. Two. A sword and an axe. But we need to get closer to it. We're 300 yards away. Hell grabbed Valine around her waist and tugged her backward. Demon bites are poisonous even to us.
How do you even know that?
She questioned, and the three of them sprinted for the door, jumping over and slipping through massive protruding roots and tangled vines. If you won't give it freely, the demon prince called, I'll take your blood instead. He raised both hands, and the hundreds of eyes that lurked in the shadows sprang into the pale blue light. The pounding of beasts bounding after them thudded loudly. Thane didn't dare look back as he sprinted. The three of them made it to the door and whirled around, weapons ready. Hell's fingertips sparked with bright white volts. Black shadow rolled off Valine, making her difficult to see, and Thane held an axe in one hand and sword in the other. A dog-like beast crept toward him, all black, no hair. The hump of its shoulders behind its head reminded Thane of a bear. Its sleek body had ribbon spine bones protruding. Its massive jaw, with 3 rows of hundreds of serrated teeth, dripped saliva that sizzled and burned the ground with each drop. And the reason I know, love, Hell began, is because this isn't my first time here. She glared at him.
You came here alone?
Not the time for arguing, Thane said. The beast lunged toward him and he swung, cutting its head clean off. It plopped to the ground and bright green blood spurted out, pooling around it. More came. Thane went into a frenzy, cutting through the demons with his blades like slicing through warm butter. Volts of lightning lit up the darkness. Valine shifted to shadow, disappearing and reappearing to cut down demons. They just keep coming, Hell hollered. A great troll-like beast, 12 feet tall, a protruding gut with slashes of scars across its grey skin, no eyes, no ears, horns that dropped the length of its body. With each step the ground shook, bringing it closer. Even the dog-like demons began to whimper and back up. It bellowed, spewing saliva and showing off thick tusks. Thane felt something touch his foot, a bony hand wrapped around his ankle. The decrepit body of a nude male lying on his belly, crawling toward him. Take me with you! Free me of this place! Thane's nose scrunched up at the sight of him. He kicked his hand off. Don't touch me, demon. I'm not a demon. I'm a prisoner here, one of the damned. His voice was weak.
You are a god, a hero, free me!
Don't listen to it, Hell said and stomped on his head, cracking the skull with a snap. It's deception. The dog demons crept in again, jaws snapping and snarling, as the giant troll stomped closer. I'll take out the troll, Thane said. You two wipe out the rest of the dogs so we can get out of here. Without waiting for confirmation, Thane sprinted, and with a leap, he soared through the air, sword and axe gleaming. The curved blade of the axe embedded in the troll's neck. Thane grunted, trying to pull it free, but the troll's hide was thick and stiff. Thane's eyes narrowed, the skin began to grow around his weapon, as if his body absorbed it. What in the realms? The troll bellowed again, spraying bits of goo all over Thane, and grabbed him around the waist like he was a toy, squeezing so hard he thought his ribs would snap. Can't breathe. Can't breathe. With a deep roar, Hell appeared in the air and came down with a sword, straight through the troll's arm. Thane fell with it and crashed into the ground. He rolled out of the hand's grip onto his knees and threw out his hand. A wave of his magic rippled out, hitting the troll. Its skin began to peel off as it burned again. It cried out, writhing, and hit the ground and convulsed, forcing the trees to sway with its thrashing, until it stopped and was nothing more than a pile of goo and bones. Hell laughed. Remind me not to piss you off. I wasn't going to give it my axe. He picked it up out of the sludge and... War behind you! Hell cried, lifting his hand, but pain lanced his calf. A demon dog sunk his teeth into Thane and snarled. He gritted his teeth and sliced it in half. Shit, poison. Valine met his stare, and with more fury than he'd ever seen, she let out a warrior's scream and a wave of black whooshed out. Thane turned and curled in on himself. Hell followed as the blast rocked them like the clap of a massive ocean wave. But there was no water, and it suddenly smelled of charred flesh and earth. But it was quiet. No more snarling beasts. Thane opened his eyes to find the ground was scorched. The troll's body was ash, the trees around them nothing but charred stumps. A small circle around both he and Hell were the only things left untouched for 100 yards or more. Thane stood, brushing off the ash and soot from his shoulders. His calf pulsed with a strange heat that slowly began to creep through his body.
Now!
Valine said and shoved open the door. Hell grabbed Thane's arm and dragged him toward the door. He stumbled through into bright light. The venom of the demon pulsed through him, making the world around him spin. He slumped to the floor, and then everything went dark. Thane woke up lying in the grass, staring up at a blue sky and the faces of Leala, Hell, and his friends hovering above him.
Thane, are you all right?
Leala asked.
What happened?
1 minute you're standing, the next you hit the ground like a tree in a windstorm,
Leif said. I told you he was fine, Hell said and stood.
What did you do to him?
Fennin glared.
He looked confused.
Just a little magic. Thane blinked, shielding the bright sun with his palm. His calf still ached, and he shot up, pulling up his pant leg. There were no marks. Was that real? It happened a long time ago, Hell said, crossing his arms. And you know what happened after? Thane's brow furrowed. Yes. The past. Valine pressed a cool, damp cloth to his forehead.
Are you sure he'll get better on his own?
He's immortal, Val, Hell said. It will take time for his body to push the poison out, but yes, he'll be fine. He stared into her worried eyes. A halo of light like a starburst glowed all around her. She was so beautiful, so lovely, and he couldn't think of anyone he'd rather take care of him at this moment. It was wrong to think such things, to feel this much fondness toward Hell's wife. He couldn't say he was in love with her. At least he'd never admit it, not even to himself. But he thought of her more often than he should. He blinked, trying to clear the haze, but it only worsened. And he was scorching. Sweat covered his entire body, and he wished he could jump into an ice bath. Valine lifted the cloth to Hel, and he touched it, and frost spread over the surface. She pressed it flat against his left cheek, and he leaned into it. Would it be all right if he... His hand brushed her fingers, and then he slipped his palm into hers and held it like she was his anchor to this world. "Thank you,"
Of course.
she said, giving his hand a squeeze.
You'll be all right soon.
In the corner of the room, a pair of big red eyes glowed in the shadows. Panic jolted him out of his haze. "They're here!" He shot up, nearly knocking Valine off the bed. "Hell, the demons are here!" Hel whipped around, hands sparking with bright light. The demon hound prowled from the shadows, more grotesque than before, with chunks of exposed muscle and bones, scars across its body, larger teeth. "There's no demons." Hel turned back, closing his hands at his sides. The magic flared out. "It's the poison. It isn't real." "It's right there!" He pointed and jumped up. He grabbed his blade from the bedside floor and charged. He hacked at it, cutting a round table in half, splitting the wood with a crack.
War!
Valine shouted.
There is no demon!
But it was there. He saw what they could not, a trick of the demon. He swung again as it lurched at him, cutting down into the armchair. Sprays of dust and fluffs of cotton wafted into the air. Valine stepped into his path with her palms up.
War? There are no demons. I made certain we were not followed.
The demon hound growled and barked, going for Valine with wide, acid-dripping jaws. "No!" War charged, knocking her aside and hacked at it. His unsteady momentum sent him stumbling and crashing through the wall and into a cool, darkened hallway. An arched window in the stonework to his right revealed the sparkling night sky filled with waves of colors. He pushed to his feet and stumbled back, catching himself on the stone wall before he fell again. Now the demon prince sat in the window laughing at him. "And I thought the gods were powerful. If they're all as weak as you, I should bring my legions to take whatever I want." War roared and charged, driving his legs hard and fast, until an elbow hooked under his chin and wrapped around his throat, and he suddenly couldn't move, paralyzed completely from head to feet. "Release me, demon, or I'll destroy your realm. We'll see how you demons fare against dragonfire and the strength of the gods." "As mighty as you are, they certainly should fear," Hel said with a chuckle. "But I am not a demon. I'm your cousin, and I'm sorry I have to do this, but I can't let you hurt Val and destroy her home. Go to sleep." War sagged into him, and there were no more demons. "I think he's back in some sort of trance." Leif waved his hand in front of Thane's face. "I'm fine." He blinked several times and pushed Leif away. He sprang to his feet where he and Hel met eyes and shared an unspoken understanding. Even if they hated each other now, even if they loved the same goddess, they were once as close as brothers, and that bond could never truly die. Hel showed him the past to prove that they could fight together, and he showed him the beast that was rumored to be roaming Palinor, and maybe without saying it, that Hel believed a demon prince was here to assassinate them.
Chapter 22. Leala. The afternoon of the graduation ball, Leala paced her room waiting for it to begin. She'd been dressed for hours in the gown Hel made her promise to wear. Tiff whistled from her perch and swung her legs over the edge.
That dress is so beautiful! Wow! You'll certainly be unmatched if that is what you were going for. Those look like real diamonds, and the drape is like something I only dreamed of. Mama would say I was only pretending I was rich, but I wish I could have one to match. We'd make quite the pair, a jumbo and a gnome.
Thank you, Tiff. We'll have one made for you later if you want. Now, I want you to stay away from the party tonight, in case something bad happens, even if the food will be tempting. I know you're braver than you used to be, so please listen to me. She gripped one of the green vines draping over the bed and slid down, landing on the cushion of a pillow.
Course, my lady. Besides, when are ladies' maids invited to balls, especially gnome ladies' maids?
A mask showed up in her room that morning to perfectly match the dress. She didn't know how it arrived on her vanity, but she knew who sent it. It would cover around her eyes and forehead. It was made of lace-like material with one side dark purple curling up higher, almost like wisps of smoke, the other half a glittering silver with a starburst at the center. As the sun dipped behind the horizon, Liana moved in front of the body-length mirror, inspecting her reflection carefully. In Pearl's absence, she didn't style her hair as often and left it combed and down. The mask would be enough to cover the loss of an intricate style. She stepped in front of the mirror to tie the mask on, and wondered yet again why this gown didn't trigger her memory. Why was her goddess side so elusive? She needed to remember Verleen, become Verleen. Her relationship with Thane depended on it, not to mention perhaps her life. Thane told her he suspected a demon prince would come for her, and he was immortal. And though he didn't go into detail about what this demon was capable of, she knew both him and Hel were nervous. After their sparring match, Hel's demeanor had shifted toward Thane, as if he saw him less of an opponent to torture and more as an ally he would need. But as she watched the sequins sparkle on the bodice in the dying sunlight and peered at her own blue eyes through the stars and moon mask, nothing came but a feeling of dread. Even if she and Hel had a moment of reprieve where he spoke to her in a casual conversation and seemed like a normal person rather than a murdering mad elf, she still hated that he manipulated her into wearing this dress. Even if it was beautiful, the most beautiful gown she'd ever worn, ever seen, her defiant side wanted to change into something else and burn it just to spite Hel. But she couldn't chance Piper's life. Wear it, or little Miss Red will pay the price, he'd said. Tiff slid to the floor and scurried to Leala's side.
You really think the food will be good? Perhaps cakes, rolls, maybe even cookies? Oh, and I bet Thane serves the best wine at these events too.
Her eyes seemed to double in size at her own descriptions. Leala laughed and stooped down to pat Tiff on the top of her red hat. Don't even think about it. Now, there are protective enchantments on this room, so it is safe in here, as long as you stay here.
No need to worry about me. After that cat woman came in here, I've had my guard up. Got me a butcher knife stashed just in case.
A butcher knife would be almost as big as her. 3 firm knocks hit the door. Leala picked up the front of her dress, unsure who to expect. She opened it to find a note. She was hesitant to open it at first, even if she hadn't gotten any new threats recently.
I can't wait to see you downstairs. Meet me on the dais. Thane.
She smiled, and despite his frustrating vow to keep his distance, she couldn't wait to see him either. She turned to set the note inside and caught sight of a small triangular-shaped box that looked like a deck of cards. "What's this?" she murmured. She scooped it up and read, printed on the glossy black box in gold foil lettering, "Gods and Goddesses." Underneath, a note was attached.
Don't start expecting gifts from me, but you need this. Hel.
Leala rolled her eyes and set both notes in the box on the dresser. She'd have to look at it later, but her curiosity was certainly piqued. With a nervous smile, Leala looked down at her dress one more time as she arrived at the double entrance doors to the ballroom. The guards stepped away from their positions and held up their hands.
Invitation, please.
Leala lifted her mask. "It's me." The guard dipped his head apologetically.
Welcome, Lady Lightbringer.
The plucking of a harp, flutes, and other string and wind instruments in a lovely tune drifted out from the ballroom. Rows and groups of standing and dancing guests dressed in the most luxurious attire filled the room. Some maidens wore white gowns with golden suns and masks to match. Others dark blues and purples with glitter shaped like starbursts. Not everyone wore celestial-themed attire, but many did, making it easy for her to slip in amongst the crowd unnoticed. Navy blue tapestries trimmed in gold draped over the large rounded windows encrusted in gold trim. Crystal chandeliers with hundreds of burning candles drenched the room with soft light. Leala scanned the crowd for Hell, nerves making her stomach tense. But among the many masked males in nearly identical suits, it would be hard to find him. Who was his date? He could enchant anyone to hang on his arm, even Piper or Aunt Evelyn. Although the thought of him stepping in with Talon on his arm just to piss off Thane almost made her giggle. Leala didn't see either of them yet, but she spotted Piper next to Leif. The two redheads were hard to miss, standing against the wall on the left side of the room. Her green dress stood out right away, as did her peacock-feathered mask. She laughed at something he said and gave him a small push on the shoulder. Leif might be a bit uncouth, but he was always good for a laugh. Thane stood alone on the dais, hands resting at his sides, looking in her direction. Even if no one else noticed her entrance, he did. She smiled, and warmth seeped out from her chest. Maker, he was beautiful. An off-white jacket, black pants, a golden mask with half a sun flaring out on the left side of his face brought out the flecks of warmth in his dark brown hair. A golden crown adorned his head tonight, even if he preferred his dark silver one. Leala moved along the outer edge of the room, heels tapping lightly as she crossed the glossy pale floor. She lifted the front of her dress, and one of the servants took her gloved hand and helped her up the steps. Her eyes followed the outline of his suit, cut perfectly, bringing out his broad shoulders and trim waist. She expected Thane to smile and tell her how beautiful she was, or at the very least greet her. But with his hands fisted at his sides and the firm set of his jaw, he didn't appear happy to see her. Is something wrong? I know the other night wasn't ideal. I just want you to know I understand even if I don't agree. They hadn't talked about his willingness to please her but not go any further, and how either of them felt about it. His long stretch of silence while inspecting every inch of her might make a girl blush, if he wasn't clearly annoyed, maybe even hurt while doing so. Thane?
Go back upstairs and take that dress off,
He whispered, a little more snappy than usual. Why?
You don't remember that dress, do you? Tell me you don't remember it, Leia.
The wild look in his green eyes, brought out even more by the mask, made her step closer to him and grip his hand. No, but I'm assuming you do. And Hell knew it would have an effect on him.
That bastard.
He turned away and swore again.
Just when I think maybe the ice is melting and he isn't such a prick, he does this.
She gripped the lapels of his suit jacket, turning him to face her again. Talk to me about it. It's all right. Staring down at her with agony, he said,
That is the dress you wore the day you married Hell. You know what this is? Him reminding me yet again you loved him first. You married him first. So wear something else, anything else.
Leala's jaw dropped. Somewhere in the back of her mind, a different tune apart from the music in this room played. The ghost of warm hands slid across her waist.
Everything that is mine is now yours, love. My territory, my power, my heart, my body, my soul, yours, forever.
And that deep, soothing, honey-rich voice wasn't Thane's. It was Hell's. Leala shook her head, clearing it away, and said, As much as I'd like to change, he said if I don't wear it, he'll hurt Piper. So remind him I left. Remind him who I'm with now. I bet he's watching. Thane glanced about the room, but didn't stop in any one place among the hundreds in attendance. Once he turned back to her, he smiled.
I like that idea.
Now calm and composed, Thane dropped his bright eyes to her mouth. His big hands gripped her waist and pulled her into him. A moment later, their lips met. The kiss was soft at first, appropriate for a public setting, and then it deepened. His tongue explored her mouth, making her heart race. His arms wrapped around her, possessive and wanting more. When they finally pulled apart, he smirked and adjusted her mask.
You do look very beautiful. It's going to be difficult to stay out of your room tonight. It's difficult every night.
Leala chuckled. You must like pain.
Apparently so, but waiting will make it that much better. All the built-up tension.
His finger lightly trailed over her collarbone.
The nights I spend dreaming about what I will do to you when it's time. If you'll have me, then.
Leala shuddered at his touch and brought her arms around his neck. Your teasing is the sweetest torment, she said. I like this side of you much better. I don't like broody Thane. You're supposed to be my bright sun, and I the moody, temperamental night. Teach me another dance. She might remember the steps of the Kanatara from the summer solstice festival, but she thought that it might be only for that day.
I'd love nothing more. Listen to the music, feel it, and I'll guide your steps.
He cupped her waist with one hand and took the other into his grip.
Right foot back.
He stepped forward and she stepped back.
Left step, right step, forward.
He led every move, but never took his eyes off hers.
Very good, you're a natural. It must be all your years of fight training footwork.
She leaned in closer and whispered, I miss this. I shouldn't have been sneaking out at night. I shouldn't have gone after Talon. I don't deserve you, Thane.
Don't say that. I am far from perfect. I shouldn't have ignored you. The past few weeks have been very confusing for me. I'm trying to make peace with that life and this one and somehow bring them together. I have two sets of parents, and I remember a life inside of me that is hundreds of years old, and then short lives in between this life as an elf. Here I was raised to protect you and be a king and fight pale ones who happen to be created by my closest friend, my brother. And then dealing with the guilt of somehow taking you from him. You were the only person he ever truly loved. And it's all messing with my head.
Leala nibbled on her lower lip. I don't think I had parents before.
No. As a primordial, you wouldn't. You were simply created. Hel and I are third-generation gods, I suppose. I can't fully remember.
I think I've missed you more than just these past weeks. For a moment, she saw him dancing with her, but it wasn't here, and everything faded away. The past. They danced under the bright stars, and 3 moons and colorful streams of light waved across the sky.
You know,
He said.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again, let alone be invited into the Goddess of Night's home for a party.
Think of it as a truce, she said, pushing back against his hand on her lower back, forcing them to stand further apart. It was too intimate otherwise, closer than customary. I don't want to fight with you or your cousin.
It's been 6 months. If we were going to come back for a fight, we would have.
War's smile was devastating and would bring a lesser goddess right under his spell. And why didn't you? I murdered your uncle, a primordial, a crime that would get me exiled forever, if and when you could detain me, that is. He chuckled and lifted his shoulder as they turned.
Neither one of us wanted to fight with you or to see you fall.
Is it that simple?
It's that simple.
If I were a male and not a beautiful goddess? Her eyebrow ticked up. He laughed.
Then I wouldn't have lied to my father and the council about you having nothing to do with my uncle's death, and we'd be at war right now.
So, either you're what the humans refer to as a gentleman, or you're a filthy-minded male and thought by sparing me war, you might get something else from me. His throat bobbed, and she noted the shine on his forehead.
Maybe I'm both.
He spun her around and out, and she whirled right into Hel's chest.
Hello, love. Did you miss me too?
Hell said very much in the here and now. Leala blinked several times, taking in his masculine scent, then pushed off his chest. Violet's elbow was hooked around Hell's, and the venom in her stare made Leala step further away into Thane's strong arms. A long, shiny black dragon talon trailed down the collar of Hell's black suit coat. "What a lovely little party," Violet said. Curly black horns protruded out of her golden hair. Her ebony mask was outlined in silver beads that matched her dress. "Thanks for the invitation, Most High King." Chapter 23. Leala. The room was suddenly too hot, the chatter of the voices all around louder and encroaching like she'd been thrust into an echoing cavernous tunnel. Leala pressed her clammy hands against the bodice of her gown and looked around for an escape. Seeing Violet, the horrible way she smiled, her beast-like eyes, it brought the most terrible times of her life flooding right back. Being starved as she was held prisoner, Violet's bloody hand shoving through Thane's torso right after she broke her mate bond to him, her dragon form crushing Leala into the ground, stealing away her chance to end King Tenebris, and forcing her to wake Hell. She was either going to explode with anger and level the room with magic, or she must leave. Her hands began to tremble, shadows seeping from her fingertips. Shadows, shadows, shadows. She clenched her fists and willed her magic back.
You remember Violet, don't you?
Hell asked, watching her carefully through a simple black mask of his own. How could I forget? Leala tried to keep her voice even, but the venom seeped out. You're not welcome here. Leave. That's no way to treat a guest, Leala, Violet said, pulling her arm free from Hell, and brushed her long golden locks over her shoulder. You don't want to cause a scene, do you? They're already watching. She grew a slow smile and the slits of her eyes sharpened. But it's not me they have their eyes on, or me they fear. It's you. They're waiting for you to snap. She clicked her fingers and cackled. Go ahead, give them what they expect, Dark Mage.
Your control is slipping, Leia,
Hell said, using the name only those closest to her did.
You haven't been training on your own time. Maybe you should go stand at the pond with the old mage and take some deep breaths.
Screw you.
Any time.
He purred. Thane pressed his big hands on Leala's shoulders and nuzzled his scruffy cheek against the side of her face.
Come on, let's finish that dance outside on the balcony.
He slid his fingers down her arm and clasped her hand, fingers intertwining. Hell's eyes dipped to their hands.
Yes, better take poor Leia out of here. We wouldn't want her distressed.
Hell? Leala snarled as a warning. How could you bring her here? She tried to murder Thane, and it would take all night to name all the other things she's done to us. His grin vexed her even more.
Are you upset with my choice of a date? You left me. You shouldn't care who I fuck.
Leala's body flared with heat. Don't get too attached to that bitch. She'll get what's coming to her soon enough. She swung her gaze to Violet. Mark my words, dragon. Your days are numbered. Violet's upper lip curled. Her fingers grew into long black talons, and she took a step for Leala, but Hell jerked her back to her side.
As much as I love a good girl fight, now isn't the time. We have an audience. If you touch her, Violet,
Thane snapped.
I'll tear your arms off.
Thane tugged on her hand with enough force she couldn't resist, and it was only a few long strides to the double balcony doors and the cool night air hit her face. Leala took it in, rushing over to the stone railing and gripping it. The stone beneath her fingers cracked with spider-like webbing, and with a start she let go. Lifting off his mask, he leaned his back against the stone barrier beside her.
You'll get your chance at her one day, but not tonight.
Why in Maker's name did he bring her? I hate her. I hate her, Thane. Leala stared out over the landscape, the pink weeping lilac swaying in the breeze, and up at the mountain looming above. She threatened to cut out my tongue and eat it. She almost killed you.
She murdered my friend Wren. She's insane.
We knew they had some kind of history. I expected it. I don't know why you didn't.
I thought he'd bring Talon or something to piss you off.
Getting in both our heads seems to be his goal tonight. He's the god of mischief. It's what he does. It's a sort of show to let us know even if we're on the same side against the council, he's still hell. But remember, us being together gets in his head too. So it's not all one-sided.
He said with a sly smile.
I bet watching me kiss you in front of everyone got to him. Even if he says he hates you now, he doesn't.
How much more do you remember about him? He exhaled slowly and glanced up at the night sky. Luminol crickets chirped below, and the music from inside drifted out through the doors. Leala expected Helen Violet to darken the doorway at any moment.
I remember much of the time we grew up together, fighting beside him, the younger years.
He half smiled.
There was a time we went to a mountain notorious for giant eagles. And when I say giant, I mean a wingspan of at least 20 feet, talons much like dragons, beaks perfect for tearing flesh. We dared each other to steal an egg, and whoever got one would get bragging rights. To make it more challenging, we decided against magic and climbed the steep cliffs by hand to invade their nests.
He chuckled at the memory.
I got up top first, but was caught by a mother bird and she knocked me out of her nest, sent me free-falling from what must have been 1,000 feet. I couldn't levitate then, and as a god it wouldn't have killed me, but it would have hurt for damn sure. Hell grabbed an egg, tucked it under his arm, and jumped after me. When he caught me, he gripped my arm, and in a puff of smoke we were back on the ground. He handed me the egg and said I got there first.
So, you see him as your friend, and he wasn't always a monumental ass. Is that what you're trying to say? Thane let out a soft laugh.
Yeah, I guess so.
He was quiet for a moment, then said,
There's something about Violet that bothers me, other than the obvious reasons. You've been around her more than me, but when I see her, I think she reminds me of someone I knew but I can't place.
Thinking back to some of the things Violet said to her, she wondered if it may be true. She told me once that she knew you even better than I did. She said I would remember something I saw between her and Hell. Leala pressed her lips together.
And that would only be possible if she knew us from before.
Thane finished.
Even if it was any of the 3 lives we lived before this.
But she's not a god. How could she live that long?
I believe most dragon shifters can live thousands of years if they take care of themselves. Or maybe that's only in their home world.
Thane mused, tapping his chin.
Ronan said the only dragon old enough to remember Rivengard was losing his mind, which would mean none of the dragons are over 2,000 years old except for the one that paints but no longer speaks.
And Violet? Leala said and gritted her teeth.
Violet is a master sorceress. She must have found a way to preserve herself here.
It's probably all the blood she drinks, although it wouldn't surprise me if she drank it just because she's sick in the head.
Remember, she is a dragon. They like raw meat, and blood wouldn't be that far off.
I'm going to kill her, Leala promised. One day.
I love it when you're vicious.
The corner of Thane's mouth lifted.
Let's go back inside and make sure those 2 aren't causing any problems. And I'm sure the boys and Piper would love to see you.
On the way back inside, Leala beamed at Thane. When we danced, I remembered something about you and me from before. He smiled.
Tell me.
The swishing of ball gowns and the shuffle of feet to a slow, intimate melody filled the ballroom. Seeing the elves move with such unison and elegance captured her attention. Hair pulled into braids in lovely styles in various shades, from the blondes to red to black as coal. She spotted Leif in the crowd, with his copper-brown skin, fiery red hair, and tattooed face, dancing with an unknown lady. To Leala's surprise, Fennin and Piper danced. She flashed perfect white teeth, enraptured with whatever Fennin was telling her. Whether Piper would admit it or not, she still loved Fennin. Perhaps she'd get some wine in her and get Piper to confess and give Fen another chance. The 2 Leala wanted to find the most among the crowd, she didn't, and that made her nervous.
Not that Hell had done anything that would risk revealing his identity, but he always had a trick up his sleeve. Then she spotted a little red hat poke out from behind the blue tapestries in the corner of the room, closest to the side doors. That gnome never listened to anything. She knew the most feared mage in history walked these halls, that assassins might come, and still Tiff disobeyed. What happened to the days she was terrified of jumbos? Ugh, Tiff is down here. I told her to stay upstairs. The gnome slunk out from behind the tapestries and headed for the table with the food, of course.
She's your lady's maid.
Thane said, and then kissed Lyala's cheek. The warmth of his lips lingered on her skin. After her retelling of the memory of them dancing together from their previous life, his mood lifted all the more. He was all smiles, and it didn't look like even Hell or Violet could bring that down. One brief recall obviously wasn't everything, but it was a step.
I'll grab you a drink. Wine?
Thanks for pawning the argument off on me. And yes, a glass of wine, please. Thane chuckled.
I'll be waiting for you over here.
Lyala hurried across the glossy floor, nodding at guests and smiling as they greeted her and dipped into curtsies. No one stopped her. Unless invited, it wasn't customary to approach royalty in Palinor. And ever since Thane threatened everyone at the Summer Solstice Festival last year, most guests steered clear of her. Tiff was almost at the tables, and Lyala close to blocking her path when hands slid around her waist and wrist and swung her around. Her heart lurched and she nearly jerked away, but Hell gripped her firmly. Seeing him, her curiosity and anger simultaneously piqued. He didn't ask, didn't so much as whisper a word as he pulled her into the sea of dancing couples, blending into the steps without missing a beat. If it wouldn't cause a scene, she'd smack him and tear out of his arms. With worried wide eyes, Lyala searched for Thane. Violet stood between him and Leif.
Don't worry. She won't hurt him.
Hell said. His black mask brought out his red irises. Lyala glared, trying to pull her hand out of his. She almost killed him. I don't trust her. Let me go. With his palm on her lower back, he tugged her closer as they stepped in smooth unison.
She won't. I forbid it.
She told me you and her had a falling out because she craved more power, and so did you. What makes you think she'd listen to you? She cares about herself.
That isn't why.
He flashed pretty white teeth.
How did War like your dress?
He said I looked beautiful.
It looked like he said a lot more than that. He remembered. Did you?
Her brows lifted, realizing he'd watched them from the crowd. Lyala searched his piercing eyes, more maroon tonight rather than such a deep red. As if under a spell, she found she couldn't look away, and the longer she held his stare, the faster her heart beat. No.
You know why I think that is? Why he's remembering and you not? Yes, he's a few years older than you in this life, but he believes he's War. You still want to be Lyala Lightbringer.
He was right. She wanted to only be in love with Thane, only to be High Queen of Palinor, not Goddess of Night, not Queen of Elhara, or previously married to Hell. Even if she knew it to be true now, she didn't want it to be. That meant she shared a bed with this arse before.
What did you do with your crown I gave back to you in the tower?
It's hidden away where no one will find it.
Maybe instead of hiding it, you should put it on.
No. She wanted Palinor to be her home. What do you want from me? She asked. What from my memory is so important?
I want you to look at me and see me.
Lyala tilted her head slightly. She knew that wasn't the truth, at least not the whole truth. I do.
See me, Val. Not the Black Mage, not a stranger. I want you to remember the last time we danced together and you wore that dress. I want you to know why when I look at you, I die a little inside, and...
Lyala sounded breathless.
And why sometimes I wish the Council would have had a weapon to kill me for good. and put me out of my fucking misery.
Leala squeezed his hand gently. Don't say that. Everything inside her was screaming at the thought of him dying, even though she would have done it herself not long ago. That vulnerability she witnessed for the briefest moments faded, and the smug mask returned.
I'm much too bitter and vindictive to die now, love.
Help me remember. Tell me something, anything. Make it feel real.
Anything?
He asked with a mischievous quirk of his scarred brow. Being this close, she realized the thin white line reached from the top of his brow to his temple. She dreaded what might come out of his mouth next, and he started laughing.
That frown is going to give you wrinkles. I'll tell you one thing. You kissed me first.
Leala scrunched her face. That doesn't sound right. She wasn't one to make the first move, unless she'd been different before. But wasn't her soul, her personality the same?
You practically begged me, and when I wouldn't, you shoved me up against a wall and planted the hottest kiss I'd ever experienced in my 500 years right on my mouth. You got handsy, too. Copped a feel of the goods. You even told me I was a big boy.
Leala smiled and shook her head. You're lying. I know you are.
How do you know?
Because I wouldn't do that or say that.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Then what happened?
Was it dark? A garden of jasmine and tall bamboo. The sky was filled with strange, colorful lights. No, a dark castle. Leala slammed her eyes closed, trying to find that time, but it wouldn't come forth. I don't know, but not that. There were no walls to shove you against. His eyes glittered with delight.
So where was it?
Was it a garden like the one you put in my dreams, where you tormented me, chasing me like some wild beast? A good reminder of who she danced with.
I didn't put you there, you put us there. We certainly kissed in that garden and a lot more, but not for the first time. And I don't remember any chasing.
Well, you did.
Well, why did you run?
You scared me. He paused only for a moment.
Anyway, what happened when you kissed me first and said I had a big dick? I want details.
Hell said, changing his steps to match the new song. Leala only noticed the switch in music because his movements slowed. The song was gentle, more romantic. I didn't say that! Leala whisper-shouted and glanced around at the other guests. No one seemed to pay particular attention to them. He smiled ever bigger, bringing out his dimple.
What did you say then?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't, Hell.
I like it when you say my name. Say it again.
Leala scoffed. Don't make me regret dancing with you.
I don't recall asking.
He adjusted his hand on her back, only moving his fingers, but the touch sent goosebumps rising on her flesh.
But you haven't left yet. Why is that?
She finally looked from his eyes, pinning her gaze into the rune peeking out from the collar of his high-necked top. What is that rune? He lowered his chin to find the one she stared at.
It's a shielding rune, so I can't be tracked by anything or anyone.
And that? She lifted her hand off his shoulder and ran her finger over the small one just behind and below his left ear. Goosebumps rose under her fingers, and he missed a step for the first time but recovered quickly and cleared his throat.
It allows me to walk through solid objects.
Like walls and doors.
And people or their weapons.
So, if someone strikes you with a sword...
If I see it coming, I could change and it would go straight through me. I got the idea from you, actually, when I saw you turn completely into a shadowy mist. That time in the tower a few months back wasn't your first attempt to kill me, you know.
That's how we found out we were mates, wasn't it? She thought. He smirked.
Yes, but neither of us knew it at the time.
She hadn't meant to let him hear that. A flush worked its way up her neck, spilling into her cheeks. Luckily, her mask covered half her face, and the low light wouldn't make it so noticeable. She thought about her dream and the words she read. The perfect match created by the All-Mother. His soft voice entered her mind.
Ah, there's that lovely blush again. It makes me notice things I shouldn't, like the curve of your collarbone, and what the low neckline of that gown would do to me if I was still in love with you.
Leala cleared her throat. Back to your magic. Couldn't you make yourself impenetrable to weapons?
My, aren't you full of questions? I could and I did. But magic like that I must consciously think about or activate, so I pick and choose based on the situation.
Interesting. Who is more powerful, you or Valine? He tilted his head slightly.
You mean me or you? And that's a tough one. I don't know.
How did you find out you needed runes in the first place? Did you simply draw a symbol one day and found it magical?
No, as a child my magic was untamed. Random things happened often, like me suddenly turning invisible and unsure how to turn back or setting fire to the dining room tablecloth. Once, when War and I were sparring with no weapons, we must have only been 13, I thought about how it would be nice to have a sword, and as I swung a fist at him, my arm turned into a sword. He dodged at the last moment, and I drove it straight into a wall and got stuck. My Uncle Cynic backhanded me so hard for losing control of my powers that I flew at least 20 feet and hit the other wall and cracked it. Back then, our bodies were nearly impenetrable, but it still hurt. After that, my grandmother, the goddess of wisdom, found a way for me to harness my magic and runes on my body, a way to trap them so they didn't come out unbidden.
Your grandmother is the goddess in the stone?
Yes.
She didn't see that one coming. That meant she was Thane's grandmother as well. I'm a little confused how that all works. The primordials were created but not born.
Yes, and they are the strongest of us all. Most of them had children with each other, and the Maker and All-Mother also created a second generation of gods to procreate, and soon there were thousands.
I don't, she stammered. I mean, we don't have any...
Children? No.
Leala sighed in relief. When did you discover you could grant magic to others with them?
It wasn't too long after I started using runes. I tested it on War, of course. He wanted wings like the dragons, but it's different with others. It comes with a cost if I'm to give to them. For me, it's only my own energy, strength.
He doesn't have wings now?
No, the magic I gave him didn't transfer over with this life.
What was the cost?
It was an experiment. I couldn't figure out why, when I put the symbol on him, nothing happened. So I wrote down what I wanted to happen and offered a life, a rabbit. It wasn't enough. So I got 2 and wrote a symbol in their blood and set it aflame. It burned the symbol into his skin and worked.
He suddenly smiled, slyly.
I think someone is getting jealous.
Leala found Thane watching them intently from near the drink table. How long had she been dancing with hell? The worried expression on Thane's face made her stomach turn. Then Violet leaned close to him and said something, and he turned with a glare. They started quietly arguing. We're done. Leala pulled her hand from his and stepped back. Was this all just to piss him off, like the dress and bringing her here? He frowned but didn't say anything. Leala shook her head and stepped around the dancing couples, murmuring apologies for getting in their way. Once she broke free of the crowd, Hell caught up to her side.
Certainly it was to make him jealous, but I also wanted to talk to you. I like talking with you.
Stay away from me. I can find my memories on my own. His hand brushed hers and she jerked away. I'm going to Thane because I love him. I've always loved him, and I will always choose him. Hell grabbed a passing maiden and snapped her neck so fast, Leala barely heard the pop before he shoved her limp body into Leala's arms. Leala gasped and gripped her under her arms and around the middle like they were hugging. What is wrong with you?
Better get the body out of here before someone thinks you killed her. Right now, she simply looks a little drunk. The Palinor Scroll would love that story,"
he said, and stuffed his hands into his pockets and left her standing there with a dead girl in her arms. Chapter 24. Leala. Leala didn't even have to move before Thane was at her side, taking the dead girl out of her grasp.
"It's all right. I have her."
Tears burned her eyes, and she backed away. He killed an innocent girl because of what she said, because she pissed him off. "I need some air."
"Go, I've got this."
Thane reassured her. Fen, Piper, and Leif rushed over, surrounding him while she hurried out of the ballroom. She dashed through the torchlit corridors and made a turn out a side door into the fresh night air. Crickets chirped and torches lit the path ahead to a small white gazebo, surrounded by red and white roses. It sat empty, thank the maker. A quiet refuge for her at this moment. The benches inside were comfortable and made of cherry-colored softwood. She leaned back and observed the little fairy lights twinkling in the rafters of the gazebo. A warm breeze wisped her hair around her face, and she closed her eyes.
"It's intriguing to find you alone out here, almost as if it was supposed to happen."
Leala's skin prickled as Hell's voice trickled down her spine. She gritted her teeth and shot to her feet, ready to give him a piece of her mind. But as she turned left and right, he was nowhere to be found.
"Over here,"
he said from behind. She twirled on her heel, and his shadowy hooded figure waited near the tall bushes about 10 yards out of reach of the torchlight. The hair on her neck and arms lifted. Why would he hide? "Hell, what are you doing?"
"Come have a walk with me."
Something wasn't right. She scanned the area, looking for guards or party guests, and found them utterly alone. "Why don't we go back inside?" One foot moved back, then the other. She didn't want to run, but staying felt foolish.
"Come, sweet Leala."
He didn't move from the shadows. Alarm bells went off in her head. Hell would never call her sweet Leala. This was a ruse of some kind. The Council's assassins. She turned, lifting her dress, and dashed out of the gazebo, running down the pathway, until someone grabbed a fistful of her hair and jerked her to a halt. She plucked a throwing star from the folds of her dress, whirled around, and nearly fumbled it in shock. The creature holding her must be over 8 feet tall, with huge horns curling out of long white hair, blue-gray skin covered lean muscle, creepy bright red eyes, different from Hell's. There was no white at all. For one moment, recognition flashed across her mind. She'd seen this beast before.
"Hello, goddess."
His voice was gravelly and had a deep bass.
"Remember me?"
Leala tried to jerk out of his hold, but he gripped her throat with his other hand and lifted her off the ground. She wanted to scream for help, but couldn't get air. She kicked wildly and jammed her throwing star into his arm, but he didn't flinch.
"And they said it would be difficult to get you alone and kill you."
He let out a rough cackle and squeezed harder. "Hell, I need you! He's choking me!" Magic rushed to the surface of his skin, and vines ripped out of the ground, coiling around the monster's legs and up his body. Another shot up from the grass, jamming straight through his arm like a spear. With a roar, he dropped her. She hit the ground and gasped for air, but coughed from the brutality of his hold. She struggled to her feet in the gown, and it ripped under her foot, but she managed to move forward to the castle. A sharp blade embedded in the back of her calf, and she went down with a scream. She rode onto her side, jerked the blade free, and jammed it into the thigh of the beast already hovering over her.
"You're not invincible anymore,"
he said with a raucous laugh.
"Just a sad, pathetic mortal ripe for the slaughtering."
Leala scrambled back as he moved forward like the dagger sticking out of his thigh didn't bother him. More vines shot out of the ground, and they slammed into him, but couldn't penetrate. So she twisted them around his legs to at least hold him back long enough to let her get to her feet and run. Get to the door! Get to the door! The injury to her leg caused her to limp, but didn't slow her down much. She slammed into the castle's side door, stumbled through, and crashed into Hell's chest. Hell, she breathed. You came. He caught her around the waist and steadied her. The flare in his eyes was pure panic.
Who was choking you? Who hurt you?
Leala stared at him for a moment, then turned back to point, but there was no one there. He was there, right there. The mess of her broken vines was scattered all along the path, but the creature wasn't trapped in them. There was no sign of him at all. He gripped her chin, forcing her to look at him.
Who was it?
I don't know. She could barely catch her breath. He was huge, massive horns, red eyes. His skin was a strange bluish grey.
Fuck!
Hel slammed the door shut without ever touching it and led her over to a stone bench in a nearby alcove.
Where are you hurt?
After sitting, she lifted her dress to show him her bloody calf. With a frown, he crouched and lifted her leg to get a better look at the wound. With his palm hovered over it, a warm glow and heat brushed her skin. By the time he moved his hand, the wound was healed. He reached up and touched her neck, sending a chill through her. She couldn't see it, but it was bound to be bright red and maybe already bruising. Who was he?
Who I feared would come. The demon prince from the Underrealm.
If he was immortal, as Thane said, how could they ever beat him? And if Hel feared him? Leala gripped his wrist as a warmth emanated from his hand over her throat. We can't kill him?
You don't need to worry about that right now.
With a shuddering breath, Leala leaned back against the wall. Even though she was healed and nothing hurt, the buzz of the fight still coursed through her veins. Her hands trembled from it. He sounded like you, she gulped. He imitated your voice somehow. The fury rolling off him was palpable.
And you went to him?
No, I was about to tell you what a complete arsehole you are, but who I thought was you wouldn't come out of the shadows. He rose out of his crouch and sat beside her on the bench.
Fuck.
He murmured.
When I heard the terror in your voice, gods, I haven't been that scared in a long time. I forgot what fear felt like.
The pessimist in her wanted to say it was because she was his life source, but it was more than that. Even she couldn't deny it.